According to the competition award announced at the beginning, the third-ranked disciple among the external disciples can get 3 days to enter the secret land of the wilderness, 5 days for the second and 10 days for the first. Is there any special restriction to stay in the wilderness? It seems that we can only verify Jiao and Jun. Flick off the white powder in the palm of your hand and adjust the emotional fluctuation caused by the secret land of the end of the world just now. Chu Zhongshan took out a thick and yellowish book from the storage ring. This book is one of the 3 secrets given to him by Jiao and Jun. It is the book about the secret of the eternal continent, which he has always been longing for. Open the first page. There's a very detailed catalog on the first page. The catalog records the types, functions, shapes, and effects of Tiankai and Dibao. There are records about the top 10 death-forbidden areas and the top 10 blessed places in the southern region. There are records about the top 10 supreme powers, the top 10 emperor powers, the top 10 king powers, the top 10 youth powers, and so on in the southern region. Just like the online novel that had been infatuated with before crossing, Chu Zhongshan plunged into the book and carefully tasted the information recorded in the book. As time went by, almost a day later, the genius of Chu Zhong finally read all the information in the secret news of the mainland. Close the last page of the book and take back the secret books from the mainland into the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan directly got up and left the secret of cultivation. Standing on the flat ground in the yard, he looked at the distant sky with a sad look in his eyes. The records of the 100 strong men in the mainland's secret information books give Chu Zhongshan a very cruel reality. That is, if you want to achieve the ability to tear the void and roam the stars, it is difficult to have such strength even if you reach the supreme position. It takes at least more than 100 years for a demon genius to be promoted to the supreme position from the beginning of cultivation. More than 100 years, for Chu Zhongshan, the time is too long. Not to mention more than 100 years, even more than 50 years, he feels very long. Because he was already in his 30s before crossing, and his parents were almost 60 years old. According to the average life expectancy of human beings on Earth, 80 is a long life, 90 is an old age, and the elderly over 100 are very rare. Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to curse his parents, but his parents were still desperately making money at the age of nearly 60 for him to study in university and save money for him to buy a house in the capital. He was seriously wasted in his body and energy. He didn't have the slightest confidence in whether he could live to be 100. Even if he can finally have the ability to tear the void and roam the stars, I'm afraid his parents will have left the world by then, so what is the purpose of his hard practice? Climb the Wudao Peak and try the loneliness of being too cold at high altitude. No, this is not what I want. What I want is to go back to Earth and return to my elderly parents. Only after 100 years can we win the supreme position, and only after 1,000 years can we step on the immortal God. Why can't I break this limit and strive to achieve the cultivation that can tear the void and roam the stars in 50 or even 30 years? Setting yourself a seemingly impossible goal is actually giving yourself enough pressure and motivation to work hard and desperately towards this seemingly impossible goal. Taking back his gaze and adjusting his low thoughts, Chu Zhongshan returned to the cultivation chamber again. First, he took out tens of thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones and arranged them in the cultivation chamber according to the simplified version of gathering spirit array. Then he took out the pill used to enhance the potential and began to make every effort to improve the various indicators that did not reach the limit in his body after the breakthrough. After 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, got up, put away the remaining pills and spirit stones, and then left the practice chamber. With the improvement of cultivation, it takes longer and longer to raise various indexes in the body to the limit. 2 days and 2 nights only let him increase his potential by half, and there is still a distance from the limit. Today is the time for him to make an appointment with Time Liang and others, so he can only leave the practice chamber temporarily. After leaving the practice chamber, Chu Zhongshan neither went to the living room nor returned to the bedroom. Instead, he took out a refined steel knife from the storage bag, left number 9 other courtyard, and ran directly to the back mountain. When Dabai, a disciple of the outside sect, promised Wang Zhongning that he would prepare rich delicacies for him when he visited Qianlong Peak. The raw materials of delicious food are the wild animals and exotic animals behind the mountain. Jiao and Jun took Qianlong Peak as the residence of elite disciples. He had cleaned up the monsters above 9 grades in advance. Now the remaining monsters are no more than 10 grades. 10-grade high-level monsters are like lambs to be slaughtered for Chu Zhongshan, who has reached the 2nd floor of the Qi transformation period. If you stretch out a knife, you can take their lives. Since crossing the world, Chu Zhongshan has never entered the kitchen or cooked food himself, so he considered making a barbecue beast for Wang Zhongning. Before crossing, his favorite food was barbecue and beer. In order to eat the most delicious barbecue, he once used his rest time to go to a 5-star hotel and steal teachers and learn skills for a period of time. Therefore, he is good at barbecue with all kinds of ingredients. Among the exotic animals, the most suitable for the overall barbecue is the 10-grade lower grade steel pig. The steel pig of the lower level of the 10 grades is the most numerous beast in the back mountain. With the knife in his hand, a steel pig, a 10-grade lower level beast weighing more than 300 kilograms, became the enemy of his knife. As a place suitable for elite disciples to live, Qianlong Peak is also a holy land with mountains and water. There is a natural stream spring at the foot of the mountain. After being ripped and cleaned, Chu Zhongshan returns to the open space in front of number 9 other courtyard halfway up the mountain. Put the cleaned steel pig on the built flat frame and light the fire to prepare materials. Chu Zhongshan prepares delicious food while waiting for Time Liang and others to come and sit down. Time Light and others didn't let Chu Zhongshan wait long. That is, when he was preparing for the barbecue, the figure of Time Light and others had come into his eyes. Younger martial brother Shi here. Barbecue the whole pig needs to pay attention to the fire. If the fire is a little higher, it will paste, and if the fire is less, it will be born. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan can't get up to meet each other. Roast the whole pig. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's greeting, Time Liang and others looked up and found that Chu Zhongshan was preparing a barbecue. In particular, when Wang Zhongning saw that Chu Zhongshan was preparing a barbecue that he wanted to eat in his dreams, he immediately put aside Time Liang and others and rushed directly to the flat ground of another courtyard halfway up the mountain. Elder martial brother Chu, such wordy things as preparing delicious food should be handed over to people like me. How can you do it yourself? Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was preparing for the barbecue, Time Light also accelerated his legs to half his waist and planned to take over the barbecue from him. Okay, younger martial brother Shi, I'm afraid you're not as good as me at barbecue the whole pig, so you'd better prepare quietly and enjoy delicious food for a while. Reaching out to stop Time Liang from approaching, Chu Zhongshan shook his head and refused his kindness. Brother Chu, elder martial sister Yuner has something important today. I can't come to the appointment for the time being. Zhang Qian, who followed Time Light to the hillside, first explained for Dongfeng Yuner. Then she chose an empty place to sit down and stared at Chu Zhongshan, who was concentrating on barbecue steel pigs. The more she observed, the more she felt the excellence of Chu Zhongshan. Especially when he focused on barbecue, her whole body exuded a fascinating smell. It doesn't matter. Younger martial sister Zhang will find a place to sit and enjoy delicious food with us later, Chu said without looking back. In fact, for Dongfeng Yuner's absence from today's party, Chu Zhongshan had guessed that she would not come as early as the end of the sect competition, and when he made an appointment with Time Liang and others for the next meeting. At the same time, he had already strengthened his confidence and had an indifferent attitude towards whether Dongfeng Yuner would come or not. With the fire of Tongbai wood baking the pig back and forth, a smell went straight into the nostrils of the people at the scene along the breeze. The strong fragrance aroused her desire for delicious food and made Zhang Qian, who has always been a lady, wipe her saliva from time to time. The strong fragrance gradually blows to the peak and into the other courtyard at the peak along the breeze. How fragrant! Jiao and Jun, who was enjoying the scenery in the hospital, was suddenly attracted by a strong fragrance and couldn't help dispersing his mind. Along with the fragrance, the spirit soon extended to the hillside and saw Chu Zhongshan baking the whole pig. I didn't expect this boy to have such skills. Seeing Chu Zhongshan absorbed in the barbecue, Jiao and Jun showed a look of surprise on his face. Later, he thought of Chu Zhongshan's experience of losing his meridians and distributing them to Liulan town, and immediately guessed that he probably learned this skill in that period of time. All right. When the skin color of the steel pig turned golden yellow and began to flow out the sizzling fat, Chu Zhongshan put out the Tongbai wood fire with strength and said with a smile to Wang Zhongning, "Great." He rubbed his hands and looked at the greasy roast pig. Wang Zhongning didn't know where to put his mouth. When taking out the refined steel knife from the storage bag and preparing to cut off a pig's hind leg, he directly split the steel pig in his hand in half with a strong force. Then, half of the roast pigs were blown away directly by a strong wind. "Damn it, leave me the barbecue." Seeing that the roasted whole pig, carefully prepared by Chu Zhongshan, was taken away by half of life, Wang Zhongning, who regarded meat as life, immediately became anxious. Regardless of the gap with the other party's strength, he roared and rushed directly to the half-roasted whole pig taken away. I don't know if it's because of the stimulation of delicious food that Wang Zhongning, whose cultivation is only the second peak of the body training period, suddenly burst out with amazing speed, which is almost faster than the high-level body method and martial arts of the entry-level realm of beauty. Zio Ba, don't chase. With the help of the secret script on the characteristics of wind given by Jiao Sijun, the high-level body method of Chu Zhongshan, Lei Feng Leg, officially entered the realm of Xia Cheng. Because of this, he can easily stop Wang Zhongning after starting. Wang Zhongning was not allowed to pursue because Chu Zhongshan knew who took half of the roast whole pig. On the whole Qianlong Peak, only he and Zhao and Jun live, and they can easily take away delicious food from their own hands when they reach the second floor of the gasification period. There can be no one else except Zhao and Jun. For Zhao and Jun not to negotiate with him and directly take half of the roast whole pig, Chu Zhongshan certainly can't let him go easily. Looking up at the peak, Chu Zhongshan despised and said, "Master, you are my master. If you want to eat barbecue, tell your apprentice if I can't honor you. As for stealing, Chu boy, you mean to confront me? You have such excellent skills. You don't know to honor the master first. Instead, you treat outsiders and take half of the delicious food for the sake of being my disciple." Chu Zhongshan's contempt immediately angered Zhao and Jun in the other hospital. While swallowing the delicious roast whole pig, he loudly refuted Chu Zhongshan. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Chu Zhongshan could only pretend to ignore Zhao and Jun's unreasonable rogue style and took Wang Zhongning back to the open space in front of other hospitals. With the most refined steel knife in his hand, cut down 3 pieces of meat about 1 kilogram, handed them to Time Liang and Zhang Qian, and then handed the remaining nearly 100 kilograms of pork to Wang Zhongning. "Zai Oba, these barbecues are all yours. If it's not enough, I'll roast them for you later." There are not many other animals on Qianlong Peak, which are suitable for barbecue. "Great." Reaching for half of the roasted whole pig handed over by Chu Zhongshan, Wang Zhongning sat directly on the ground and swallowed it. After the cultivation breaks through the physical training period, martial artists will have much less demand for diet. If you encounter special circumstances, you can rely on the spiritual power in the danshan to support all kinds of needs of the body. A kilo of barbecue is not too much. Chu Zhongshan and Shizhiliang are not the kind of people who pay attention to image. After swallowing more than a dozen mouthfuls, they put the barbecue into their stomach. "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I don't know if I can find a remote place." "Younger Marshal Brother, I have something to say to Elder Marshal Brother." After solving the delicious food in his hand, Time Liang briefly sorted it out and said solemnly to Chu Zhongshan, "Yes, come with me to the living room of another courtyard." Chu Zhongshan nodded as Wang Zhongning devoured the barbecue while Zhang Qian savored the delicious food slowly. "Get up and take Time Light into number 9 other courtyard and enter the living room." "Younger Marshal Brother Shi, please sit down." Sitting on the first seat of the living room, Chu Zhongshan motioned to the Time Light standing in the center of the living room. However, Time Liang didn't sit down. Instead, he knelt down on one knee and said in a sincere tone, "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, younger Marshal Brother, I want to be your follower and devote my whole life to Elder Marshal Brother. I hope Elder Marshal Brother can agree to my request." Time Light suddenly knelt down and proposed to be his follower, which made Chu Zhongshan directly stand up in his chair. Followers. In the valley on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil's secret place, Dongfeng Yangping once talked to him about his followers before waiting for the palace to officially open. Although the followers have independent identity, can retain part of their wealth, and can choose to do whatever they want, they can do it on the premise that the interests of the followers cannot be harmed. In fact, to put it bluntly, the followers are like the 3 brothers Guan Zhang and Liu in the 3 Kingdoms period before he crossed. It seems that Guan Zhang and Liu are sworn brothers. In fact, Guan and Zhang are just Liu's subordinates. Everything takes Liu's consciousness as the starting point. For example, Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong are followers of Dongfeng Yangping. They take care of Dongfeng Yangping's daily life on weekdays and are responsible for guarding at night. Dongfeng Yangping will be responsible for the distribution of the harvest in the refining process. Of course, if Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhangzong are in danger, Dongfeng Yangping has the obligation to rescue them. Younger martial brother Shi, I'm not just an external disciple on the 9th floor of the cultivation period now. There's still a distance to break through the Qi transformation period. Is it too early and impulsive to choose to be my follower at this time? Elder martial brother Chu, I made this choice after careful consideration for 3 reasons. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan neither agreed to his request nor directly opposed it, Time Liang knew that he had concerns in his heart. First of all, the sect Dabai has fully demonstrated elder martial brother Chu's amazing qualification, potential, and understanding. Elder martial brother wants to break through the Qi transformation period every minute, so cultivation is not the reason to prevent me from becoming a follower. Second, I'm too clear about my abilities. If I follow my current practice and way of life, I'm afraid I won't be able to turn Qi in 1 or 2 years. I won't be able to be promoted to an inner disciple, let alone a Sea of Qi. If I can become a follower of elder martial brother Chu, some advice and help you give me at ordinary times must enable me to quickly improve my cultivation and break through the Qi transformation period, the Sea of Qi period as soon as possible, and even the Soul period in the future. Third, I choose to be your follower, which is different from others. I will swear to follow elder martial brother Chu forever with my evil spirit. I will never betray elder martial brother and ride horses for elder martial brother forever. Time Liang made no secret of his selfishness, which was the satisfaction of Chu Zhongshan, but the last thing that satisfied him most was that he made an oath with the devil in his heart. Through the experience of the Blood Devil secret realm, Chu Zhongshan has known the power of the Heart Devil oath, so the way that Time Liang just showed his loyalty has moved Chu Zhongshan. Not to mention anything else, for example, the other courtyard where he lives now needs someone to take care of it. In the future, as his accomplishments become higher and higher, he will make more and more friends, and there will certainly be no fewer parties in his spare time. He needs someone to take care of all this for himself. Originally, Chu Zhongshan wanted to consult with Vincent Chayo to see if he could bring up an excellent boy from the Chu family to help himself deal with these miscellaneous things. Now that Time Liang is willing to take the initiative, it saves him a lot of things. However, the heart returns to the heart, and Chu Zhongshan also knows that some things cannot be done too much. Now his accomplishments are just the 9 peaks of the physical training period. Recruiting followers with his accomplishments during the physical training period will certainly become an excuse for others to attack him if they are known by others. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan thought twice and finally decided to refuse his request. Younger martial brother Shi, you can look up to me, Chu Zhongshan. I'm very moved that you are willing to become my follower in the way of Heart Devil Oath, but my cultivation is too low. In order to avoid causing some unnecessary trouble, I hope to discuss the follower again after my cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period. Yes, everything is arranged by elder martial brother Chu. Time Bright excitedly obeyed. Although Chu Zhongshan did not directly agree to accept him as a follower, the meaning revealed in his tone showed that he agreed, but the loyalty discussion was put after his cultivation broke through the Qi transformation period. In this regard, Time Liang understood it very well and praised it very much. Younger martial brother Shi, please go and see if younger martial sister Zhang and younger martial brother Wang have used any delicious food. If they run out, please invite them in. Sit back in the chair again, Chu Zhongshan said quite casually. Yes, clapping his fist and nodding, Time Liang respectfully retreated. Looking at the light of the respectful retreat, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help nodding. Although the excuse is that his cultivation is too low, and he can't agree to his request to become a follower for the time being, Chu Zhongshan already has the idea of accepting him as a follower, so he just said casually, which is a special means to test him to see if he is suitable for the position of the follower in his mind. Chu Zhongshan was very satisfied with the test just now and the reaction of Time Light. After Time Light left the living room, Chu Zhongshan took out 9 bottles of pills and 30,000 pieces of Kippen medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag and storage ring. Shortly after Time Liang left, he returned to the living room with Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning. Younger martial brother Chu, younger martial sister Zhang and younger martial brother Wang are coming. Time Liang is very adapted to changing his identity. At this time, he has begun to see himself as the housekeeper of number 9 other courtyard in Chujiangshan. Xiao Ba, how does the roast whole pig taste? Looking at the greasy Wang Zhongning, Chu Zhongshan said with a smile. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, the roast whole pig just now is the most delicious roast that Wang Zhongning has ever eaten in his life. Recalling the delicious food just now, Wang Zhongning's 2 eyes glowed. Then his tone changed and he said with pity, "It's a pity that half of the roast whole pig was taken away by the senior brother's master, so that I'm only 7 full now." Nearly 100 caddies of roasted whole pig only filled him to 7 points, which surprised Chu Zhongshan at Wang Zhongning's big appetite. He also understood how hard it was to be in the test peak and have little water every day. In the future, as long as I stay at Qianlong Peak, you can come and sit at any time, or you can hunt and kill wild animals and exotic animals behind the mountain at will. Chu Zhongshan said very atmospheric. Then, his eyes turned to Zhang Qian and said softly, "Sister Zhang, I promised you to help you improve your strength as much as possible after the sect contest. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise." Motioning Zhang Qian to her, Chu Zhongshan took out 3 bottles of pills and 10,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones from the pills and spirit stones arranged in advance, and pushed them to her with a smile. "Younger martial sister Zhang, I don't know much about your cultivation skills or your usual cultivation methods, so I won't give you directions on your cultivation. Younger martial sister Zhang, what I can do now is to give you pills and spirit stones that can improve your cultivation and potential. I hope you can use these pills and spirit stones to improve your cultivation and potential. The elixir is packed in a pill bottle." Zhang Qian can't tell what kind of elixir these 3 bottles are, but 10,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones are placed there naked, which makes her, who takes the 8-grade spirit stones as an important cultivation resource on weekdays, show her longing in her eyes. However, Zhang Qian quickly suppressed her inner desire and refused the gift from Chu Zhongshan. "Brother Chu, these pills and spirit stones are too valuable for me to accept." At first, Chu Zhongshan was asked to help her improve her accomplishments. She just wanted to find an excuse to get close to him. Zhang Qian never longed for Chu Zhongshan to sincerely help her. Now, looking at such a number of holy stones and pills, Zhang Qian looked at Chu Zhongshan's eyes, which was not just love. After experiencing the affair of Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to consider the affairs between men and women for the time being. So Chu Zhongshan pretended not to see the love in Zhang Qian's eyes and waved directly to Wang Zhongning. "Xiao Ba, in order to make younger martial brother she feel at ease and heal, younger martial brother she missed a lot of games, which may delay your opportunity to improve your strength, so these pills and spiritual power can be regarded as compensation for your loss. The same is to take out 3 bottles of pills and 10,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, which are stacked in front of Wang Zhongning in Chu Zhongshan." "No, I can't. Elder Martial Brother Chu, I can't take these pills and spirit stones." Looking at the 3 bottles of pills and a small pile of spirit stones placed in front of him, Wang Zhongning shook his head and refused. "Xiao Ba, through the contact in the sect Dabai, you must also know my character. As long as it is decided by Chu Zhongshan, it will never change." Seeing that Wang Zhongning refused to accept his gift, Chu Zhongshan's face immediately pulled down and his tone became serious. "Younger martial brother Wang, these pills and spirit stones are the heart of elder martial brother Chu. You'd better put them away." Time Liang, who has regarded himself as the steward of Chu Zhongshan's other courtyard, knew that he attached great importance to Wang Zhongning through Chu Zhongshan's actions just now and his tone of voice. He was proficient in human accident, and soon came up with the idea of persuasion. "Younger martial brother Wang, you can use these pills and spirit stones to improve your cultivation. When you are strong, you can also help elder martial brother Chu deal with some private affairs." "All right." Time Liang's persuasion just now made Wang Zhongning think it over carefully. He felt that what he said was really right. He nodded and planned to put away the pill and spirit stone. 3 bottles of pills were directly put into his arms, but there was nothing he could do about the small pile of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in front of him. Finally, Wang Zhongning could only say to Chu Zhongshan with a giggle, "Elder martial brother Chu, can you lend me a package, and let me put away these spirit stones?" Seeing Wang Zhongning, who had been in Lian's sect for more than 3 months, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt a trace of pity. For 3 months, not only did he not have enough food in his daily life, but he didn't even get the storage bag for storing items, which is enough to see that he didn't live well in Lian's sect. The idea connects the storage ring, and then a storage bag with an area of more than 50 cubic meters appears in your hand. The more than 50 cubic meter storage bag in his hand is still the storage bag he used to store the compensation spirit stone when he blackmailed Wolf Cloud in the cave, left by the peerless Strong in the secret territory of Purgatory City. Later, Lin Aojun compensated for a larger storage bag, which led to the storage bag being idle. Originally, he wanted to return the storage bag to the Chu family, but considering the current situation of the Chu family and the feelings of his old ancestor Chu Zhangshuan, he had to stay with him for the time being. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan decided to give this storage bag to Wang Zhongning because of his compassion. You can use this storage bag if you melt it into your life essence. As soon as you throw it away, the storage bag is directly thrown into Wang Zhongning's hand. Storage bag. Hearing Chu Zhongshan explain that the palm-sized cloth bag in his hand was actually the storage bag he had always dreamed of, Wang Zhongning showed an incredible expression on his face. Yes, I got it in a secret place when I first went out to practice. The internal space reached 50 cubic meters. According to the grade of Space Spirit tools, it should be regarded as a middle-class storage bag. With a look of indifference, Chu Zhongshan explained the origin of the storage bag. With a 50 cubic meter medium-sized storage bag, not to mention Wang Zhongning, even Time Liang and Zhang Kaiyan, who had a storage bag for a long time, also showed a look of longing in their eyes. After all, who doesn't want to have a bigger storage bag to store more items? Zioba, I don't want to repeat some words a second time. Seeing Wang Zhongning's refusal again, Chu Zhongshan's face sank and said in an unhappy tone, "All right." Seeing Chu Zhongshan angry, Wang Zhongning had to force his life's blood essence into the storage bag, and then put the spirit stone in front of him and the pill in his arms into the storage bag. Since it was the first time to use the storage bag, Wang Zhongning was just like Chu Zhongshan's curiosity when he just took out the items from the storage bag and put them back in. Ignoring Wang Zhongning, who got a new toy, Chu Zhongshan stacked the remaining pills and spirit stones in front of Time Liang without saying anything. And Time Liang didn't refuse. He directly put the pill bottle and spirit stone into the storage bag, and then thanked respectfully and retreated. Younger martial brother Shi, younger martial brother Wang, and younger martial sister Zhang, after a big sectarian competition, my strength has reached a limit. In the next period of time, I will either stay in the secret room of cultivation for latent cultivation or go out to practice to improve my strength. If you have something urgent, you can leave a letter directly in another hospital. I allow you to enter number 9 other hospital freely. After eating and giving, Chu Zhongshan plans to continue to improve his potential in order to cope with the secret experience, specially arranged by Jiao and Jun 5 days later. Therefore, what I just said is actually the meaning of seeing off guests. Although Wang Zhongning and Zhang Kaiyan didn't hear Chu Zhongshan's meaning of seeing off guests, Time Liang, who was proficient in human relations accidents, heard it, so he took the initiative to stand up and bid farewell. Elder Martial Brother Chu, it's getting late. We've been here for some time. Next, we won't disturb your rest, so we'll leave first. Elder Martial Brother Shi, why are you panicking? It's still early, and I haven't stayed enough. Hearing that Time Liang took the initiative to leave, Wang Zhongning was immediately unhappy. After arriving at Qianlong Peak, he ate the most delicious barbecue in his life, got pills and spirit stones he had never had before, and even got the storage bag he had always dreamed of, so Wang Zhongning didn't want to leave immediately at this time. Fortunately, Zhang Kaiyan, who can control Wang Zhongning, has heard the meaning of Time Liang's departure, so she went to Wang Zhongning, stretched out her hand and twisted it hard around his waist. Wang Zhongning screamed in pain. Ignoring Wang Zhongning, who screamed in pain, Zhang Kaiyan said goodbye to Chu Zhongshan on his behalf. Elder Martial Brother Chu, let's meet again when we have time. Watching Wang Zhongning reluctantly leave the number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan waved, then turned back to the number 9 other courtyard and went straight to the cultivation secret room. Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, and his breath was very strong. The only deficiency was that he was sweating and looked a little tired. 5 days ago, after seeing off Time Liang and others, Chu Zhongshan directly returned to the cultivation secret, and then spent 2 days and 2 nights with the help of pill and sufficient aura to raise his potential to the limit. Then he left the secret place of practice and came to the open space in other courts to try to practice the medium-level saber technique and the incomplete Bahuang Liuhequan. It may be because the first-level saber technique has reached the peak, or because his state of mind cultivation has broken through the qi transformation period, or more likely because of the big ratio of sex, which makes him easy to practice the middle-level saber technique. In just 2 days, the medium-level saber technique has successfully entered the peak of the entry-level realm, and it is possible to break through the small success realm at any time. The advanced speed of the saber technique surprised him very much. In order to make his foundation more solid and his performance better when he broke through the qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan not only did not rush to break through the state of Xia Cheng, but deliberately suppressed the speed of advanced saber technique. Later, he also began to try to practice the incomplete Bahuang Liuhequan. In the qualifying match of the sectarian big match, facing Liu Jiafu who dared to challenge himself, he used the first move of the 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies fist to kill Qi Fist for the first time, which was startled by the power contained in the fist technique at that time. Strength, I'm afraid, has exceeded the strength of the body refining period, the Qi transforming period, and even the Qi C period, so he really wants to know how Miki Fist forms this strength. At this moment, there was no opponent in front of him, and he didn't have any danger, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his fist when he cast the Qi-killing fist, and then carefully felt the operation of his spiritual power driven by his fist skills. It was precisely because he felt too much the cooperation between the spiritual power in his body and the martial arts skills of boxing that deepened his understanding of the spiritual power and his feelings of self-cultivation for several levels, which directly opened several deep cracks in the bottleneck he had touched in advance because of his mental cultivation. At the same time, because the fist technique drives the operation of spiritual power in the body, it directly touches the Millennium Spirit Milk that hovers above the elixir field and is forbidden by Jiao and Jun. After being diluted, it leads to the Millennium Spirit Milk to reveal part of its energy. The diluted Millennium Spirit Milk, combined with the spirit power, directly began to impact the bottleneck that had cracked the gap, and the repair was almost to break through the 10 layers of fullness in the gasification period. Fortunately, the improvement of state of mind cultivation made him more stable in controlling the power in his body. With the help of sufficient spiritual power in the cultivation secret room, it took him nearly a day to suppress the spiritual power of cultivation breakthrough and sort out the spiritual power in his body completely. However, Chu Zhongshan also knew that the double impact of spiritual power and Millennium Spiritual Milk had made many gaps in his cultivation bottleneck. As long as the spiritual power in his body happened once, he could not suppress the power of breakthrough anyway. Fortunately, suppressing and combing the spiritual power in the body is only temporary. As long as you enter the secret territory specially arranged by Jiao and Jun to practice, you don't have to worry about the breakthrough of cultivation in a short time with the help of fighting and wasting enough spiritual power in the body. Alas! After getting up, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing when he looked at the thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones that finally turned into powder due to the loss of aura in the practice chamber. Others desperately absorb Reiki in order to break through the realm and improve their cultivation as soon as possible. While he tried his best to absorb Reiki, he tried his best to suppress the breakthrough of the realm. For this reason, he wasted more than 1,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level Reiki stones, which made Chu Zhongshan, who has been distressed by the lack of Reiki stones, feel distressed. Because the supplies needed for life are in the storage bag and storage ring, there is no need to prepare anything deliberately, so Chu Zhongshan did not return to the bedroom and directly left number 9 other courtyard to climb to the other courtyard at the top of the peak. Master, apprentice, please see me. No matter how casual he was in front of Jiao and Jun, Chu Zhongshan would still abide by some of the etiquette he should have, so he respectfully stood at the door of the hospital and shouted, "Come in." After the sound of Jiao and Jun's permission came from the courtyard, Chu Zhongshan directly pushed the door into the other courtyard and found Jiao and Jun sitting in the stone pavilion to taste tea. He went straight to the stone pavilion. Chu Zhongshan didn't sit on the stone chair opposite him this time, but observed the layout of the stone pavilion and the stone tables and chairs placed in the pavilion. "Boy, what are you doing?" Looking at Chu Zhongshan after entering the stone pavilion, he neither paid attention to himself nor sat opposite him. Instead, he began to observe the stone pavilion like a treasure hunt, which made Zhao Enjun couldn't help asking, "Master, I want to see what's special in this stone pavilion." "It makes you like to stay here so much?" Chu Zhongshan asked, very puzzled. Taking into account this time, Chu Zhongshan has been to Zhao Enjun's other courtyard 5 times. Almost every time he came to see him, he tasted tea in the stone pavilion, which made Chu Zhongshan wonder if there was anything special in the stone pavilion that could make him like to stay here so much. "Get out!" After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Zhao Enjun couldn't help shouting angrily. "Okay, I'm not peeping at your beloved pavilion." Seeing Zhao Enjun as if he was angry, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly sat on the stone chair opposite him. "Chu boy, it seems that you have gained a lot from your practice these days." As a strong man who has won the supreme throne, Zhao Enjun can see the state of Chu Zhongshan at this time at a glance, so he said with great comfort, "The harvest was okay, but I also suffered a lot of sins." Thinking of trying hard to suppress the spiritual power and millennium spiritual milk in the body, Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of fatigue at this time. There must be gains, there must be losses, and there must be gains. Now suffer a little sin, and when you break through the qi transformation period, you will reap more than you think. Zhao Enjun understood Chu Zhongshan's sigh at the moment and also knew the meaning of what he did, so he said with relief, "Master, don't mention my practice. Don't you want to arrange me to go to the secret place to practice? When shall we start?" Chu Zhongshan felt a bit of flesh pain when he thought that he had wasted thousands of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones just now in order to forcibly suppress the breakthrough of the realm, so he didn't want to talk about the practice just now. "Do you think we are still at Qianlong Peak and Liyun Sect?" Without a positive answer to Chu Zhongshan's question, Zhao Enjun asked back with a smile. "No." Zhao Enjun asked back with a smile, which made Chu Zhongshan aware of a problem. He quickly got up and left the stone pavilion and returned to the gate of another hospital. Standing up from the stone chair, he raced straight to the gate of the other courtyard. After reaching out to open the gate, he found that the environment that should have been the peak had become a scene of white clouds floating in the air. After returning to the stone pavilion again, Chu Zhongshan looked directly at Zhao Enjun and asked with a vibrational tone, "Master, can you be another courtyard at the top of the Qianlong Peak, just the illusion of your flying spirit?" "Smart!" Reaching out and snapping his fingers, Zhao Enjun praised. After being confirmed by Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and slowed down for 5 minutes before he was completely adapted. Then he asked in a very excited tone, "Master, can you tell me what grade your flying spirit weapon has reached? If you can keep the appearance of turning into another courtyard and stand at the top of the Qianlong Peak, and others can't find it all the time, then the grade of this flying spirit weapon may have exceeded that of the spirit weapon and reached a grade he doesn't know. So Chu Zhongshan wants to get the real grade of this flying treasure. Boy, your realm is too low. It's not a good thing for you to know some secrets beyond your realm, so you don't have to ask about the real grade of this flying treasure." In the face of Chu Zhongshan's questioning, Zhao Enjun shook his head and looked very serious. Chu Zhongshan knew that Zhao Enjun didn't tell himself. In fact, it was for his own good, so as not to affect his practice because of some unrealistic fantasies. If you don't say it, forget it. However, Chu Zhongshan was a little dissatisfied that Zhao Enjun didn't tell himself at the beginning that the other courtyard, where he lived, was turned into a flying treasure. Of course, the flying treasure possessed by Zhao Enjun also aroused a trace of desire in the heart of the heaven in Chu, so he looked at Zhao Enjun eagerly and said with infinite desire in his tone, "Master, your old man is the top strong man who has reached the supreme level of cultivation. His private collection must be rich. I don't have any idea about the flying treasure you have now, but it shouldn't be difficult for you to give me a top-grade flying spirit weapon." The source of asking for the top-grade flying spirit weapon comes from the middle-grade flying spirit weapon, owned by Zai Fei. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the space and speed of the medium-class flying spirit. "I'm afraid the space and speed of the high-class flying spirit are at least several times that of the medium-class flying spirit. If you have a top-grade flying spirit weapon, you can save your life in the future, whether you go out to practice or run for your life when you encounter a strong enemy." No. Facing the desire of the heavenly eye in Chu, Zhao Enjun directly refused. "Why?" Chu Zhongshan asked, rather unconvinced. First of all, whether it's a top-grade flying spirit or a middle-grade flying spirit, it belongs to garbage in my Jiao and Jun's eyes. I won't store these garbage in my limited storage ring. Second, before your accomplishments break through the divine soul period, you'd better not use flying spirit tools and try to fly with your own strength. Because doing so can not only make you better feel the truth in your body, but also make you really integrate into the sky, which will have unimaginable assistance for you to master a certain law in the future. Feel genuine and master a certain law. Although Jiao and Jun's introduction, just now, is very far away for Chu Zhongshan, he will certainly not harm himself with his respect for himself, so Chu Zhongshan put away the idea of asking for top-grade flying spirit. Without considering the flying spirit weapon, Chu Zhongshan's attention returned to the secret place he was about to enter. Considering the confusion in the secret place of Purgatory City, he hurriedly asked the information of the secret place he was going to enter. Shifu, I don't know if there is anything that needs special attention in the secret place you sent me this time. Can you record the details of the secret place in the jade slips so that the disciples can better understand the situation of the secret place? Don't need jade slips, shook his head. Jiao and Jun refused Chu Zhongshan's request. However, his next detailed introduction made Chu Zhongshan's inner dissatisfaction suddenly disappear. According to Jiao and Jun's description, the secret place he arranged to enter this time is called Shura Secret Place, which is a secret place specially used for fighting and killing. Shura Secret Place does not belong to Liyun sect, but belongs to the Demon Heart sect, which is one of the 9 forces. The Evil Heart sect, the only evil cultivation among the 9 forces, is the natural law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. In the eyes of the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, there are no rules or ethics. In their eyes, there are only naked interests. As long as you can improve your accomplishments, you can use any means. The Shura Secret Place is a very unique secret place of the Magic Heart sect. The environment and structure of the Shura Secret Place are somewhat similar to the Blood Demon Secret Place of the Liyun sect. There is no heaven and earth aura in the Shura Secret Realm. Some are just bloody energy that can arouse people's real desire, and some are just cruel environments that can make people completely crazy. Like the Blood Demon Secret Realm, the Shura Secret Realm excavated is also divided into 5 different levels, according to different levels of strength. Different from the Blood Devil Secret Realm, there are no creatures in Shura Secret Realm, and there are no natural materials and earth treasures. There are only open and boundless blood-colored earth. Different from the Blood Demon Secret Realm, the 5 levels of Shura Secret Realm can only allow martial artists of the same realm to stay. For example, the first layer of Shura Secret Realm is only suitable for martial artists in the realm of Qi refining. If a warrior whose accomplishments exceed the Qi refining period enters the first layer, no matter how strong the warrior is, there is only one result. The blood in his body is inexplicably drained, and the whole person becomes a lifeless corpse. The second level of Shura Secret Realm is suitable for martial artists in the state of body training. No matter as 2 peas or a gas warrior, the second tier is the same as the first layer. After being evacuated, the blood becomes a mummy. Different from the Blood Devil Secret Place, the first 3 floors of the Blood Devil Secret Place are opened every 3 years, the 4th floor is opened every 10 years, and the 5th floor needs to be opened every 50 years. The Shura Secret Place can be opened once a year for 10 days. In these 10 days, all martial artists who enter the Shura Secret territory can kill, rob other people's wealth and improve their strength. No force will retaliate afterwards. The blood beads are somewhat similar to the essence blood condensed in the body of martial artists, but different from the essence blood. The blood beads given by Shura Secret Place belong to the essence blood without attribute quality. They are suitable for the absorption and refining of martial artists of any constitution. They are definitely the best means to improve their accomplishments and potential. Although the Shura Secret Place belongs to the Magic Heart sect alone, the Magic Heart sect does not enjoy it alone. Before it is opened every year, the Shura Secret Place directly faces the whole southern region. As long as the martial arts born in the southern region can enter the Shura Secret Place to practice. Therefore, every year when the Shura Secret Place is opened, a large number of experts from different realms in the southern region will be absorbed into the secret place to kill. Every time the Shura Secret Place is opened, it means that the southern region will lose a lot of elite disciples and experts. Of course, every time the Shura secret place is opened, the number of people entering is different. When the Shura secret place is opened, there are only tens of thousands when the number is small, and more than 100,000 when the number is large. At its peak, the number of people who chose to enter the secret place reached more than 800,000. It can be said that the opening of Shura secret place every year is actually a slaughterhouse, which is a testing ground specially prepared for powerful, talented disciples. On the contrary, disciples who can survive from Shura secret place will eventually become a peerless strongman famous in the southern region. Chu boy, now your cultivation is the 9-level peak in the physical training period. If you use all your cards, your strength can reach the 2-level peak in the Qi transformation period. Although your strength is the strongest among the external disciples of Liyun sect, it is still slightly inferior to the talented disciples trained by various sects, not to mention the top talent in the physical training period in the whole southern region. The reason why I arranged for you to enter the Shura secret place, where you may lose your life at any time, is not only to make you improve your strength faster, but also to show you the talents in the outside world, so that you can sober up from the fanaticism of sects than champions. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan agreed with Zhao and Jun on the surface. In fact, he didn't think so in his heart. Although he won the championship with a total victory, he didn't have a trace of arrogance in his heart. There were only mountains outside the mountain and modesty outside the people. The reason why he can maintain such a state of mind is that in his 2 unique memories, especially the memory before crossing, there are too many practical examples to remind him to maintain a modest and cautious state of mind. Among them, Liyun sect is only one of the 9 major forces in the southern region, and it is not the first force. He believes that among other forces, there will be disciples in the realm of physical training who are better than himself. Liyun sect is millions of kilometers away from Moxin sect. Chu Zhongshan thought it would take at least 3 to 5 days to reach Moxin sect. However, after quarreling with Zhao and Jun, and completely unaware of the passage of time, Zhao and Jun suddenly said that the Devil Heart sect had arrived, which made him extremely interested in the flying treasure owned by Zhao and Jun. However, considering Vincent Chao's very serious exhortation, Chu Zhongshan had to put out the interest just rising, and then adjusted the state to prepare to enter the Devil's Heart and enter into the bloody sacred place. Chu boy, I didn't have a very friendly relationship with some old guys of the Magic Heart sect, so we don't have to enter the Magic Heart sect. When the Shura secret place is really opened, I will use my own strength to send you directly to the 2nd floor of the Shura secret place. Seeing that he was ready for the war, Zhao and Jun said somewhat uninteresting. It doesn't matter, shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said with an indifferent gesture. In the original letter written by Dongfang Yangping to him, there are also some detailed records of Zhao and Jun's situation when he was young. Among them, he likes to challenge everywhere, especially those famous experts, and like to put those experts who sit on the altar on the ground, so that they lose their face. Unwilling to enter the Magic Heart sect, Chu Zhongshan knew that he must have challenged the strong of the Magic Heart sect, and the other party's ending must not be perfect. I don't know when the Shura secret place will open, and I can't leave the flying treasure to enter the Magic Heart sect. Chu Zhongshan has to choose to sit on the stone chair, close his eyes and refresh himself, and recall the means he has mastered to improve his strength. Half an hour later, Zhao and Jun, who was tasting fragrant tea, suddenly put down his teacup and told him with a dignified look, "Chu boy, get ready. I'll use my strength to send you directly to the Shura secret place in a moment." Seeing Zhao and Jun's dignified look, Chu Zhongshan knew that it was not easy for him to send himself safely to the 2nd floor of Shura secret place, so he didn't want to delay the road arranged by Zhao and Jun for him, listened to his orders and got ready quickly. "Open it for me." After waiting for nearly 3 minutes, Zhao and Jun, who had been staring at the emptiness in front of him, suddenly stretched out his hands and leaned against the back of his hands, and then tore open the emptiness in front of him in a posture of forcibly pulling open an object. "Chu boy, get ready. Next, I will use the power of genuine and divine mind to send you to the 2nd floor of Shura secret territory." When the void in front of him was torn, Zhao and Jun quickly ordered, "Master, I'm ready. Draw out the benaming spirit knife that has reached the limit, and Chu Zhongshan is ready to fight at any time." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was ready, Zhao and Jun quickly made a seal with his hands, and a symbol like a character appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan. "Go," the symbol of the word, "he" is printed on the forehead of Chu Zhongshan. Later, Chu Zhongshan found that his body was directly brought into the void torn by Jiao and Jun by the symbol of Zai. Good disciple, after the Shura secret place is closed, the power of the secret place will send you back directly, so you don't have to worry about the siege of the forces behind those people after killing. When Chu Zhongshan was about to disappear into the void, Jiao and Jun suddenly left such a sentence, which made Chu Zhongshan completely confused. Chu Zhongshan, who was carried by the symbol of Yi, felt as if he just blinked. The originally painted black environment was instantly replaced by a strong red. If he had not known the information of Shura secret place in advance, he might think he had come to the blood demon secret place again. The blood-red earth and the bright red sky are full of strong blood smell in the air. The immediate environment is too like the secret land of blood demons. After the symbol of the character, he disappeared, and he was able to control his body by himself. Chu Zhongshan first observed the situation around him and found that there was no one around. After finding that there was no one around, his originally nervous look eased. He took a slight breath of the hazy red gas in Shura secret place. After the red gas entered the body, Chu Zhongshan found that the red gas entered the body directly into his mind along the meridians. Then, a desire to vent made his consciousness start to riot, and his clear eyes showed a trace of tyrannical killing intention. At this time, if there is a human warrior in front of us, even the top master in the gas C period, Chu Zhongshan, who is tyrannically caused by red gas, will rush to kill without worry. Just when he was excited by the red gas, the violent impulse in his body suddenly appeared a suction force in the purple blood in his blood vessels, which directly inhaled the red gas in his mind into his blood vessels. In less than half a second, Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of extremely pure energy flowing out of his blood vessels. After the pure energy of this silk swam through the body, it directly entered the danshan. The danshan, which was already completely saturated, had a gap that could continue to contain spiritual power. After feeling the changes in the danshan, Chu Zhongshan was pleasantly surprised to find that the fully saturated spiritual power in the danshan was purified by the energy just entered the danshan. Although the total amount purified is very small, which is not obvious to improve his strength, the red gas he just absorbed is also very rare. The vast secret territory in front of me is filled with this gas everywhere. It's not difficult to purify the spiritual power in the danshan again. The only thing to pay attention to is that when absorbing red gas, you must pay attention to the amount of gas inhaled and your bearing capacity. You must not be greedy for the purification of spiritual power and absorb too much red gas, so that your consciousness is controlled by red gas and becomes a beast that only knows to vent through killing. After observing the surrounding conditions, Chu Zhongshan chose a still hidden red rock and simply handled the surrounding items, so he could hide them more reluctantly. Bend his knees and sit down. While using the purple blood color in his body to continue refining the red gas that can purify spiritual power, he paid attention to the surrounding state to prevent being disturbed by the experts who entered the secret realm. 10 minutes later, the spiritual power in the elixir field was purified by 1%, and the strength was raised to nearly 2%. 20 minutes later, the spiritual power in the elixir field was purified by 2%, and the strength was increased by nearly 1%. At this time, martial figures began to appear around the hidden. Using the super sensing ability and the hiding of red rocks, Chu Zhongshan continued to absorb red gas and purify his spiritual power, while observing the strength of the martial artists who constantly appeared around him. Through careful observation, he was surprised to find that the martial artists who appeared on the second floor of Shura secret territory had high and low strength, which was not what he thought. According to Jiao and Jun's narration, in the imagination of Chu Zhongshan, the martial arts practitioners who can enter the second level of Shura secret realm must reach the level of 10 levels of perfection in the body cultivation period at the lowest level, and the vast majority of martial arts practitioners must be experts in the Qi transformation period. Otherwise, in the Shura secret place called the slaughterhouse, it is basically a share of death. After all, Shura's secret place has no rules, no background, and no human feelings. However, through careful observation just now, Chu Zhongshan found that among the martial artists who constantly haunted around, there were not only middle-level martial artists on the 5th and 6th floors of the body training period, but also low-level martial artists on the first and second floors of the body training period. How can he not be surprised? His puzzled mind made him forget to continue to absorb the red gas in the secret place to purify his spiritual power. He took the opportunity to knock out a martial artist who was only in the early stage of the second layer of the body training period, and then dragged him behind the red rock. Using the method of acupoint stimulation, wake up the martial artist who has fainted. The benaming spirit knife, emitting a trace of cold air, is directly put on his neck. Chu Zhongshan's voice is cold and threatening. If you don't want to die, just lie down and don't make any noise. The awakened warrior wanted to shout loudly, but felt the slightest chill on the blade of the spirit knife, and immediately shivered with abnormal fear. After more than a minute's delay, the frightened mood finally stabilized. He carefully begged for mercy and said, "Elder martial brother, spare your life. Don't worry, I have no grudge against you and won't easily take people's lives. As long as you can answer my questions honestly, I promise I won't kill you." In order to get the other party's words out, Chu Zhongshan promised him a chance to live, but in order to ensure that the other party's words were true and reliable, he gently pressed the life spirit knife in his hand, with a slightly ferocious threat. "If you play any tricks and deceive me with lies, I don't mind killing another soul. Don't worry, senior brother. I will answer all the questions truthfully and ensure that all the questions are the most true." Hearing that there was a chance to live, the martial artist lying on the ground quickly nodded and accepted. Chu Zhongshan asked, "What's your name?" The other party replied, "My name is Lin Guoliang." Chu Zhongshan asked, "How old is this year?" Lin Guoliang replied, "I'm 21. I'll be 21 in 4 months. With a slight frown on his brow, Chu Zhongshan thought. At the age of nearly 21, his cultivation barely broke through the early stage of the second floor of the body training period. It seems that this martial artist named Lin Guoliang has extremely ordinary qualifications. Martial artists like him are absolutely impossible to become disciples of the evil heart sect, so Chu Zhongshan needs to know his true origin. Chu Zhongshan asked, "Where do you come from?" Lin Guoliang replied, "The Lin family of Jiupin aristocratic family from Dao Kingdom." The Kingdom of Dao. Chu Zhongshan searched the memory in his mind and found that he had never heard of the Kingdom of Dao at all. It seems that it belongs to a relatively remote kingdom like the state of Qi. The origin of Jiupin aristocratic family also confirms the reason why he was nearly 21 years old, and his cultivation barely reached the second level of physical training period. Chu Zhongshan asked, "Why did you enter the Shura secret land known as the Slaughterhouse?" Lin Guoliang, who had a smooth answer, immediately hesitated, and his face showed an angry and unwilling expression. The anger and unwillingness on Lin Guoliang's face made Chu Zhongshan realize that the Shura secret realm after opening was not as simple as Zhao Enjun said. There must be a secret he didn't know. After hesitating for a while, Lin Guoliang looked up and found that Chu Zhongshan was different from the group of people he had met, with a look of surprise on his face. Instead of answering his own questions, he interrogated himself. According to Chu Zhongshan's previous style, he must kick him aside directly, but the anger and unwillingness on the other party's face just now made him realize that something was wrong, so he answered the other party's questions truthfully. "I come from Liyun sect." Liyun sect, one of the 9 forces juxtaposed with Demon Heart sect. As if he couldn't believe the real origin of Chu Zhongshan, Lin Guoliang once asked for confirmation. "Yes, I am indeed a disciple of Liyun sect. I don't need to lie to cover up my identity." Nodded, Chu Zhongshan said in a very positive tone. "Why are you here, elder martial brother?" With Chu Zhongshan's affirmative reply, Lin Guoliang's face was more confused. "Nonsense, of course I'm here to participate in the Shura secret place experience." The other party had a problem like an idiot, which made Chu Zhongshan immediately pull down his face, and his tone began to be bad. "Elder martial brother, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that." Seeing Chu Zhongshan with a gloomy face, Lin Guoliang immediately explained, "Give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I won't introduce an unknown soul under the knife." He pressed the benaming spirit knife in his hand hard. The sharp tip of the knife pulled straight and cut Lin Guoliang's skin, exuding a trace of blood. The sky in the middle of Chu threatened. "Elder martial brother, don't be impulsive. I will give you a satisfactory answer." "Elder martial brother, the thing is." Later, Lin Guoliang began to talk in detail about why he appeared in the Shura secret place, known as the Slaughterhouse at the beginning of the second floor of the cultivation period. With Lin Guoliang's explanation, Chu Zhongshan's face began to dignify, and his eyes showed a trace of coldness. Lin Guoliang is not a disciple of the Magic Heart sect. He did not enter the Shura secret realm voluntarily. He was forcibly driven into the Shura secret realm after being caught by the experts of the Magic Heart sect. The purpose is to enhance the strength of the disciples of the Magic Heart sect. Like the Blood Demon secret realm, the Shura secret realm is full of red gas, which makes the martial arts who enter the secret realm unable to absorb cultivation and recover the spiritual power consumed in the process of battle. Although elixir and spirit stone can also restore the consumed spirit power, the recovery process is very slow, and the consumption time is too long to use in the process of battle. Unless it's a pill with grade 7. However, Kippen pill is a pill that can only be taken by the top strong in the Kihai period. It is absolutely extravagant and unbearable waste to be used on the disciples in the body refining period. As a demon heart sect that has owned the Shura secret place for thousands of years, after hundreds of experiments, it gradually found some secrets in the Shura secret place. That is, during the opening of the Shura secret place, you can hunt and kill other martial artists, and then use the special environment of the Shura secret place to refine a special pill, Blood Essence Pill. Blood Essence Pill is a pill of no grade and no origin. It is a pill developed by the Dandao master of the Magic Heart sect according to the special environment of Shura secret place. Jingsu pill can achieve the effect of 7 pills, but it can quickly supplement the spiritual power, physical strength, and energy consumed by the martial arts, so that the martial arts can return to the peak in a very short time without any side effects. The only disadvantage is that the Blood Essence Pill refined by using the corpse of the warrior and the special rules of the secret place can only be used in the Shura secret place. Once the Blood Essence Pill leaves the Shura secret place, it will melt into a pool of blood and completely lose the effect of the pill. Every year, after the Shura secret place is opened, it will attract many experts from southern regions to experience. The strength of these experts is no worse than that of the Magic Heart sect. Even some experts from Huashan Sword sect and the Qin Empire are far stronger than the disciples of the Magic Heart sect. It is a delusion to use the bodies of these people to refine the Blood Essence Pill. It may even be a loss to the general. Therefore, the senior management of the Magic Heart sect came up with a way to capture ordinary warriors and send them to the secret realm, and then let the disciples of the Magic Heart sect use the bodies of these ordinary warriors to refine the Blood Essence Pill. The Magic Heart sect has mastered the Shura secret place for more than thousands of years and opened it more than thousands of times. Through thousands of times, some strong and wise people of the Magic Heart sect gradually find out some laws of the Shura secret place. They can use these laws to send the disciples of the Magic Heart sect and the captured ordinary disciples to the same area of the secret place. At the same time, slightly change some rules of Shura secret place, so that no one can enter the area where the disciples of Morxin sect enter within 3 days, which can ensure that the disciples of Morxin sect can massacre those ordinary martial arts and use the bodies of ordinary martial arts to refine a large number of blood essence pills. Refining refined blood pill from the corpse of a martial artist is against heaven and Taoism. But the Devil Heart sect dares to do so because it has 3 advantages. First of all, the strength of ordinary martial arts is average. When the disciples of Morxinzong massacre these martial arts, they can stimulate the killing intention in their bodies and make themselves completely in the peak state without worrying about being eaten back. Second, use the corpses of these ordinary warriors to refine a large number of blood essence pills that can quickly replenish their spiritual power, physical strength, and energy, so that they can continue to hunt and kill experts from other forces who enter the secret territory. In this way, it can not only weaken the strength of other forces, but also use the corpses of these experts to refine higher-grade blood essence pills to form a favorable cycle. Third, according to the rules of Shura secret place, before the secret place is closed, the same amount of non-attribute blood essence will be rewarded according to the number of enemies killed. These ordinary warriors also comply with the rules of Shura secret place. Therefore, the Evil Heart sect dared to risk the world's universal condemnation and make such a cruel means that is unconscionable and unjustifiable. Find a hidden place to hide. Whether you can finally escape the pursuit of the masters of the Evil Heart sect depends on your own fortune. take back the benaming spirit knife on Lin Guoliang's neck. Chu Zhongshan motioned that he could leave. The news revealed by Lin Guoliang is so important that he can take precautions in advance when he meets the disciples of the Evil Heart sect in the next experience. Thank you for not killing senior brother. Although he knew that Chu Zhongshan was not a disciple of the Evil Heart sect, Lin Guoliang didn't expect that he could leave after answering his questions. Because according to the rules of Shura Secret Place, regardless of the strength of the opponent, the secret place will be regarded as killing a number of opponents. A drop of non-attribute blood essence will be rewarded before the secret place is closed. In addition to enjoying the pleasure of killing, the most important goal of an expert who has entered the Shura secret realm is to improve his strength and potential without attribute blood essence. Can Chu Zhongshan give up the easily available non-attribute energy? Elder Martial Brother, although I don't know what level your real strength has reached from Liyan sect, since you dare to enter the Shura secret realm to practice alone, you must be very strong and not afraid of ordinary opponents. Seeing Lin Guoliang who was going to leave, he suddenly praised himself inexplicably. Chu Zhongshan was quite puzzled and asked, Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, don't beat around the bush. Elder Martial Brother, before I entered the Shura secret territory, I was locked up in the headquarters of the Devil Heart sect for a period of time. During that period, I heard some news. Among the disciples of the Devil Heart sect who participated in the Shura secret territory training this time, there were 13 experts known as the Emperor, 3 kings and 9 waiting. According to the information I got, among the 13 people, the cultivation of Jiuhu has reached the peak of half-step Qi transformation period, and its strength is comparable to that of an expert at the peak of Qi transformation period. The cultivation of the 3 kings has also reached the peak of the half-step Qi transformation period, but their strength is comparable to the experts at the second-level peak of the Qi transformation period. The disciple of the Evil Heart sect, known as the First Emperor, is the most powerful and vicious of the 13 people. Although his cultivation is only 10 levels perfect in the body refining period, his strength has reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation period, and I don't know which level of the 3rd level of the Qi transformation period. Elder Martial Brother from Liyan sect, if you meet any one of the Emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes in the next training, the most correct way is to escape with all your strength. Because these 13 people are not only powerful, but also cruel and vicious. They like to watch their opponents tortured to death. After leaving a piece of information about the master of the Evil Heart sect, Lin Guoliang quickly left the Red Rock to find a place to hide and escape. Looking at the background of Lin Guoliang's departure, Chu Zhongshan nodded secretly, and he also had a decision in his heart. If Lin Guoliang encounters danger and is caught by himself in the next training, he will certainly rescue him. As for the 13 masters mentioned before Lin Guoliang left, the 3 kings and 9 waiting for Chu Zhongshan did not pay attention. When Liyan sect was in the big match, Chu Zhongshan's strength vaguely exceeded the peak of the 2nd floor of the gas period after using his cards. For the time being, he is not the opponent of the initial stage of the 3rd floor of the gas period. After the sect Dabai returned to the Qianlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan not only raised his potential to the limit by using elixir and spiritual power, but also entered the entry level of medium-level sword skills. After a few days of latent cultivation of Qianlong Peak, his strength has been improved by at least 1 level. That is to say, his strength now is comparable to that at the beginning of the 3rd floor of the gasification period. At this time, the only thing he had to worry about was the master known as the First Emperor. Because Lin Guoliang doesn't know which stage of the 3rd floor of the gasification period is the strength of the First Emperor. Of course, Chu Zhongshan is just scruples and not afraid. For one thing, the strength after using the cards he estimated just now does not include the last card, that is, the first bloody rain in the Blood Devil Dharma. The environment is similar to the Shura secret place of the Blood Devil secret place, which is very suitable for him to display the blood rain in the Blood Devil Dharma. Moreover, the Shura secret place called the Slaughterhouse will not cause any adverse reaction or provoke the hostility of any forces. Second, the red gas in Shura's secret realm can purify the spiritual power in the elixir field. With each layer of spiritual power purified, his strength can be increased by 1/10. After all the spiritual power in the elixir field is purified, with a few cards, his strength can definitely be increased to the high level of the 3rd layer of the Qi melting period, or even close to the peak of the third layer of the qi melting period. At that time, he is not afraid of an emperor, and even looks forward to meeting an emperor. See how strong the master known as the Emperor of Magic Heart sect is. At this time, he was not in a hurry to hunt other martial artists, but continued to purify the spiritual power in the Danshan and enhance his strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan did not leave and continued to hide in the rocks. He continued to absorb the blood energy in the secret place and continue to purify the spiritual power in the Danshan. The longer the Shura secret place is opened, the more martial artists enter the secret place. Chu Zhongshan, who could safely absorb red gas, is gradually disturbed by passing martial artists. At this time, it is important to improve strength. Chu Zhongshan doesn't intend to ignore those martial artists who pass in front of the red rock, but ignoring them doesn't mean ignoring them. If someone finds out and dares to fight him, Chu Zhongshan will kill him with the force of thunder. However, with more and more martial artists entering the secret territory, Chu Zhongshan found that he could no longer safely purify his spiritual power, especially when he met those masters of Morxin's sect who were chasing ordinary martial artists. After seeing him, without saying a word, those people rushed up with weapons, a posture of killing. Fortunately, at this time, no matter the ordinary martial artist or the master of the Magic Heart sect, the strongest one was only half a step into qi, and he was easily slaughtered without consuming too much spiritual power. Looking at dozens of corpses lying in front of him and the more intense smell of blood in the air, Chu Zhongshan knew that this place was not a place to stay for a long time. The strong smell of blood will soon attract the experts of the Evil Heart sect. After all, the masters of the Evil Heart sect who are proficient in Dan Dao will use the corpse of the martial artist to refine the blood essence pill, unlike Chu Zhongshan's random abandonment. The master of the Magic Heart sect, who can easily kill the half-step qi transformation period, must surpass the ordinary half-step qi transformation period master. The ordinary martial artist caught in the Shura secret realm hides an expert whose strength exceeds the half-step qi transformation period. The master of the Magic Heart sect will certainly search with all his strength to prevent an uncontrollable situation. Because refining blood essence pill from the corpses of ordinary warriors is a taboo means in the southern region and the Eternal Continent. If people outside know that the Evil Heart sect uses the special rules of Shura secret territory to refine the essence and blood pill to restore the essence, qi and spirit, by using the corpse of ordinary martial artists, even the vicious Evil Heart sect can't afford it. After cleaning up the clues left on the scene and choosing a direction, Chu Zhongshan showed his medium-level body method and martial arts and began to set out towards the depths of the secret territory. Just 10 minutes after Chu Zhongshan left, a group of experts dressed in magic Xinzong clothes came to the red rock and looked at the slaughtered bodies in front of him. One of them, who was proficient in tracking, attached himself to these bodies to check. After observing nearly 3 minutes and more than a dozen bodies with similar works, the master of tracking returned to the crowd and said to a handsome young man of about 17 or 18, "Can you trace his location?" After hearing his subordinate's judgment, the young child called Yuhu frowned slightly and asked in a murderous tone, "This person is not only strong, but also thoughtful. He has cleaned up all the remaining clues on the scene. It's difficult to determine his exact location." The master of the Evil Heart sect, who was good at tracking, shook his head and made a helpless move. "Send out a signal to inform the other princes, and let them search for an expert who has reached the first level of qi transformation period and is good at using knives and tools." Since it is impossible to track the master who suddenly emerged, the young child known as Yuhu can only remain the power of the sect. Yes, Yuhu. 10 miles away from the red rock where he was hiding, Chu Zhongshan met the first wave of opponents. The number of opponents encountered in the first wave is not many, only 3. The opponent's strength is not very strong. The one with the highest cultivation is just breaking through the half-step qi transformation period. The remaining 2 people's cultivation is perfect on the 10th floor of the body cultivation period. Through the other party's special clothes, and the sickle image with death embroidered on the clothes, Chu Zhongshan determined that they were experts from the Evil Heart sect. "Boy, be obedient. I'll make you die more comfortable." The master with the strongest strength among the 3, whose cultivation reached the half-step qi transformation period, looked at Chu Zhongshan with an unusually ferocious look, and his tone showed a cruel, murderous spirit. However, the left hand of the pressing weapon trembled, which was enough to show that he was not as confident as he appeared. Being able to use the corpses of ordinary martial artists to refine blood essence pill is just a method that the evil heart sect has just explored in recent 10 years. It has never been used on a real large scale. In the past, every time I opened the Shura secret realm, I just secretly caught more than a dozen or more ordinary martial artists, and quietly refined the blood essence pill under the cover of the strongest in the same realm to avoid being known by the opponents of other forces. The reason why the sect is completely free this time is that the pill for refining blood essence pill has been perfectly studied, which can enable the sect disciples to give full play to their real strength with the help of blood essence pill. Second, among the new batch of disciples in the physical training stage of Morxinzong, there are a large number of disciples with excellent qualifications and talents, known as the Golden Generation of Morxinzong. In order to train these disciples, let these highly qualified disciples grow up as soon as possible and lead the Magic Heart sect to become the strongest of the 9 forces in the future. The Magic Heart sect spent a lot of energy and money to prepare for this training. First of all the ordinary martial artists captured are from remote kingdoms, perhaps martial artists from families below the 8th grade. Moreover, each kingdom and 8th grade aristocratic family can only capture 1 or 2 martial artists at most, and there will never be more than 3, in order to avoid arousing people's suspicion. After all, being able to become a kingdom, or the power of the Bapin aristocratic family, there are a lot of people and slaves in the family, and the loss of 1 or 2 can't be found out at all. In fact, the strength of the selected capture object is basically controlled below the middle level of the training period, so as to eliminate the martial artists above the high level of the training period. After all, in remote kingdoms and aristocratic families below the 8th grade, high-level martial artists in the physical training period are basically important figures in the power. If important people go missing, it will certainly attract the attention of the kingdom or the family and send a large number of talents to search, which is easy to expose the actions of the evil heart sect. The martial arts below the middle level of the training period are far less important than the high-level martial arts in the training period in terms of strength and status in the kingdom and family. Their disappearance may attract attention, but it will never attract too much attention, and it is not worth spending a lot of talents and financial resources to search. Finally, the strong sects used years of exploration and the special rules of the secret place of cultivation to put all sectarian disciples and captured ordinary martial artists in the same area. In the future, within 3 days after the opening of the Shura secret place, only the disciples of the evil heart sect and the captured ordinary warriors will appear in this area. And the young man who suddenly appeared in front of me, it can be seen from his appearance alone that his real age is 16 or 17. At such a young age, cultivation can reach the peak of the 9 levels of physical training. Not to mention in remote kingdoms and Bapin aristocratic families, even in the Big Mac sect of Morxin sect, it is an extremely rare genius. Capture such a genius into the Shura secret realm. Aren't the strong sects afraid to be found out by others? Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who looked calm and didn't show any fear, a bad idea flashed through the mind of the master in the half-step chi period. That is, the strong sects deviated from the special rules of Shura secret place, resulting in the experts of other forces entering a specific area at the same time. If things are as he just speculated, I'm afraid this time's secret realm experience will be a disaster for the evil heart sect. No matter what kind of attitude the other party shows to themselves, as long as they are martial artists in the costumes of the demon Xinzong, Chu Zhongshan will be killed. Therefore, he doesn't have too much hidden strength, so he can directly use the initial saber technique that can contain his own strength and reach the peak. The power of the primary saber technique in the peak state is equivalent to that of the high-level saber technique. With the increase of attribute power, Chu Zhongshan, who does not use any cards, has directly reached the second level of chi melting period. The strength of the second layer in the gasification period can defeat ordinary half-step opponents in the gasification period, and the result can be imagined. The scream was only half, and the master of chi cultivation was cut off by Chu Zhongshan's knife. Start a prairie fire. For the other two opponents who have reached the 10 layers of perfection in the cultivation period, one move of group offensive saber technique will directly kill the two opponents who are in a daze. Bend over and pick up the storage bag tied to each other's waist. Chu Zhongshan didn't even look at it. He threw it directly into the storage ring, and then continued to move forward in the direction just selected. In the following period of time, he met 5 waves of martial artists one after another. Among them, 3 waves of disciples were martial artists dressed in different forces, and most of their accomplishments were in the junior middle level of the physical training period. When these warriors saw Chu Zhongshan's first reaction, they turned and ran away directly. However, when they noticed that Chu Zhongshan was not wearing the clothes of the Devil Heart sect, their second reaction was to invite Chu Zhongshan to join their team and enhance their chances of survival. In today's region, only one of the so-called 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes is a real threat to him. As for the remaining disciples, no matter who they meet, they are just a move. Even a slightly stronger opponent just let him swing a few more knives. In addition to the 3 waves of ordinary martial artists, the remaining 2 waves of disciples are experts from the Magic Heart sect, especially the 5th wave of opponents. One of them has reached the peak of half-step Qi transformation period and reached the early level of Qi transformation period. He has a little hands and feet. After putting away the storage bag of the slain opponent, Chu Zhongshan continued to go deep into the secret territory. Just 10 minutes after he left the scene of the killing, a young man dressed in a dark red robe and somewhat feminine appeared at the place where he had just fought. Looking at the broken limbs and arms scattered everywhere in front of him, a very gloomy chill flashed on the face of the feminine young man. At the same time, he whispered to himself. It seems that there was a mistake in the hunting process of the sect this time, and a relatively strong prey was put in. Hey, when you meet me, you can only be the body under my sword. After carefully identifying the residual breath at the scene, the corners of the mouth of the feminine youth rose slightly and chased directly in the opposite direction of Chu Zhongshan. The environment of Shura Secret Place is the same as that of the Blood Demon Secret Place. There is no difference between day and night in the secret place, and it is impossible to use the surrounding environment to determine the time. However, Chu Zhongshan calculated by his speed of travel and the time consumed to enter the secret place, and his time to enter the Shura Secret Place has been close to 1 day and 1 night. In other words, there are 9 days and 9 nights left before the Shura Secret Place is closed. After solving the unknown wave of disciples of the Evil Heart sect, Chu Zhongshan found a crypt that was relatively hidden and not easy to be found. Using some natural objects around and the special terrain around, Chu Zhongshan carefully disguised the surroundings of the cave and directly entered the cave. The continuous killing day and night made Chu Zhongshan feel a little tired. Although the strength of his opponents is not very strong, killing them consumes a lot of spiritual power, but the consumption of his physical strength and energy is not small. Through the opponents he met day and night, Chu Zhongshan suspected that he was in this area. I'm afraid there were only disciples of Morxin sect and ordinary martial artists captured by them. In order to avoid encountering one of the 3 kings and 9 waiting kings, Chu Zhongshan must use this cave to rest for a period of time in order to restore his physical strength and energy to the peak. At the same time, he also plans to use this time to sort out the harvest of the day and night. To absorb the aura in the spirit stone, there will be subtle fluctuations of aura. In order to prevent people from discovering that they are hidden in the cave, Chu Zhongshan had to use the power of elixir to restore the less consumed aura. At the same time, I began to recall the process of fighting with different opponents today. The strength of the opponents encountered this day and night was very ordinary. It didn't take much hands and feet to kill them, so Chu Zhongshan sorted out the process of killing this day and night after only 10 minutes. After the spiritual power in the elixir field was completely restored, Chu Zhongshan leaned against the wall of the cave to recover his strength and energy, while consciously colluding with the storage ring to check the harvest in the ring. As one of the 9 forces of the Devil Heart sect, which is as famous as Liyan sect, among the disciples of the Devil Heart sect in the body refining stage, they basically have a storage bag for each person. In addition to the time spent in absorbing red gas and purifying spiritual power when he first entered the Shura secret realm, he met 16 disciples of the Demon Heart sect in a day and night. Among the 16 wave disciples, there are 3 with a small number, and 7 with a large number. After careful calculation, the number of disciples he encountered has exceeded 100. The more than 100 masters died under his life spirit knife, which also added 100 storage bags to his storage ring. If these more than 100 storage bags are sent back to the Chu family, so that all the core clansmen of the Chu family can reach the level of 1 storage bag for each person, it may make the Chu family the richest family in the state of Qi, and even in more than a dozen surrounding kingdoms. Of course, foreign objects can only play an auxiliary role. If the family wants to really rise, it still depends on real strength. If you want to check the collections in the storage bags one by one, I'm afraid these more than 100 storage bags will take him more than half a day. Therefore, Chu Zhang is also lazy to check one by one. He realizes to get through all the storage bags and directly pour out all the things in the storage bags. When he really poured out all these things, he immediately regretted it. Although more than 100 palm-sized storage bags take up little space, the number of items stored in the storage bags is extremely large. At this time, the area of the cave where he was hiding was not small, but the items poured out of the storage bag soon filled the whole cave and even buried him directly. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan has a larger storage ring, so that he can quickly put all these things into the storage ring. Otherwise, thousands of items, which contain treasures with great spiritual power, will definitely attract martial artists who may pass by at any time outside the cave. Conscious of getting through the storage ring, Chu Zhongshan began to sort out the items in the storage ring. First, all the spirit stones were gathered together. Chu Zhongshan estimated roughly and found that his harvest of the spirit stone was far more than he imagined. As a disciple of the Big Mac force of the Evil Heart sect, and an elite disciple above the high level during the physical training period, the spiritual stones used in cultivation on ordinary days are basically the lower level of the 8th grade, and also have the stock of the middle-level spiritual stones of the 7th grade, which leads to a terrible number of the lower-level spiritual stones of the 8th grade and the middle-level spiritual stones of the 7th grade in his harvest this time. Among them, there are more than 1.7 million light 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones. The number of 7th-grade middle-level spirit stones has reached more than 2 million, which makes Chu Zhongshan's already withered wealth replenish in an instant. During the harvest, in addition to the 8th-grade lower-level spirit stones and 7th-grade middle-level spirit stones, nearly 50,000 pieces of 6th-grade middle-level spirit stones were found in Chu Zhongshan. The 6th-grade middle-level spirit stone is probably the most satisfactory spirit stone among all the spirit stones in Chu Zhongshan. Although there are 60,000 pieces of 6th-grade medium-level spirit stones awarded by the sect champion this time, he has the copy and paste program, and there are not enough spirit stones for him to waste. According to different grades, Chu Zhongshan classifies them with satisfaction, and then places them in a prominent place in the storage ring so that he can take them out in time when he needs them. Seeing the pill bottles stacked together with more than 600, the first pill name that flashed in Chu Zhongshan's mind was that he had just learned a pill, blood essence pill. He urgently needs to know how the essence blood pill, which can be refined by using the corpse of the warrior and the special rules of Shura secret place, has the effect against the sky. If the blood essence pill can replenish the consumed spiritual power, physical strength and energy in a very short time without any side effects, as Lin Guoliang said, he must snatch a large number of blood essence pills to help himself get greater benefits in the Shura secret realm. Although he has never seen Jingsu pill, Chu Zhongshan can guess which pill is Jingsu pill through Lin Guoliang's introduction and his understanding of pills. It's not easy to find out which bottle is blood essence pill from more than 600 bottles of pills, but Chu Zhongshan has enough patience to find it. Zieg pill, it has reached the top 8 grades. It can enhance your potential and put it into the storage bag. Zengqi pill, there are only 8 lower-level products. It has no effect on yourself. It is temporarily placed in the storage ring. Qi tonifying pill, the grade has reached the upper level 8. It's just suitable for you to restore your spiritual power. Put it into the storage bag. Patient pill, the grade has reached the top 8. It has no effect on yourself. It is temporarily placed in the storage ring. Congealing Qi pill, the grade has reached the 8th grade of the middle level. It has no effect on yourself. It is temporarily placed in the storage ring. Bottle after bottle of pills were taken out and poured out, and then the grade and type of pills were determined, as well as whether they had any influence on themselves. The useful ones are kept in the storage bag for your daily practice. What is not is placed in the storage ring in an orderly manner and returned to the Chu family in the future to improve the strength of the children of the Chu family. 600 bottles of pills. After checking nearly 9 floors, I found a pill similar to Jingsu pill. Pour out a pill similar to Jingsu pill from the pill bottle and put it in the heart of your hand. Looking at the pill as red as a ripe cherry, Chu Zhongshan cautiously placed it between his nose and sniffed it. He found that the pill had no pill fragrance at all, but only a bloody smell that made people feel vomiting. However, the bloody smell that makes people vomit makes his energy that has not been fully recovered. It is like taking a tonic, and his spirit is instantly uplifted. Although he is not sure whether the pill in his palm is a blood essence pill, Chu Zhongshan has a way to test whether the pill in his palm is a blood essence pill. Put the pill in your heart back into the pill bottle, then put it into the storage bag, and continue to check the few remaining pills. The elixir contained in the remaining layer of pill bottles is either used to supplement spiritual power or to improve cultivation. For Chu Zhongshan, the use is not very obvious, so he reclassified it and placed it in a corner of the storage ring. When his cultivation breaks through the Qi transformation period and he is promoted to an inner disciple, according to the regulations of Lian's sect, he will have a month's holiday. At that time, give all these unused pills to the people of the Chu family, which can improve the overall strength of the Chu family to 1 or 2 levels. If the Chu family can be promoted to the Liupin family, it will also be of great help to him. After clearing the spirit stone and elixir, the number of items left in front of him is not much. What can arouse his interest and make him willing to take the initiative to observe is only the unique cultivation martial arts and secret methods of Morxin's sect. However, among the hundreds of books in the remaining items, there is no record about the martial arts and secret methods of the Devil Heart sect. If you want to open hundreds of books one by one, I'm afraid you can't finish them in 3 or 5 days. The environment here and now did not allow him to waste so much time, so he reclassified the books and placed them in a storage bag with a space of 30 cubic meters. Apart from the spirit stone, elixir and books, the number of weapons is the largest among the remaining items, but he is not very enthusiastic about weapons after he has his own life spirit sword and defense spirit weapons that can be upgraded independently. Unless it is a weapon of spirit level, most of the hundreds of weapons stacked in the storable ring are only the best weapons or semi-spirit level weapons, and there is no weapon that exudes the power of spirit. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan put these weapons in a storage bag and planned to give them to the children of the Chu family in the future. In addition to the 4 most important items, some of the remaining items are used for flirting between men and women, some are used for torturing people, and some have never been seen or heard of by Chu Zhongshan, so he removed all these items from the storage ring and left them in the hole. After more than 2 hours of rest, his physical strength and energy have fully recovered, so he plans to leave the cave. First, I went out to find the disciples of the Evil Heart sect and tested whether the pill I just got was the Essence Blood pill. If so, then he will specifically hunt and kill the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, which can not only increase the reward of Sure a Secret Place, but also harvest more blood essence pills that can supplement the essence, qi, and spirit. Second, we should continue to find an environment suitable for hiding, so that we can fully absorb red energy, purify the spiritual power in the Danshan, and strive to improve our strength to a new level in the shortest time. In order to deal with the strongest opponent in this area, the Emperor from the Magic Heart sect. Just 5 minutes after leaving the cave, Chu Zhongshan, who used the medium-level body method and martial arts, had to stop. Because in front of him stood a young man in a red robe with a feminine appearance. This feminine young man is staring at him with a proud face. You must be the master of the sect. Inadvertently, you accidentally broke into the Shura secret territory and slaughtered more than 100 disciples of the Evil Heart sect. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who stopped, the feminine young man asked with a smile. No, shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan denied that he was an ordinary warrior caught by the Demon Heart sect. No, Chu Zhongshan's denial made the soft young man frown slightly. Then he thought of the reason why the half-step Qi transformation expert who had been cut by Chu Zhongshan once thought of. The soft young man's face changed. However, after realizing that Chu Zhongshan only had the top cultivation of the 9th floor during the physical training period, the soft young man's frown slowly spread out, and the smile on his face was more brilliant. The Wind is Waiting. Hearing the title claimed by the feminine young man, Chu Zhongshan raised his eyebrows, showed an expression of interest on his face, and his tone was full of excitement. Is it difficult that you are one of the 9 princes of the One Emperor, 3 kings, and 9 princes of the Demon Heart sect? Oh, so you've heard of my reputation. Chu Zhongshan accidentally called out the title of 1 Emperor, 3 kings, and 9 waiting, which made Feng Hu, who had planned to kill Chu Zhongshan, suddenly put out the idea of doing it. Then, he looked forward to Chu Zhongshan and wanted to hear his reputation from his mouth. A disciple of the Devil Heart sect who died under my sword once mentioned that I don't know whether it is worthy of prestige. With a mocking look at Feng Hu, Chu Zhongshan made no secret of his contempt in his tone. Boy, you want to die. Chu Zhongshan's contemptuous attitude turned the originally expected wind into Tao Shen's anger. With a slight step on the ground with his left leg, the whole person rushed to Chu Zhongshan like a high wind. Looking at the fast-coming wind, Chu Zhongshan looked unchanged. He took millet from the fire in the peak state, combined with the high-level body method and martial arts of Xia Cheng state, and met the coming wind with a lightning speed. Ah! With the wind waiting for the body, it collided with the benuming spiritual force containing attribute power, and a deafening roar came out within 100 meters. Accompanied by the roar, it is a beautiful blood like flowers, mixed with a painful howl. Since Feng Hu takes wind as his title, it means that he is good at speed and wins the title of Feng Hu with speed. For Chu Zhongshan, whether the opponent is good at speed or strength, be good at defense or attack, in his opinion, it doesn't matter. They are all saber techniques that reach the peak with one move, combined with high-level body methods and martial arts against the enemy. When the wind was bounced back by the strong rebound force, he looked at the wound in front of his chest where he could see his heart and internal organs. He wanted to say something to Chu Zhongshan, but the feeling of dazzle made him unable to say anything. Finally, he felt that his consciousness fell into boundless darkness and completely lost his consciousness. Looking at the wind that fell to the ground and died, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but sarcastically said, "The strength of the first layer in the period of transforming qi is so small that you dare to falsely call yourself the king. It seems that you are an arrogant person who doesn't know whether to live or die." While quietly sarcastic, Chu Zhongshan bent down to put away the storage bag hung around his waist. When he wanted to check the items in the storage bag, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten one of the most important things, that is, he had forgotten to ask Feng Hu to prove the essence and blood pill. Forget it, there is nothing missing in this area, that is, there is no shortage of disciples of the Devil Heart sect. At that time, just catch a disciple for interrogation. Seeing the wind when he fell to the ground and died, Chu Zhongshan could only comfort himself. However, considering that Feng Hu is ranked as 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 Hu, and his identity and status must be extraordinary in the Magic Heart sect, the number of treasures in his storage bag must be amazing. After taking a look around, Chu Zhongshan showed his martial arts skills and found an open flat where he could pay attention to possible emergencies around at any time. Then, the consciousness connects the storage bag. When consciousness entered the storage bag and saw the situation inside, Chu Zhongshan looked forward to, and suddenly appeared joy. As one of the 9 emperors and 3 kings, he used more than 80 cubic meters of storage bag space. If you divide it according to the grade of the storage bag, this 80 cubic meter storage bag should be able to reach the top grade spirit weapon. If you use sect contribution points in exchange, at least 90 points worth of sect contribution points. Although the storage ring space he has is large enough, but his cultivation is too low to be exposed in a short time, so the storage bag is still a spiritual tool he must use for a long time. After the big ratio of sects and the killing of secret places day and night, he gained more and more and needed to store more and more items. He urgently needed a storage bag with more space. This storage bag in the wind is just suitable for him. Forced a drop of blood essence into the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan reconnected the storage bag and began to check the contents. The 700,007 grade medium-level spirit stones and 7,006 grade medium-level spirit stones are enough to prove Feng Hu's identity and status in the Magic Heart sect. I didn't take out the spirit stones in the storage bag, but simply reclassify them, and then continue to check other items. At this time, a short sword with a length of about 20 centimeters, which exudes a trace of authority, attracted his attention. Consciousness colludes with the dagger, and the dagger appears in his hand in an instant. Feeling the pressure from the short sword, It has been proved that the grade of the short sword has reached the spirit weapon. Moreover, Chu Zhongshan judged that the grade of the short sword is not as simple as the inferior spirit weapon, according to the spirit weapon he had felt before. It's very simple to know if it exceeds the lower-level spirit weapon. The powerful spirit power penetrates into the short sword and uses the spirit power to stimulate the power of the spirit tool. The short sword, which was originally just emitting a trace of majesty, suddenly raised an extremely powerful momentum. In front of this momentum, Chu Zhongshan felt a sense of fear. Holding a short sword, gently wave it to the ground in front of you, and a sword breath that can be seen by the naked eye cuts directly on the ground. The sword chi cut on the ground and made a deafening roar. Along with the roar was a gap about 5 meters long and 2 meters deep. Through the test just now, Chu Zhongshan is very sure that the grade of the short sword in his hand is beyond the lower grade. It should be a spirit sword that reaches the middle grade. Chu Zhongshan should have been happy to get the medium-sized spirit weapon unexpectedly, but his face showed a pity expression. How nice it would be if it were a knife-shaped spirit weapon. Shaking his head and sighing, Chu Zhongshan's eyes were full of pity. Just now, through the test of psychic power, I found out the grade of the short sword, but I also found that I was really not suitable for using the sword. I'm used to the powerful and heavy spirit sword. I feel very uncomfortable holding or waving the short and powerful sword. It seems that this short sword can only be temporarily included in the storage ring for future gift. It's a pity to put away the short sword just now. Chu Zhongshan continues to check the items in the storage bag. For the books and other miscellaneous items in the storage bag, I didn't move, but focused on the dozen Dan bottles. Chu Zhongtianyi thought to get through the Dan bottles in the storage bag, take out all the more than a dozen Dan bottles in the storage bag, open them one by one, and identify them carefully. If it is suitable for your own use, put it back in the storage bag. Not suitable for their own use, it is put into the storage ring. Among more than a dozen pill bottles, only one bottle contains 10 pills as red as cherries, which is likely to be the pill of Jingsu pill. Take out the pill collected in the cave and pour out one. Then pour out the same pill from the pill bottle obtained from the Fenghu storage bag. Put 2 identical pills together, and Chu Zhongshan observed carefully. The 2 pills are basically the same in appearance and color. The only difference is that the pills poured from the Fenghu pill bottle are more colorful, have a stronger bloody smell, and have a pungent smell, which is more intense for the stimulation of essence, qi, and spirit. Put the pill back into the pill bottle and take it back into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan continued to go deep into the secret territory and continue to search for the figure of the disciples of the evil heart sect. At this time, he urgently needs to know whether the pill he harvested can quickly supplement the essence and blood pill of essence, qi, and spirit. According to the experience of one day and one night, Chu Zhongshan knows that the more he goes deep into the secret realm, the more he can meet the disciples of Morxinzong. The deeper the secret place, the stronger the strength of the disciples of the evil heart sect. The stronger the disciples are, they not only know the essence blood pill, but also have the essence blood pill themselves. Chu Zhongshan, who left the original place, thought that he would meet the disciples of the evil heart sect in a short time, but he advanced dozens of miles, not to mention the disciples of the evil heart sect, not even ordinary martial artists who avoided the pursuit. He stopped and looked at the empty secret place in front of him. He thought, could it be that the Shura secret place, like the blood demon secret place he had experienced, had an uncontrollable change, resulting in the disappearance of the disciples in the secret place for no reason. After observing the surrounding conditions, Chu Zhongshan chose a mountain bag with a slightly higher terrain. After climbing the mountain bag with his martial arts skills, he observed the situation further away. After observing for nearly 5 minutes, he didn't see any fighters, which made him a little disappointed. When he planned to take back his eyes and continue to go deep into the secret place, a group of more than 30 people faintly appeared in his sight. Chu Zhongshan, who was eager to find the disciples of the evil heart sect, vaguely saw the sudden crowd, and did not observe whether they were the disciples of the evil heart sect or the ordinary martial arts pursued. He directly exercised his body method and rushed to the crowd he had just vaguely seen. When he was more than 1,000 meters away from the group, the speed of the straight rush gradually slowed down and finally became a normal walk. Because the group of people who just appeared in his sight were a group of martial artists dressed in different costumes, and with ordinary and low cultivation, which made the originally expected mood suddenly very disappointed. Although he was very disappointed, Chu Zhongshan didn't turn around and leave, but continued to approach, hoping to get the whereabouts of the disciples of the evil heart sect from these people. When he was 400 or 500 meters away from the crowd, Chu Zhongshan found a strange phenomenon that although the number of people in this group was large and the experts in the team were not small, everyone was in a mess. At the same time, everyone looked back from time to time. When he was more than 100 meters away from the crowd, a martial artist in the team who reached the peak of the 6th floor of the physical training period found the approaching Chu Zhongshan, and his face suddenly changed. When the enemy approaches, speed up and leave. After shouting out loud, he took the lead to flee quickly in another direction. Wait a minute. Another martial artist in the team, who had reached the 6th floor of the physical training period, had already begun to prepare to escape. But when Yu Guang saw Chu Zhongshan's clothes, his face immediately showed a puzzled expression, and the pace he was going to escape stopped. When he found that Chu Zhongshan, who was getting closer and closer, neither carried weapons nor had the strong murderous spirit unique to the disciples of the evil heart sect, he immediately felt that Chu Zhongshan was also likely to be an ordinary disciple captured into the Shura secret territory, and immediately shouted to the people who were trying to escape. And his loud cry also stopped the people who tried to escape, and their eyes turned to the approaching Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother, are you also the one who was captured and brought martial arts by the master of magic heart sect? Just now, he took the lead in running away. He is also the strongest martial artist among the people. After discovering that Chu Zhongshan is not an expert of the magic heart sect, he secretly relaxed and carefully observed Chu Zhongshan at the same time. When he found that Chu Zhongshan was still a young man whose cultivation reached the peak of the 9th floor of the physical training period, and he was only 16 or 17, his face showed an incredible expression. No, I was sent directly to the secret place by the master by special means. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his identity. Because it doesn't matter whether to hide or not for the people who have completely lost their fighting spirit, who are chased and killed by the masters of the evil heart sect, he doesn't want to make up a lie. If you dare to wander the Shura secret place alone, you must have extraordinary strength. Chu Zhongshan's answer shocked the other party and showed a trace of joy on his face. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan didn't need the other party to explain, but also knew what kind of thoughts he had moved. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan didn't wait for the other party to speak and directly indicated his purpose. Younger martial brother, I entered the Shura secret realm to practice and fight with experts with different strengths. I don't need to say or advise more. What a pity. Chu Zhongshan directly blocked his proposal, which made the other party very disappointed. Although he also wanted to continue to persuade Chu Zhongshan to stay with his group and jointly deal with the pursuit and killing of the disciples of the evil heart sect, seeing the firmness in Chu Zhongshan's eyes, he knew that the other party was not a person who could speak only by words, so he couldn't help saying a pity and then turned to leave. Wait a minute. Seeing that the other party directly turned and left, Chu Zhongshan, who had not achieved his goal, quickly shouted. What can I do for you, elder martial brother? Chu Zhongshan's cry made the warrior who had planned to leave turn around and asked with a puzzled look. Younger martial brother, I don't know where I can find the disciples of the devil heart sect. Chu Zhongshan said bluntly. Elder martial brother, why are you looking for the disciples of the demon heart sect? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan was going to look for the disciples of the evil heart sect, the other party's face showed a look of shock. After all, they can't hide from the disciples of the evil heart sect now. How can anyone want to die to find them? Look at them. I want to practice with them. However, thinking that the other party was chased and killed by the experts of the evil heart sect, and knowing the reason why they were suspicious when they tried to escape, they forcibly suppressed their inner unhappiness and explained one of their two purposes. Elder martial brother, although I admit your strength is very strong, the disciples of the evil heart sect are stronger. In my opinion, elder martial brother, you'd better find a hiding place and hide temporarily, looking forward to the moment when you can hide in the secret place and be sent out automatically. The martial artist with the highest cultivation level hasn't come and answered yet. Standing next to him, his cultivation level is only one line worse than him. He is also the first martial artist to find out that Chu Zhongshan is not a demon heart sect. He kindly reminded him. What do you call this younger martial brother? Chu Zhongshan asked with a smile on his face. Although the other party has lost the fighting spirit of the warrior, he can still kindly remind him that Chu Zhongshan appreciates this intention and is willing to lower his identity to accept him. My surname is Fu, and my single name is a military character. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's active interrogation of his name, the other party felt flattered and quickly said his name. Younger martial brother Fu, the number of disciples of the Evil Heart sect who died in my hands has exceeded hundreds in the past 2 days and 1 night when I entered the Shura secret territory. Among them, there are many experts in the half-step Qi transformation period, so you can directly tell me where to find the disciples of the Evil Heart sect. Really. When Chu Zhongshan said that he had slaughtered hundreds of disciples of the Evil Heart sect, Fu Jun showed a shocked look on his face, and his tone was also shocked, which was a little harsh. The martial artist standing next to him with higher cultivation than him raised the corners of his mouth slightly and showed a mocking smile on his face. Chu Zhongshan saw the two people's different reactions clearly, but he was not angry because of the other party's mocking smile, but looked directly at Fu Jun, hoping that he could point out the direction for himself. Elder martial brother, if you want to find a master of the Magic Heart sect, you should follow this direction. It shouldn't take long to meet a disciple of the Magic Heart sect. Before Fu Jun came to answer Chu Zhongshan's question, the warrior around him suddenly interrupted. Elder martial brother Liu, how can you do this? The other party's answer made Fu Jun's face change, and he directly and loudly accused him with an angry look. Younger martial brother Fu, please pay attention to your tone and attitude. I'm just answering the question just now. Is there anything wrong with this? Fu Jun's angry accusation made the other party's face look bad, and his tone of voice became impolite. You. Looking at the unreasonable senior brother Liu, Fu Jun was so angry that he couldn't speak. Then he took a few deep breaths, temporarily suppressed his anger, and then explained to Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother, don't listen to elder martial brother Liu. Don't go in that direction, because the disciples of the Magic Heart sect in that direction are the blood princes known as 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 princes in the realm of the practice of the Magic Heart sect. When mentioning the blood marquis, Fu Jun showed a look of panic on his face. In fact, it was not just Fu Jun, but when he mentioned the blood marquis, all the remaining more than 30 people on the scene looked pale and frightened behind him. Forced to suppress the terror brought to him by the blood marquis, Fu Jun still introduced the origin of the blood marquis and his behavior style in a trembling tone. After hearing Fu Jun's introduction to the blood marquis, Chu Zhongshan's originally indifferent look gradually raised a trace of anger and a trace of murderous spirit involuntarily. According to Fu Jun, in the realm of 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 princes in the body refining period of the Magic Heart sect, the blood marquis definitely belongs to the alternative of the 13 people, or the alternative of the Magic Heart sect. Blood Hu, with a word of blood in the title, is enough to show that he is a bloodthirsty man, but his bloodthirsty and vicious degree has far exceeded the limit of human imagination. As the most powerful Evil Heart sect in the evil way, although the disciples in the sect are ruthless, act recklessly and despise the logic, compared with the means of the blood marquis, their actions are completely insignificant. The blood marquis is lonely and arrogant. He has a poor relationship with his fellow sects and brothers. He likes to be alone, like a lonely wolf. When facing his opponents, Zuhu doesn't like mass slaughter and likes to kill them one by one. Moreover, the opponents he killed are not killed with one sword, but choose to cut off the left arm of the other party who is good at using weapons first. After eliminating the hidden dangers, he watches the other party howl in pain. A minute later, he was cutting off his opponent's right arm and enjoying the other party's expression of pain and howling. In a minute, he will cut off his opponent's left leg and let him fall to the ground and howl. A minute later, he cut off his opponent's right leg directly. When the opponent loses his limbs and is unable to escape, he will be extremely excited to look at the other party, watch the blood loss in the other party's body reach the most dangerous time, and cut off the other party's head with a sword to end the other party's life. Blood Hu's abnormal killing habit can't be seen by outsiders, not even the martial brothers of the same sect. However, the blood marquis has outstanding talent, amazing understanding, and dares to work hard and practice. Now at the age of 17, cultivation is the peak of half-step Qi transformation period, and his strength is comparable to the peak of Qi transformation period. If he has outstanding talent, the senior management of the Evil Heart sect will attach great importance to him and recognize his abnormal killing habit. Fu Jun and others are still alive after meeting the Blood Who because of this special hobby of the Blood Who. Otherwise, in the face of the Blood whose strength reached the peak of the Qi transformation period, this group of ordinary martial artists with the highest cultivation and only the peak of the 6 levels of the body training period would have been slaughtered by him long ago. Elder martial brother, if you meet other masters of the Evil Heart sect, you just open your eyes and close your eyes. You don't know what's behind you after you die. However, if you encounter blood, it is an extravagant hope to die immediately. Fu Jun trembled at the thought of Zuhu's means of torturing people. Is Zuhu right? I really want to meet him and see who is stronger between him and Feng Hu. Blood Hu's inhuman means made Chu Zhongshan have a very strong intention to kill him. At this moment, he wanted to find the Blood Hu immediately and use most of his cards to let him taste the pain after cutting off his limbs one by one. The Wind Marquis is as famous as the Blood Marquis and known as the Wind Marquis among 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquis. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's mention of Feng Hu just now, Elder Martial Brother Liu, who has the highest cultivation, asked after him. He nodded. Chu Zhongshan nodded to Fu Jun, and then hit the Blood Hu in the direction indicated by the martial artist with the highest cultivation. Elder Martial Brother, don't go. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not frightened by the reputation of the Blood Marquis, he even aroused his common hatred and was bound to cut off his righteousness, which made Fu Jun not have the heart to watch him die for nothing. Younger Martial Brother Fu, do you want to follow this elder martial brother to see how he killed and tortured the Blood Hu? Seeing that Fu Jun still wanted to continue to persuade Chu Zhongshan loudly, Senior Brother Liu, who had the highest cultivation, suddenly stopped and suggested. Elder Martial Brother Liu, aren't you afraid of the Bloodhound's inhuman means? Senior Brother Liu's proposal surprised Fu Jun. When he first met the Blood Marquis, he didn't use his life spirit knife or the refined steel knife he had used before. Instead, he took out a sharp weapon from the storage ring. Next, he didn't use any saber technique or body technique, but his shoulders swung back and forth, and then a force that changed the color of heaven and earth and solidified the air around him rose from him. A sentence of Chu Zhongshan's subordinates saw the true chapter at the bottom, which let the Blood Marquis know that Chu Zhongshan was going to do it. He thought he was strong. He just took out his life spirit sword and attacked Chu Zhongshan's left shoulder directly with the chop of the basic sword technique. However, just when he had just exercised his body and martial arts and planned to get close to Chu Zhongshan, the momentum rising from Chu Zhongshan made him feel as if he had entered the swamp. At the beginning, he could barely struggle for a few times, but as the constraints of the swamp became stronger and stronger, he gradually stood there like a dead dog. Looking at the Blood who tried his best to get rid of the potential, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sneering. During the sect contest, Xia Luoxing ranked 3rd among the external disciples. His real strength reached the 2nd level of the Qi transformation period, and he couldn't get rid of the shackles of potential. He had the highest strength of the 1st level of the Qi transformation period. It was a daydream to get rid of the shackles of potential. The power of the momentum continued to suppress the Blood Hu, and Chu Zhongshan came to the Blood Hu step by step. Then he waved the weapon he took out casually, directly cut off the left shoulder of Zuhu, and joked, "Zuhu, how does it feel to be cut off the left arm that is best at using weapons?" In order to enable the Blood to express his feelings and thoughts, the power of the movement in Chu can let the Blood ministers who are completely confined to the situation speak. While being able to speak, Zuhu's facial expression also returned to normal. After his left shoulder, which was good at displaying weapons, was cut off, he looked very frightened, and even his voice began to tremble and stammer. As a Blood Marquis among the 3 kings and 9 princes, he knew he had offended too many people. If it weren't for their strong strength, outstanding qualifications, and deep attention from the top of the sect, some people would have wanted to deal with themselves. Now he has lost his left shoulder, who is good at using weapons, and his strength has decreased by at least 4 levels. In the face of his great loss of strength, he doesn't need Chu Zhongshan to continue to fight. Those fellow disciples in Shura Secret Realm can easily kill themselves. I said that the mortal doesn't need to know who I am. Chu Zhongshan took out a bottle of pills from the storage bag and asked after taking one of them. Zuhu, is this pill a blood essence pill specially refined by your demon heart sect with the help of the special rules of Shura Secret Place and the body of the warrior to restore the essence, chi and spirit? I don't know. seeing Chu Zhongshan pour out a gorgeous pill like a cherry, a trace of surprise flashed in Zuhu's eyes, but he quickly shook his head and denied. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan not only did not have any disappointment, but showed a bright smile on his face. Because he has got the answer from the blood whose eyes. Because when he took out the pill bottle containing the essence blood pill, the surprise flashed in Zuhu's eyes. He saw it clearly and immediately understood that the pill was 100% essence blood pill. However, in order to further verify the effect of the essence blood pill, Chu Zhongshan directly fed the pill poured out of his hand into Zuhu's mouth. After Jingsu pill entered the blood whose body and began to exert its effect, Chu Zhongshan obviously saw that the blood flowing from the shoulder wound gradually stopped after he cut off his shoulder, and the wound was scarred rapidly. At the same time, due to the loss of shoulder and a large amount of blood loss, the blood who turned pale. In the 3 seconds after the effect of Jingsu pill, his face turned ruddy, and his momentum almost broke through the power to control him. Fortunately, when Chu Zhongshan verified the effect of Jingsu pill, he had already prepared for possible accidents, so he immediately increased the power of potential, quickly suppressed the sharp increase of breath, and almost broke away from the imprisoned blood who. It seems that this bottle of pill is the blood essence pill specially refined by your magic heart sect for this sure secret place. But now it has become a pill to enhance my strength. In front of the blood who, Chu Zhongshan not only admitted that he was sure that the pill in his hand was blood essence pill, but also carefully put the pill bottle into the storage bag. Zuhu, according to what I learned from other martial artists, you like to cut off an opponent's limb every other minute. Now it's just 1 minute past. It seems that I should do it. As if he didn't see the prayer and resentment in the blood whose eyes at all, the god of Chu said calmly. Then, from bottom to top, a cold light took an arm. The pain of losing the second arm made Zuhu want to shout loudly to alleviate the pain in his body, but Chu Zhongshan directly imprisoned his voice by using the power of potential, so that he could only open his mouth but could not shout any voice. Zuhu, I don't know what painful lessons you experienced when you were a child, which led to your metamorphosis now. But since you have become such a person, I also want you to taste this torture method and feel the taste of being tortured. Looking at the panic on Zuhu's face, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help humming coldly. At this time, in the face of this inhuman torture, you feel scared and scared. Then, if you don't think about it well, how scared and terrible the opponent you tortured was. Although the use of blood who means to deal with blood who, Chu Zhongshan did not forget the most important thing, that is to collect booty in advance. Reach out and take down the storage bag hanging at the waist of Zuhu. In front of him, Chu Zhongshan began to check the collection in the storage. When his consciousness got through the storage bag, his face showed a look of shock. As the blood marquis among the 3 kings and 9 princes, the collection in his storage bag is far more than that of the wind marquis of the same level as him. In the storage bag, the number of 7 grade middle-level spirit stones alone has reached an amazing 1.5 million, and the number of 6 grade middle-level spirit stones has reached more than 40,000. What shocked Chu Zhongshan most was that there were 4 bottles of blood essence pills in the blood who's storage bag, which had to make him doubt that the blood who not only attacked ordinary martial artists, but also his fellow disciples of Morxinzong. Otherwise, his storage bag Dan could not have 4 bottles of blood essence Dan. After all, Feng Hu, who is as famous as him, doesn't have only 1 bottle of blood essence pill in the storage bag. After testing the spirit stone and pill, Chu Zhongshan temporarily interrupted his idea of continuing to check, because the time to cut off his right shoulder has reached 1 minute, which is the time to cut off his lower limbs. The left leg was suddenly cut off, and the instant pain made the blood who feel painful. The sound temporarily broke through the confinement of the potential, and the howl barely shouted out, but it just shouted a click. Blood who, how do you feel? Is it very painful? Do you want to end your life quickly so as not to continue to bear such pain? The blood who was imprisoned by the potential, could not speak, but his eyes could turn. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, his 2 eyes could roll up and down, expressing the hope that Chu Zhongshan could end his life faster. I'm sorry, I can't meet your wish. Because I want you to really feel the feeling of being tortured to death, so that you must be a good man in your next life. The refusal of the righteous words of the will of heaven in Chu made Zuhu's eyes directly full of death, and his white eyes completely lost their flexibility, a gesture of accepting life. Chu Zhongshan has no sympathy for this. When 1 minute had just arrived, Chu Zhongshan waved his weapon and directly cut off the last limb of Zuhu. The painful paralysis and the imprisonment of potential made Zuhu seem to have lost his feeling. After his left leg was cut off, he didn't want to howl at all. In this regard, how can Chu Zhongshan be satisfied? Moreover, the Bloodhu who lost his limbs also completely lost the threat, so he directly put up his posture and let the Bloodhu who could not stand because of losing his limbs fall to the ground. Without potential to imprison his consciousness, he could more clearly feel the physical and psychological pain caused by the loss of limbs, which made him howl. In fact, as early as he took away the storage bag of Zuhu, he felt that someone was approaching quietly and took the opportunity to hide behind the red rock, which is also the reason why he wanted to recover his potential. If you don't get out right away, I don't mind forcing you out. Seeing that the other party ignored his threat and still hid behind the red rock, Chu Zhongshan not only accentuated his tone, but also raised an undisguised murderous spirit. If you really force me to do it, the Bloodhu in front of you is your next end. Elder Martial Brother, don't do it, it's us. Fu Jun and Wu Ji surnamed Liu came out from behind the red rock with their hands raised. Although more than 100 meters away from each other, the murderous spirit rising from Chu Zhongshan frightened Fu Jun and Wu Ji surnamed Liu who were hiding behind the red rock, so they not only put away their weapons, but also held their hands high without any malice. It's you, seeing that the man who came out of the red rock was Fu Jun, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to take back the murderous spirit rising from his body and then said calmly, Elder Martial Brother, although I know your strength is very strong, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. It's like a lamb to be slaughtered in your hands. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take back his murderous spirit, the warrior surnamed Liu put down his hands and gradually approached, while warmly praising him. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan just glanced at Wu Ji surnamed Liu and didn't give him a good face. He nodded to Fu Jun, then he turned around and said to the Bloodhu who was lying on the ground and could barely bear the pain. Zuhu, according to your usual means of torturing others, now there is only the last step left, that is, the time to end your life. I don't know what else you have to say before you die. Since my Bloodhu cultivation, there are not 1,000 martial artists who have died in my hands, but also 700 or 800 people. Even if I die now, it's enough. The Bloodhu who knew he would die not only didn't beg for mercy in a low voice but was very single. When you die, you still don't repent. It seems that killing you is acting on behalf of heaven. Chu Zhongshan neither despised nor appreciated the last single move of Zuhu, but said calmly with a cool look. Then, waving the weapon in his hand, a cold light took up ahead. People were frightened by the Bloodhu and completely lost their lives. Chu Zhongshan threw away his weapon at once. He glanced at the warrior surnamed Liu, and then told Fu Jun, Younger Martial Brother Fu, Feng Hu and Zhu who among the 3 kings and 9 princes died in my hands, which will certainly annoy the masters of the evil heart sect. They will pursue me for the next period of time, so as long as you continue to stay away from the depths of the secret place, you are very hopeful to finally ensure your life. Finally, the words that told Fu Jun were Chu Zhongshan's kind reminders. Chu Zhongshan neither cared nor paid attention to whether he obeyed his own advice. After telling Fu Jun, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed his body method and martial arts and continued to go deep into the secret territory. Looking at Chu Zhongshan who left the scene and quickly disappeared into sight, the warrior surnamed Liu glanced at the Bloodhu who had lost his head and was completely dead. He couldn't help drawing out his weapons and slashing at the Bloodhu's body. Elder Martial Brother Liu, enough. Looking at the Elder Martial Brother who tortured Zuhu's body, Fu Jun couldn't help frowning and stopped. Younger Martial Brother Fu, you forgot how he tortured younger Martial Sister Lin at the beginning. Don't you want to avenge younger Martial Sister Lin? While chopping and killing the body of Zuhu, the Wu surnamed Liu responded to Fu Jun looking at Elder Martial Brother Liu with red eyes, who has fallen into madness. Fu Jun wants to approach and stop him, but he is frightened by his murderous eyes. Looking at the corpses that had been cut into more than 10 pieces, but Elder Martial Brother Liu still didn't stop. Fu Jun finally sighed helplessly, and then turned and left directly. At this time, 2 corpses whose limbs and heads were cut off made the scene like hell on earth. Fu Jun was unwilling to stay here. What's more, the strong smell of blood is very easy to attract the attention of the masters of the evil heart sect. It is possible to come anytime and anywhere, so Fu Jun chose to leave. After killing the Blood Marquis, Chu Zhongshan still used the medium-level body method and martial arts to go deep into the secret territory. At the same time, He also began to observe the surrounding environment and planned to find a place where he could hide temporarily so that he could absorb red energy and continue to purify the spiritual power in the Danshan. What Fu Jun was told to say just now is not wrong. With his successive killing of Marquis Feng and Marquis Zhu, as well as hundreds of disciples of the Evil Heart sect, at this moment, the attention of the masters of the Evil Heart sect is afraid that they will devote more than half of their energy to chasing him, and may even dispatch 1 emperor and 3 kings. Among the 3 kings and 9 princes, the only thing Chu Zhongshan cares about is the emperor whose strength is unknown. With his current strength, he is not sure to win unless he uses the final bottom card Blood Devil method. What's more, 2 days have passed since the opening of Shura Secret Realm. According to what he learned from Lin Guoliang and the slain disciples of the Evil Heart sect at the beginning, the area formulated by the strong people of the Evil Heart sect using the special rules of Shura Secret Place can only last for 3 days at most. 3 days later, the southern domain experts who have entered the Shura Secret Realm for training will gradually enter this area. Whether they can occupy an advantage in front of these experts and reap enough interests is the fundamental strength. After traveling for more than 3 hours and hundreds of kilometers into the secret territory, Chu Zhongshan finally found a suitable place for him to hide. The mountain range, which is completely formed by red rocks, is not very long, but there are 6 or 7 peaks. The only fly in the ointment is that the mountains are bare without any vegetation. After climbing 3 mountains in succession, Chu Zhongshan finally found a very hidden natural cave on the hillside of the 3rd mountain, which is very suitable for him to serve as a place of practice for the time being. After simply dealing with the environment around the cave and using some red rocks for camouflage, Chu Zhongshan bent into the cave. The dark environment made Chu Zhongshan, who had just entered the cave, very uncomfortable. Fortunately, in his storage bag, he had prepared several luminous night pearls in advance. In his initial thought, this natural cave may be because of the natural cave formed by the automatic falling off of rocks for a long time. I'm afraid the space in the part of the cave can accommodate 1 person for temporary shelter at most. However, with the help of the light emitted by the night pearl, he found that there was an endless passage extending down the cave. Through the traces left by the walls around the passage, Chu Zhongshan judged that this place was not formed naturally, but was forcibly excavated by a force or a strong man using his strength. Chu Zhongshan, a bold and adventurous artist, took out his life spirit knife and stimulated the defense spirit tool, and then continued to go deep step by step along the channel of the cave with the help of the light of the night pearl. Whether before or after the crossing, Chu Zhongshan's courage has always been amazing. Before crossing, when he returned to his hometown in the countryside during the holiday, he dared to go to the cemetery to catch rabbits and wild boars alone at night. His courage is definitely the greatest in the same village. After crossing, he dares to wander the endless forest alone, fearless of strange animals and dangerous environment. But now, in the silent cave, there was no noise except to hear his footsteps, which made him think of the ghost stories he had heard from his mother before crossing, and there was a trace of fear in his heart. After walking for nearly half an hour and thousands of meters deep into the cave, Chu Zhongshan stopped temporarily. First, he wanted to adjust his mind to avoid the fear caused by ghost legends just before the memory crossing. Second, he should also consider whether he will continue to go deep into the cave, because according to his visual inspection of the mountains and mountain tops before entering the cave, he was almost close to the bottom of the mountain. But he still couldn't see the end of the passage, where it finally led to, and what the environment in the heart of the cave was. He didn't have any confidence in his heart. After dispelling the fear of ghosts and legends in the heart, Chu Zhongshan didn't rush forward, but took another night pearl out of the storage bag, mobilized the spiritual power in the Danshan, wrapped the night pearl, and then hurled it forward. The package with spiritual power went forward and down. The thrown night pearl flew for at least thousands of meters before it finally fell to the ground, making a light and crisp impact. With the help of the light emitted when the night pearl was thrown out just now, Chu Zhongshan found that thousands of meters away was still not the end of the cave, but still a deep channel which made him retreat. The unknown is always the most terrible, and at this time I am still in a completely strange Shura secret place. Now that he had retreated, Chu Zhongshan was not a muddle-headed man. With the help of the light of the night pearl, he turned directly back the same way. An hour later, Chu Zhongshan had to stop walking, because he found himself completely lost. No, it's not lost, it's trapped in a maze. Judging from the time when he just entered the cave and the frequency of his steps, his journey to the cave was no more than 5 miles. At the moment when he returned from the original road, he walked faster. Within an hour, he walked at least more than 10 miles, but he couldn't see the exit of the cave at all. There is no exit in front and no end in the back. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help remembering Huang Laolai at this time. If Huang Lao, who is proficient in the array at this time, is in his mind, I'm afraid the confusion in front of him can't help him at all. He can leave the cave easily with a few random instructions. Unfortunately, nostalgia is always just nostalgia. Old Huang can't appear in his mind because of his nostalgia. Since we can't find the exit, we can only continue to go deep to see what kind of secret is hidden in the deepest part of the cave. After paying attention, Chu Zhongshan began to go deep into the cave with the help of the light of the Night Pearl. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan, who used the first-level body method and martial arts skills, suddenly felt a light in front of him. His body method and martial arts skills were directly upgraded to the middle level, and his speed rushed to the front of the light. Later, he found that the object emitting light was a Night Pearl. He reached out and picked up the Night Pearl emitting light on the ground. Through the residual spiritual power on the Night Pearl, Chu Zhongshan determined that the Night Pearl was the Night Pearl he had just thrown out to explore the way. Instead of putting away the Night Pearl, Chu Zhongshan continued to use his spiritual power to wrap the Night Pearl and continue to use this way to explore the road ahead. The distance of throwing the Night Pearl every time is at least thousands of meters, and the visual distance directly displays the medium-level body method and martial arts. After throwing and chasing and throwing for more than 20 times. After going deep into the cave for at least 30 miles, Chu Zhongshan once threw out the Night Pearl and found that the Night Pearl only flew hundreds of meters. Then it was blocked by a barrier and finally fell to the ground. Because he didn't know what was going on ahead, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare rush up, so he stopped using his body method and martial arts, but approached the place blocking Yiming step by step with the help of walking. Hundreds of meters away, very short, just a minute later, Chu Zhongshan came to the place where the Night Pearl was blocked. First, he reached out to pick up the fallen Night Pearl, and then with the help of the light emitted by the 2 Night Pearls, Chu Tian carefully looked at the situation in front of him. Through careful observation, he found that he did not come to the end of the cave, but came to a 90-degree corner. Holding up the Night Pearl, with the help of the light of the Night Pearl, Chu Zhongshan found that behind the corner there was still an endless passage. Without much consideration, he still used the same method and chose to continue to go deep into the cave. Since he couldn't return the same way, Chu Zhongshan also launched a fierce attack at this time to see how deep the cave is and what secrets are hidden at the end. With the help of the method just now, he threw out the Night Pearl more than 50 times. After nearly 100 miles, Chu Zhongshan had to look at his feet solemnly. There was no foreign matter in the empty passage all the time, but the last time he threw out the Night Pearl, he vaguely saw something white on the ground. When he used his body method and martial arts to approach the white object, he was frightened to find that the object under his feet was a withered and white skeleton. Holding up the Night Pearl in his hand, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the bones under his feet with the help of the light emitted by the Night Pearl. Through observation, he found that the bone of the dead bone had calcified, which means that the dead bone had been dead for at least 50 years. Otherwise, it is impossible for the bones to have such severe calcification. Starved to death. After the idea came to mind, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shivering. After the cultivation of martial arts breaks through the qi refining period, they will use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to nourish their body, and they will have less and less need for food. After the cultivation breaks through the qi transforming period, and the spiritual power is transformed into Zhenyuan, they will not eat any food for 3 or 5 months, which will have no impact on themselves. This place belongs to the second level of Shura secret territory. Only those who can enter and leave this place freely can reach the level of body cultivation. Even if there is no food, as long as there are spirit stones and pills, it will not be a problem for martial artists in the body refining stage to persist for 3 to 5 years. However, the skeleton in front of him, no matter from all aspects, was obviously starved to death here, which had to make Chu Zhongshan have a frightening idea that the cave in front of him had no end at all. The skeleton in front of him was starved to death after his spiritual power was exhausted. Not right. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan thought of the rules of Shura Secret Place again. That is, the Shura Secret Place is open for 10 days each time. After 10 days, as long as you don't die in the secret place, the power generated by the secret place rules will automatically send you out of the secret place at the moment when the secret place is closed. The skeleton in front of us either died before the secret place was closed, or the channel of the cave can shield the rules of the secret place, so that the rules of the secret place cannot affect the cave. No matter what the situation is, it is very dangerous for Chu Zhongshan. If the cave can shield the rules of the secret place, it can also prevent Jiao Jun from using his supreme power to search and rescue himself after the secret place is over, so that he can finally consume the spirit stone and elixir, and finally die in this empty passage. The despair in his heart has made him lose the motivation to move on. At this time, he directly fell and sat next to the bones, and the night pearl in his hand rolled aside. Death for Chu Zhongshan, who has experienced it once, is not afraid. It is nothing more than closing his eyes. However, he doesn't want to die here. He still has unfinished heart and willingness to solve it. Empty eyes, unconscious back and forth, and finally stopped on a gray cloth bag at the waist of the body. Storage bag. The cloth bag around the waist of the corpse is too familiar to Chu Zhongshan. At this time, at least hundreds of storage bags are stacked in his storage ring, among which there is no lack of space to reach the storage bag of middle grade. Subconsciously reach out to pick up the storage bag, and subconsciously use your mind to get through the storage bag. Then, the items in the storage bag awakened his consciousness, gave color to his empty eyes, and suddenly excited his lonely look. Because the storage bag placed at the waist of the corpse was not what he thought at the beginning. All the spirit stones and pills full of spirit were consumed. At this time, dozens of large boxes were neatly arranged in the storage bag, and a pile of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones were placed in one of the opened large boxes. He wanted to get through all the wooden boxes in the storage bag, take them out and put them in the channel, and then pick up the night pearl that just fell on the ground. Chu Zhongshan began to open these boxes one by one and count the spirit stones placed in the boxes. After careful counting, Chu Zhongshan found that there were 370,007-grade medium-grade spirit stones and 10,006-grade medium-grade spirit stones in these boxes. Having such a number of spirit stones, if not used to improve cultivation, is only needed for daily survival, and can last for at least 8 to 10 years. It seems that this skeleton was not starved to death as he had just predicted, but was destroyed by a method he didn't know. Facing the endless passage and the cruel situation of being starved alive, Chu Zhongshan is willing to die in a vigorous battle. Chu Zhongshan, who regained his fighting spirit, put all the spirit stones placed in the passage into his storage bag, and then used the method just now to continue to go deep into the cave. I don't know whether it was his luck or whether he had reached the end of the cave. Using the way of wrapping the night pearl with his spiritual power just now, 3 times later, Chu Zhongshan vaguely saw a glimmer of light. This light was different from the light emitted by the night pearl. He knew he might have really reached the end of the cave. Put away the 2 night pearls. Chu Zhongshan carefully approached the end of the shining cave. When he really came to the shining place, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The place where the light appears is a blood lake with a diameter of thousands of meters. Chu Zhongshan thought it was a blood lake in his mind, because the color of the lake was as red as blood. Even he could smell a strong smell of blood from the air. Of course, it is not the blood lake in front of him that attracts him most, and the sun shining like the sun directly above the blood lake. The shining sun is as big as the football he once played before, but it can float in the air without the help of any foreign objects and emit dazzling light, which makes Chu Zhongshan very sure that the shining sun in the air is unique. It's a pity for him that he can't fly directly or get close to the sphere floating in the air during the cultivation period, so his vision turned to the blood lake below. He approached the blood lake carefully. Chu Zhongshan first looked around and found that there was no danger around. Then he gradually walked to the side of the blood lake. Because the water in the blood lake is as turbid as blood, it is impossible to see the bottom of the lake through the water. Take out a pill bottle containing the top-grade Jiupin Chi Tonic pill from the storage bag, pour out the only 3 Chi Tonic pills in it, and then use the pill bottle to fill the small half bottle of lake water. Put it in his nose and smell it carefully. Chu Zhongshan found that the lake water was like blood. which was very much like the red liquid he had seen in the stone chamber at the end of the endless passage on the second floor of the Blood Demon's secret place. As for whether the blood-like lake water is really like the red liquid in the stone chamber of the Blood Devil's secret place, Chu Zhongshan decided to take a risk. In fact, adventure is also a helpless move. Because he found that there was only such a blood lake at the end of the cave and the shining sphere above the blood lake. Besides, there is neither any treasure nor access to leave here. Step back for dozens of steps and stay away from the strange blood lake. Chu Zhongshan held the life spirit knife to stimulate the defense spirit weapon, poured a drop of bright red lake water from the pill bottle, thought it over and over again, and finally put it into his mouth. When the red lake water enters the body, the purple blood in the blood vessels directly bursts at a strong suction force to absorb the red lake water just entering the body into the blood vessels. 3 seconds later, an extremely pure energy flowed out of the blood vessels, absorbed by 7 meridians and 8 veins, and finally all flowed into the Danshan. After entering the Shura secret realm, nearly 5% of the spiritual power has been purified by using the red gas. With the help of this trace of pure energy, nearly 1% has been purified directly. The effect is almost equivalent to that he absorbs the red gas for half an hour. After the pure energy was completely integrated into the Danshan, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of joy. If it weren't for the weird environment, and not knowing how to leave the cave, he would jump up with joy. Just a drop of red lake water can purify nearly 1% of the spiritual power. The blood lake with a diameter of thousands of meters in front of him may be able to purify his spiritual power tens of thousands of times, hundreds of millions of times. Since he couldn't find the exit to leave the cave for the time being, Chu Zhongshan gave up the idea of looking for it, and chose to use the inexhaustible lake water in front of him to purify all the spiritual power in the Danshan. When his strength improved, he was considering how to find the direction to leave. The energy generated by a drop of lake water can purify nearly 1% of the spiritual power, which means that the energy contained in this drop of lake water is very huge. In order to avoid accidents in the transformation process, Chu Zhongshan only swallowed a small mouthful of about a dozen drops of lake water at a time. The energy generated by more than a dozen drops of red lake water, purified by purple blood, directly reduced his spiritual power in the elixir field. Feeling the change of the spiritual power in the elixir field, Chu Zhongshan took out thousands of 7-grade medium-level spiritual stones from the storage bag, and then arranged them according to the simplified version of the spirit gathering array. While using the red lake water to continue to purify the spiritual power, he absorbed enough aura to supplement the consumed spiritual power. An hour later, as the last dozen drops of red lake water in the second bottle were swallowed and transformed into energy that could purify the spiritual power, the last trace of spiritual power in his Danshan completely became the purest spiritual power. At the same time, with the complete purification of spiritual power, a strong momentum rose from him, stirring the surrounding soil up and down, and the nearby lake formed waves. Chu Zhongshan breathed a long sigh of relief when he recovered the momentum unintentionally emitted after the purification of spiritual power. After the spiritual power was purified completely, his combat power directly reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation period. If combined with the powerful saber technique and potential cards, his real strength can reach the 3-tier peak in the Qi transformation period. No matter which stage the Emperor's strength is in, Chu Zhongshan now has enough confidence to face him. Originally, the improvement of strength was a good thing for Chu Zhongshan, but the power that erupted immediately after the spiritual power was purified nearly made him break through the 10 layers of perfection in the body refining period, which made him worried for a while. After all, before entering the Shura secret place, Jiao and Jun once told him not to break through the 10 layers of the body training period in the Shura secret place. Fortunately, in the end, with strong state of mind cultivation, he completely suppressed the spiritual power of the riot, so that he did not violate Jiao and Jun's instructions and broke through the 10 levels of perfection in the body training period in advance. Although the amount of spiritual power in the elixir field was directly reduced by nearly half after being purified by the energy transformed by the blood color lake, the total number of spiritual power in the elixir field remained at the 8th floor, because he had been absorbing Reiki to transform spiritual power. Feel the aura in the simplified version of Juling Array, and find that the remaining aura is enough to restore all the aura. Chu Zhongshan didn't get up and leave, but sat in the jeweling array and continued to absorb the aura and restore the consumed aura. Chu Zhongshan, who absorbed the aura with all his strength, didn't realize it. Just after he was purified, he inadvertently sent out momentum to stir the lake. In the originally calm depths of the lake, swimming creatures began to appear one after another. These creatures gradually approached the lake with the rising waves. When Chu Zhongshan absorbed the spiritual power and restored the consumed spiritual power, a creature about more than 10 centimeters long, somewhat similar to carp in shape, but with an abnormal appearance slowly surfaced. Like the eyes of a red gem, he stared at Chu Zhongshan, who was trying his best to restore his spiritual power. With red eyes, he watched for nearly 30 seconds. The strange-looking creature suddenly left the lake and turned into a red lightning. With a big mouth open, he directly bit into Chu Zhongshan sitting on the ground. When this strange-looking creature was less than a meter away from Chu Zhongshan, a momentum that changed the color of the sky and completely solidified the surrounding environment suddenly rose from him and directly imprisoned the rushing creatures. Whether it was just using the red lake water to purify spiritual power, or now absorbing Reiki to transform spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan kept at least half of his attention in such a strange place and was always alert to the situation around him. Although he was not aware of the changes under the lake at first, he noticed it when the strange-looking creature just surfaced from the lake. Then, he decisively reduced the absorption of Reiki, secretly mobilized Reiki, and was always ready to use the first card potential. It is precisely because he has prepared in advance that he can use the power of potential to imprison strange creatures in time when they attack. Opening his eyes, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the strange creature only 70 cm away from him. If only from the appearance, this strange creature is very similar to the carp before he crossed, but its head is a little like a mouse, especially the 2 rows of sharp teeth protruding from its mouth, which makes it very fierce. To strengthen the confinement of potential, Chu Zhongshan didn't use his life spirit knife, but took out an ordinary refined long sword from the storage ring, held the sword handle, touched the strange creature with the sharp sword tip, and found that the body was gray and there was no corrosive danger. The power of adjusting the potential slightly pulls the imprisoned strange creature closer to 20 cm, so that he can use the long sword in his hand to check it physiologically. Before crossing, as a barbecue expert, fish is also a kind of food he often uses, so he knows very well how to deal with the strange creature in front of him. The sharp tip of the sword was aimed at an inch under the fish's mouth and stabbed it hard. Although the long sword in his hand is the best of all kinds, sharp enough to cut iron like mud, it is very dull in the face of the body of strange creatures. Although the full thrust just barely pierced its skin, Chu Zhongshan was not discouraged. Because he just used brute force instead of spiritual force, he mobilized the 3 layers of spiritual force in the dantian to stab it on the long sword at one time. Poof! The power of the long sword containing spiritual power has been increased by nearly 10 times. The sword tip directly pierces the skin of strange creatures. With the help of the power of the wrist, the sharp sword tip has opened the belly of strange creatures. After the strange creature was ripped open, Chu Zhongshan frowned and tossed in his stomach when he looked at the things flowing out of his belly. Because what drips out of strange organisms is not internal organs at all, but chunks of meat emitting a fishy smell. Although the stinking meat pieces made him feel very sick, Chu Zhongshan still forcibly suppressed the feeling of constantly churning in his stomach and broke one of the meat pieces with a long sword. When he saw what was inside the meat, his face became gloomy and his tumbling stomach calmed down, because he found that a human eye was wrapped in the cut meat. That is to say, these strange creatures lived by swallowing human bodies. Incorrect. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt something wrong, because since he entered the cave, he had never seen any martial artist except a withered skeleton a few miles away from the blood lake. Where did the eyes in the belly of strange creatures swallow them, and the eyes in the meat were bright in color, which was obviously just swallowed? Are they swallowing the corpses of the slain warriors outside? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan felt that what he had just speculated was probably true. After all, Shura's secret place is completely closed on weekdays. Only within 10 days of opening every year will many experts from the southern region enter it to practice and kill. I'm afraid only at this time will fresh human bodies appear in Shura's secret place. The heart rose to guess, which gradually brightened Chu Zhongshan's eyes. Since this strange creature can devour the body of the warrior outside, it means that they can leave here, which means that there is a channel to leave the cave. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan mobilized his spiritual hand on the palm of his hand, waved it gently, and with a strong force, he directly fanned the strange creatures that had lost their captivity. Standing up, Chu Zhongshan began to look at the environment in front of him. He didn't let go of every foot and inch. As a result, he got nothing and finally stayed on the bloody lake. Since there is no passage from the cave around, the passage must be hidden at the bottom of the blood lake. Looking at the muddy blood lake, Chu Zhongshan frowned, because he didn't know if the strange creature just appeared was the only one in the blood lake. If not, is this strange creature the weakest or the strongest? So he doesn't dare to enter the bottom of the lake easily in order to have uncontrollable accidents. It seems that we can only find ways to attract the attention of creatures at the bottom of the lake. We hope to absorb more strange creatures with different shapes and strength, so as to judge the number and strength of creatures at the bottom of the lake. Like a blood lake, it can devour the bodies of human warriors. That is to say, these strange creatures are carnivorous creatures, so they must have an instinctive impulse to eat flesh and blood. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan stepped back more than 10 steps and returned to the position of the simplified version of Juling array. Then he forced a drop of essence blood, containing purple blood from his body, and used his spiritual power to disperse the essence blood and make it scattered in the range that can be controlled by potential. Then he waited silently, waiting for the prey to take the bait. The waiting time was not long. Just 5 seconds later, a strange creature about 50 cm long and very similar in shape and appearance to the first rushed out of the water, with ruby-like eyes, staring at the position where Chu Zhongshan stood. The strange creatures floating out of the lake are not staring at the sky in Chu, but scattered blood essence containing purple blood. Without too much delay, the strange creatures that surfaced rushed directly to the lake and to the position where Chu Zhongshan stood. Seeing the strange creature about 50 cm long rushing in, Chu Zhongshan looked at it coldly. When it was 1 meter away from him, he directly launched the momentum and imprisoned it in mid-air without a pause. He used his spiritual power in the long sword. Once he ripped the strange creature, and the things flowing out of its belly were mixed with the hair of human warriors. The second strange creature with a ripped belly confirmed Chu Zhongshan's guess and gave him hope to leave the cave. While recovering the potential, Chu Zhongshan directly used the long sword in his hand to shoot the strange creature about 50 cm long to one side. Then he continued to stand here and wait for an attack by the creatures at the bottom of the lake. 10 seconds later, a strange creature with a length of more than 90 cm and a shape similar to the first and second strange creatures rushed out of the lake and still rushed to the middle heaven of Chu with a big mouth open. Looking at the strange creatures rushing in, Chu Zhongshan, who was originally indifferent, wanted to use the same method to imprison this 90 cm long creature, but found that one creature after another was constantly fleeing from the bottom of the lake. The strange creatures that constantly rush out of the lake are more than 2 meters long and more than 20 centimeters short. He roughly counted them and found that the number of strange creatures that rush out of the lake has exceeded 100. Although potential can still imprison them, the scope of influence is limited, and many large strange creatures cannot be completely imprisoned. In desperation, he had to take out his own spiritual power, cooperate with the basic saber technique, and began to kill the strange creatures coming. As the top level of this life power of a semi-spirit tool, it doesn't need to say much about the sharpness. Even if he doesn't penetrate into the spirit power, he can easily kill the strange creatures coming. Therefore, he doesn't use the sword martial arts, but uses the basic sword skills to fight the enemy. Chop. Several basic sabers are in the hands of Chu Zhongshan. They are no less powerful than the first-class sabers that have reached the peak. They basically kill all the strange creatures that rush into the range covered by the potential, whether they are giant creatures up to 2 meters long or small creatures as short as 20 or 30 centimeters. Just 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan had to show his body skills and gradually transfer the scene of the battle. Because within the scope shrouded by the potential, the strange creatures slaughtered have been stacked, leaving him no choice even where to settle. For half an hour, Chu Zhongshan not only continued to move the battlefield, but even began to avoid the rushing strange creatures by using his body method and martial arts. The reason for avoiding is not that he can't easily kill these creatures, but that he keeps shooting, which makes him consume a lot of physical strength. Looking at the strange creatures rushing out of the lake, he must find a way to save his strength. Otherwise, he will have enough spiritual power, but he will be forced to flee due to excessive physical exertion, which is not conducive to his next practice. An hour later, more than 10,000 strange creatures rushed out of the lake. The longest creature has exceeded 50 meters, and its strength has reached the peak of the body training period. The spiritual power of Chu Zhongshan only consumed less than 1 layer, but the physical strength consumed nearly 7 layers. In desperation, he used his body method and martial arts to temporarily distance himself from strange creatures. At the same time, recover the potential that can control the surrounding environment. Standing in place and mobilizing nearly 8 layers of spiritual power in his body, Chu Zhongshan plans to use another card of his own, that is, the first move of the 8 Wasteland Combined Fist, to put out Chi Fist. The Chi-killing fist that can destroy the void is definitely a group offensive unique move to kill the enemy. Therefore, after accumulating enough strength, he did not rush to blow out the Chi-killing fist, but when the creatures that rushed out of the lake reached the peak, he could let the Chi-killing fist that can move the void fiercely and directly blow out. Boom! Using the purified 8 layers of spiritual power, you can know the power of the Miki fist by looking at the tragedy in front of you. With one move, the Chi-killing fist not only dried up 1/10 of the lake, but also rushed out tens of thousands of strange creatures on the lake, directly turned into dust and disappeared into the void. Looking at the empty lake in front of him, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and speechless by his boxing just now. Chu Zhongshan is looking forward to the simplest and weakest move of the 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies boxing, which is so powerful that what procedure will the power of the second move of Soul-killing fist and the third move of God-killing fist reach? Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan just showed the power caused by Miki fist, which made the strange creatures, who were not afraid of life and death, and tried their best to rush out of the lake temporarily stop their attack. The 8 layers of spiritual power are consumed by using the Miki fist, plus the 1 layer of spiritual power consumed by killing strange creatures just now. At this time, there is only 1 layer of spiritual power left in the heaven elixir field in the middle of Chu. Therefore, after performing the Miki fist, he directly took out 3 Chi tonifying pills and swallowed them into his stomach, and then took out a 6th-grade medium-level spirit stone to quickly replenish the spirit power consumed in his body with the help of pill and spirit stone. At the same time, the point of Benaming's spirit knife in his hand supported the ground. He also used the support of spirit knife to recover his consumed physical strength. I don't know whether Chu Zhongshan's Miki fist was too powerful to kill all the strange creatures in the Blood Lake, or whether he was afraid of the power of Miki fist. For more than half an hour, no strange creatures dared to rush out of the Blood Lake, which gave him valuable breathing time. In half an hour, he recovered nearly 7 layers of physical strength and 5 layers of spiritual strength. At this time, he had the ability to continue fighting. At this time, the lake, which had been calm for more than half an hour, suddenly began to move, and the lake water continued to rotate, finally forming a vortex. Seeing the vortex generated on the surface of Blood Lake, Chu Zhongshan once witnessed the appearance of Chimu Jiao, a 7th-grade beast, at the boundary of Jiupin and Bapin in the Endless Forest. Chu Zhongshan knew that the real overlord in Blood Lake was about to appear. Continue to take out a Chi tonifying pill and swallow it into his body. With the help of the gap between the arrival of the overlord of the Blood Lake, while recovering his spiritual power and physical strength, he retreated dozens of meters back and approached the channel when he came in. Because he doesn't know what extent the strength of the upcoming Blood Lake overlord has reached, and whether the real grade has exceeded the gasification period. If the strength of the overlord of the Blood Lake does not exceed the Chi transformation period, it will only take 1 or 2 seconds to rush to the lake, by using the high-level body method of reaching the state of Xia Cheng. If the level of Blood Lake Overlord exceeds the Chi transformation period, it means that it has broken through the rules of Shura Secret Realm. Its strength is by no means what it can deal with. Then, he must retreat to the channel temporarily, and then use the pill and spirit stone to make his own cultivation break through the 10th floor of the body refining period, and even risk breaking through the Chi melting period. Otherwise, he will not be able to defeat the overlord of Blood Lake, and may even be buried here. The vortex formed by the blood lake rotated for 3 minutes, and the overlord of the blood lake really exposed the surface of the lake after Chu Zhongshan recovered nearly a layer of spiritual power with the help of the power of the pill. Seeing the real overlord emerging on the lake, Chu Zhongshan's face was not only unusually gloomy, but his body stepped back one step after another and completely retreated to the edge of the channel. Because the strange creatures just emerging on the surface of the bleeding lake only show half their heads, which are as big as half a tennis court, when all their real bodies leave the lake, they may be more than hundreds of meters in size. At the same time, through the momentum emanating from the giant strange creature, Chu Zhongshan knew that its strength had not only exceeded the Qi transformation period, but even reached the peak of the gas sea period, which made him unable to lift his confidence. I turned around and looked behind me. I found that I only need to take one step backward to withdraw smoothly into the channel. After that, my fear was temporarily relieved. Then he had enough courage to look at the giant creatures that constantly exposed the lake. 10 meters. Looking at the giant creature 10 meters away from the lake, Chu Zhongshan found that it not only didn't fully reveal its body shape, but also didn't even see its ruby-like eyes. 20 meters. The giant creature 20 meters away from the lake barely saw its red eyes. 30 meters. The giant creature 30 meters away from the lake has red eyes, but it has not exposed its big mouth like a blood basin. 50 meters. The giant creature 50 meters away from the lake barely left the blood lake, so that Chu Zhongshan could clearly see its sharp teeth. 100 meters. For 100 meters, the giant creatures are really separated from the blood lake and appear in mid-air as a whole. Chu Zhongshan was shocked when he looked at the giant creatures that appeared in mid-air and were nearly kilometers in size. At the same time, he found a strange phenomenon. That is the giant strange creature completely away from the lake. Its back is only 1 meter away from the dazzling sphere floating in mid-air. If you stand on the back of the overlord of the blood lake at this time, you can reach out and touch the dazzling sphere. Ow! Completely separated from the overlord of the blood lake on the lake, he saw the mountain of corpses piled up by the lake and the boundless powder formed by the corpses, and suddenly roared angrily up to the sky. The deafening roar formed bursts of invisible sound waves, which not only shocked the mountain of corpses into powder, but also made Chu Zhongshan's ears numb at the edge of the channel, and his blood was churning. Just the roar made the qi and blood in his body churn. Chu Zhongshan had speculated about the real strength of the overlord of the bleeding lake. I'm afraid it has reached the peak of the Sea of Qi period, but it has not been promoted to the Soul period. Because the peerless strong in the realm of Divine Soul can not only have stronger genuine, but also use the power of Divine Soul to form more terrorist attacks. Compared with the power of genuine, the attack of the power of Divine Soul is more mysterious and difficult to defend. Whether the overlord of the blood lake is the strength of the Divine Soul period or the strength of the Qihai period, Chu Zhongshan knows that he is not an opponent to it. Ow! In order to avoid suffering heavy damage and affecting the breakthrough after entering the channel, Chu Zhongshan turned directly and planned to hide into the channel temporarily, but was attracted by the scream from behind. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan found that the original majestic overlord of the blood lake was forcibly broken by the dazzling sphere above his back. At the wound, the blood flowed down like a stream. Although it is not clear why the sphere, which has been quietly hanging in the air, suddenly became powerful and took the initiative to hurt the overlord of blood lake, the changes that have happened now are very beneficial to him, so he is not in a hurry to enter the channel for the time being. Instead, I intend to see how the sphere deals with the angry counterattack of the overlord of the blood lake. As the overlord of the blood lake has never suffered such serious damage since he achieved great accomplishments. It roared angrily and quickly backed back so that it could see the opponent who hurt itself. However, the whole blood lake is like a deep pit without a top, surrounded by hard red rocks. As a body length of nearly kilometers, it retreated only a few tens of meters and was blocked by thick rocks. Ow! The wall behind him blocked the retreat, which made the overlord of the blood lake roar angrily, then waved his huge tail and beat it hard on the red rock, which made the whole blood lake shake for a while, and also made Chu Zhongshan standing at the entrance of the passage almost sweat. How hard is the red rock in Shura's secret place? Chu Zhongshan had already tested the hardness of the red rock when he found that he could not find the exit after entering the cave. Use this life spirit knife, give full play to all your strength, and use the strongest saber technique. It can only leave a shallow knife mark on the red rock, but he didn't expect that the brute force of the Overlord of Blood Lake was so strong that he could easily move the red rock with the slap of his own tail. Therefore, he was worried that the Overlord of the Blood Lake under his anger might destroy the Blood Lake, destroy the cave, and bury himself here. Ow! The giant tail didn't smash the red rock behind him, which made the Overlord of Blood Lake very angry. This time, it tried its best, and the giant tail beat the red rock behind him. Boom! The Blood Lake Overlord's full shot not only made the whole cave shake more violently, the smooth and hard wall directly cracked a long gap, and countless powders scattered from the air. Squinting, Chu Zhongshan knew he couldn't wait any longer when he saw a gap about hundreds of meters, long and half meters, deep, photographed by the giant tail of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. In case the cave is really collapsed by the Overlord of the Blood Lake, you will never live with your cultivation during the training period. The only chance to live is at the bottom of the Blood Lake outside the cave. He looked up at the Overlord of the Blood Lake, who planned to continue to beat the wall behind him. Chu Zhongshan gnashed his teeth and finally decided to take a risk. Mobilize the spirit power in the elixir field to the defensive spirit weapon, completely stimulate the strongest defense of the defensive spirit weapon, and then hold the benaming spirit knife in his hand. Chu Zhongshan did not venture directly into the Blood Lake, but stared at the Overlord of the Blood Lake in the air. When the Overlord of the Blood Lake patted the wall behind him for the third time with his huge tail, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed the high-level body method and martial arts of entering the territory of Xia Cheng. The whole person rushed into the Blood Lake like a flash of lightning. 1 second. This is the time consumed by Chu Zhongshan, according to his distance from the Blood Lake, and the speed of high-level body method and martial arts in Xia Cheng territory. And things went as he expected. Within a second, he did rush to the Blood Lake as he wished, and the Overlord of the Blood Lake in mid-air ignored him. However, when one of his fierce sons was going to wear into the Blood Lake, he unexpectedly found that the Blood Lake-like blood was completely frozen, which was not the Blood Lake he saw at the beginning. The body in mid-air readjusts its falling speed with a distortion that ordinary people can't understand. At the same time, mobilize the spiritual power on the palm, and the palm suddenly patted down. With the rebound of the spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan finally fell on the edge of the Blood Lake. Boom! With the help of the rebound of spiritual power, he just stood firm beside the Blood Lake, and the giant tail of the Overlord of the Blood Lake beat hard on the wall for the third time. The crack, which was half a meter deep and about 100 meters long, was directly broken by the giant tail. The Overlord of the Blood Lake was finally able to retreat to let it see the shining sphere. At the same time, what fell in mid-air was not broken powder, but stones one by one. Seeing a stone with a diameter of more than half a meter smashed on the Blood Lake, not only did it not break the completely solidified Blood Lake, but even a trace of waves did not appear, which made Chu Zhongshan have to rejoice that he changed his direction in advance and did not venture into the bottom of the lake. Now the water of Blood Lake was completely frozen, which blocked the only way he wanted to leave the cave. In desperation, he had to wave his life spirit knife and smash the stones falling from the sky. He returned the same way and planned to enter the channel temporarily. Mid-air. Seeing that it was the sphere that had survived with it for countless years and provided light to it and countless descendants, the Overlord of Blood Lake roared angrily at the dazzling sphere, as if questioning it and why it hurt itself. Ow! Seeing the sphere that did not respond to its own questions, the Overlord of the Blood Lake was extremely angry. It roared and opened its big mouth, intending to swallow the sphere directly. Seeing that the Overlord of the Blood Lake planned to swallow the sphere, Chu Zhongshan was scared and hurried into the channel, took out the jade pendant hanging around his neck, and was ready to start the energy in the jade pendant at any time. At the same time, mobilize your spiritual power in your legs, and prepare to use your body skills to quickly escape here after the jade pendant explodes energy. As for how to leave the cave after entering the passage, there is no time to consider. The shape and size of the dazzling sphere is equivalent to a football. In front of the big mouth of the Overlord of the Blood Lake, it is almost equivalent to a grain of rice. There is no accident that it was swallowed, and the whole Blood Lake fell into darkness instantly. Although it was dark, Chu Zhongshan did not take out the Night Pearl at risk, because he was afraid of the light emitted by the Night Pearl and absorbed the attention of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. 10 seconds. Chu Zhongshan, who was waiting anxiously in the dark, suddenly heard the extremely painful howl of the Overlord of Blood Lake from above. With the howl, a faint light gradually appeared in his sight. With the scream of the Overlord of Blood Lake becoming more and more painful, the light appearing in the void becomes brighter and brighter. The whole environment of Blood Lake returns to the sight of Chu Zhongshan again. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the sphere swallowed into the big mouth of the Overlord of the Blood Lake had no change and still emitted dazzling light. The Overlord of the Blood Lake is full of blood. Even between the nose and mouth, there is a burnt wound with a diameter of more than 20 cm. He nodded secretly. Chu Zhongshan thought that the dazzling sphere, like the bright sun provided by the outside world, itself has a very high temperature. Otherwise, it is impossible to directly burn through the big mouth of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. The Blood Lake Overlord, after being injured by the ball, wanted to roar up to the sky to vent his inner anger, but just opened his mouth. He was oppressed by the pain caused by the wound in his mouth. As the Overlord who commands tens of thousands of Blood Lake creatures and the powerful creature whose strength breaks through the limit of the secret realm, the Blood Lake Overlord has never suffered such a heavy loss, so he is extremely angry at this time. However, thinking of the extremely high temperature emitted by the sphere and the trauma on its mouth, it dared not swallow the sphere into its body. Although it can't swallow, it has some wisdom and soon thought of ways to deal with it. Water can put out the fire. The Blood Lake where I live has endless water. Isn't it the nemesis of the extremely high temperature sphere? Thinking of this, the Overlord of the Blood Lake directly turned his body, waved his huge tail and beat it on the sphere. I don't know whether the power of the Overlord of the Blood Lake is too huge, resulting in the loss of accuracy of the giant tail, or whether the sphere has independent consciousness and can change the flight trajectory. The sphere that should have been photographed directly into the Blood Lake is not photographed into the Blood Lake, but directly rushed to Chu Zhongshan standing in the channel to observe the battle between the Overlord of the Blood Lake and the sphere at a speed beyond the time light. The speed of the ball was so fast that Chu Zhongshan didn't have time to use the cards left by Zhao Wenjun and was directly hit by the ball. The strong impact force made Chu Zhongshan unable to control his body. The whole man was like a shell and directly hit the hard red rock behind him. After estimating the impact force and the impact force when he smashed into the red rock, Chu Zhongshan knew that he would lose at least 9 lives even if he didn't die. Although he also wanted to resist and show his martial arts skills to slow down, the ball in his arms made him unable to mobilize his spiritual power, so he could only watch his back smash into the wall. When his body touched the wall, the imaginary pain did not hit. The hard red rock behind him seemed to disappear, making him seem to have passed through an invisible barrier and finally appeared outside the cave in front of the cave where he had entered. Looking at the very familiar camouflage in front of him, Chu Zhongshan felt like he had a dream. He dreamed that he entered a seemingly endless channel and saw a glowing sphere at the end of the channel, a strange creature living by swallowing the corpse of the warrior, and the Overlord of the Blood Lake with a body size of nearly 1,000 meters. He shook his head vigorously and tried to sober himself up. Chu Zhongshan knew that his idea was too childish, because the experience just now is not a dream at all, but what really happened. At least, the spiritual power in his danshan has been purified. After determining his idea, Chu Zhongshan suddenly thought of the ball that crashed into his arms and emitted dazzling light. He quickly looked down and found nothing in his arms. No, Chu Zhongshan clearly remembers that the sphere photographed by the Overlord of Blood Lake directly crashed into his arms, while he subconsciously hugged the sphere. How did the sphere disappear after passing through the invisible barrier? When you cross the invisible barrier, the sphere falls into the channel. In addition to his surprise that there was no sphere in his arms, what made him feel more incredible was that the clothes on his chest were intact. You know, the shining sphere, but with the high temperature that can burn through the Overlord of the Blood Lake, how can your clothes be safe? At this time, the clothes he was wearing were those made by 4 girls overnight when he left the Chu family. The materials of the clothes themselves were very ordinary and could not be damaged under the high temperature. Unable to understand, Chu Zhongshan's vision had to turn to the hole again. At this time, he had an impulse to rush back into the hole and rush to the Blood Lake to see if the shining sphere still existed. Just when the idea just came into his mind, the whole mountain suddenly began to shake. With the shaking of the mountain, Chu Zhongshan vaguely seemed to hear the angry roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake. The roar of the Overlord of Blood Lake directly extinguished his just rising idea and asked him to make a quick decision, that is, turn around and leave the mountain directly. Just as he turned around and planned to use his body skills to leave, the mountain behind him suddenly cracked a slit, and the roar of the Overlord of the Blood Lake clearly came from the slit. Without the slightest worry, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed the high-level body method and martial arts reaching Xia Cheng, and then rushed out of the mountain like a strong wind. Because in front of him, there were 9 disciples in the costumes of the Demon Heart sect, who were hurrying to him. "Boy, what happened in the mountains ahead? Did something appear? Why did you leave in a hurry?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan rushing down from the mountains, a master who reached the half-step chi transformation period in the front crowd asked fiercely, "Dai, it is not clear whether the Blood Lake Overlord, who has reached the peak of the gas sea period, can successfully rush out of the cave." Chu Zhongshan, who is worried, is not in the mood to pay attention to these people. Take out Venoming Spirit Saber. The first-level saber technique is combined with the high-level body technique. Chu Zhongshan is like a wolf rushing into the sheep. One move, the most powerful half-step chi transformation expert in the Scorching Sun, separates his head and kills him. One move took Millet from the fire, and another expert in the half-step chi period was directly punctured and killed. One move of fire and lightning, 3 experts with 10 layers of big circle in the body refining period were pierced in the eyebrows and killed one by one. One move started a prairie fire, and all the bodies of the remaining 5 opponents were separated and killed. Quickly put away the storage bag hanging around their waist, and there was no time to check the harvest in the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan continued to use the high-level body method and martial arts of reaching Xia Cheng and desperately fled the mountains. After more than half an hour, at least hundreds of kilometers away from the mountains, Chu Zhongkai slowed down and finally stopped in front of a slightly raised hill. The mountain bag is about 5 meters high and more than 30 meters in diameter. Standing on the hill, you can clearly see the surrounding situation and have enough time to deal with any emergencies. Bending his knees and sitting down, Chu Zhongshan didn't check the storage bag he successfully harvested after slaughtering the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, but used his mind to check the situation in the Danshan. Because when he slaughtered the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, he felt a slight difference in the Danshan. He didn't pay attention to the difference in the Danshan at that time because he was worried that the Overlord of the Blood Lake rushed out of the cave. At this moment, time and environment allow. Moreover, the abnormality in Danshan made him doubt that the ball that had hit into his arms did not fall into the cave channel and probably entered his body. Thoughts enter the body along the meridians and finally reach the Danshan. After seeing the situation in Danshan, the idea showed shock and incredible expression on his face. With the help of the Blood Lake water to purify the spiritual power, not only the quality of the spiritual power has been improved, but even the Danshan has been expanded by 3 points. At this time, his Danshan capacity is almost equivalent to a basin. The capacity of Danshan can be like a basin of water, which is already great. Because when other martial arts practitioners practice on the 9th floor of the body training period, the capacity of the Danshan is at most the size of a water cup. Even if it is a genius with peerless qualification, the capacity of Danshan is no more than a sea bowl. Only when the talent reaches the demon level can the capacity of Danshan reach the size of a basin. The Danshan, the size of a basin of water, was not the source of Chu Zhongshan's shock and inconceivable. What really shocked and inconceivable was the sphere floating above the Danshan and still emitting dazzling light. Originally, a sphere the size of a football was reduced to the size of a nectarine, and the light emitted was automatically reduced by dozens of times. The sphere floats quietly on the elixir field, as if its own elixir field is the place suitable for it. Seeing the sphere floating on the Danshan, Chu Zhongshan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Because he suddenly thought of the cave, the Overlord of the Blood Lake after swallowing the sphere, which was scorched by the high temperature contained in the sphere. His mind quietly approached the sphere. For 3 minutes, his mind was really exposed to the dazzling light of the sphere. When you feel the light, the imagined high temperature does not exist. Some just blow through your heart like a light wind, giving you a refreshing and soft feeling. The refreshing and soft feeling makes the mind cultivation, which originally broke through the peak of the chi transformation period with the help of thoughts, break through quickly together. In a short period of 5 minutes, It was the state of mind cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Qi transformation period. It broke through two small levels one after another until it reached the peak of the third level of the Qi transformation period. After experiencing the breakthrough of state of mind cultivation, Chu Zhongshan's face flashed a trace of ecstasy about the change of his own strength. Because he felt the track of the power operation of Miki Fist, his cultivation almost broke through the 10 levels of perfection in the body training period. It was with the help of one level of peak state of mind cultivation in the Qi transformation period that he managed to suppress the loosening of the breakthrough. Even so, he didn't dare to improve his cultivation too much, so as not to lose control of the spiritual power of the rebellion in the Danshan, which led him to break through the 10-layer perfect state of the body training period in advance. Now, the breakthrough of state of mind cultivation to the 3-level peak of Qi transformation period can enable him to better control the spiritual power in the Danshan and continue to improve his strength without worrying about the breakthrough of state. Forced to suppress the ecstasy rising in the heart, Chu Zhongshan controlled his mind to continue to approach the sphere. However, when he controlled his mind to approach the sphere, he unexpectedly found that his mind could only be close to a centimeter of the light emitted by the sphere. Then, no matter how hard he tried to get close, he couldn't advance half a point. Chu Zhongshan was not worried about this. At first, he was worried that the ball would hurt him. He only used a fifth of his mind. Since 1/5 of the power of thought could not continue to approach, Chu Zhongshan ventured to increase the power of thought to half and continue to approach the sphere. Half of the strength of the mind is increased, but it only reaches a centimeter, but the more profound freshness and softness make the state of mind cultivation that has just broken through the 3 peaks of the Qi transformation period be improved together. This time, it has been improved by nearly 2 small levels. Only when the state of mind cultivation reaches the peak of 5 levels in the Qi transformation period can it be regarded as stopping. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan felt that his mind was blocked by an invisible barrier, which made him unable to go further. Although his mind was blocked by invisible barriers, the improvement of his state of mind made him happy. At the same time, after 2 attempts, he had a guess in his heart. That is, as long as your mind goes deep into the sphere, your state of mind will be improved by 2 small levels. The light length of the sphere floating on the elixir field reaches 30 cm. It is calculated according to the state of mind cultivation of 1 cm to improve 2 small states. When your mind really touches the sphere, I'm afraid the state of mind cultivation can be directly promoted to the peak of the divine soul period. Chu Zhongshan, sitting on a hill, was lost in thought. Although I don't know whether the sphere staying in the Danshan will bring harm to myself, Chu Zhongshan feels it's worth taking a risk just because it can quickly improve his state of mind and cultivation. Because as long as you have enough perception and aura, it is not difficult to break through quickly. The only trouble is the improvement of state of mind. If you want to improve your state of mind cultivation, in addition to the accumulated life experience, you can only rely on the exotic treasures and pills to improve your state of mind cultivation, which are not easy for Chu Zhongshan. Time. What Chu Zhongshan lacks most now is time. If he wants to achieve the strength that can tear the void and roam the stars in 50 or even 30 years, he must try his best to improve his cultivation and enhance his strength. In this process, mental cultivation, which hinders this goal, absolutely occupies the vast majority. Now that he has a sphere that can quickly improve his state of mind cultivation, he can break through his cultivation and improve his strength. At least he doesn't have to worry too much about the bottleneck of his state of mind cultivation before his cultivation breaks through the peak of the divine soul period. What's more, when the Shura secret place is over, he can ask Jiao and Jun to help him check the origin of the sphere in his body and whether its existence will hurt himself. The only pity for Chu Zhongshan is that he slaughtered blood demons in the secret place of blood demons and harvested tens of thousands of 9 and 8 blood crystals that can improve his state of mind. It seems that only a small part of the harvested blood crystals need to be left for Zhang Exing to complete his original commitment after his safe return in the future. I'm afraid the remaining blood crystals will have to exchange a large number of cultivation resources with the sect and enhance the strength of the Chu family. Just now, he only used half of his mental strength. If he used all his thoughts, he could continue to deeply contact the light emitted by the sphere and continue to improve his state of mind cultivation. However, the state of mind cultivation at the peak of the 5 layers in the Qi transformation period was enough for him to practice for a long time, so he didn't take any risk to continue to try. After the idea withdrew from the Danshan, Chu Zhongshan began to consider the next trip. Considering the time consumed by the cave, he had entered the Shura secret place for more than 3 days. At this time, all the sealed areas will be open, that is to say, the masters of the southern region who enter the Shura secret territory can enter this area freely, and the masters of the Magic Heart sect can also leave this area. At the beginning, Jiao Enjun arranged himself to enter the Shura secret realm in order to continue to improve his strength and potential without breaking through the existing realm, so as to fully show his talent when breaking through the gas transformation period. Now, with the help of the Blood Lake water, the spiritual power in the Danshan has been purified. The unexpectedly harvested sphere has promoted the state of mind cultivation to the 5-level peak of the Qi transformation period, that is to say, the original goal was not only achieved, but also far exceeded. So next, you just need to wait for the secret place to close, and you can be automatically sent out of the secret place. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Chu Zhongshan found that he was in this place with broad vision and sufficient blood color and energy. Therefore, he did not intend to continue to go deep into the secret territory, nor did he want to find the disciples of Huixin's sect. Instead, he stayed here and waited for the closure of the secret territory. Because he didn't know whether the overlord of the Blood Lake had rushed out of the cave, or whether the experts of the Magic Heart sect would find here, Chu Zhongshan took out the pill and spirit stone and began to restore his spiritual and physical strength in order to deal with possible changes. Half an hour later, with the help of pills and spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan completely restored all his spiritual power, while his physical strength was restored to 9 layers. At this time, there was no threat from his opponent. He didn't have to waste blood essence pill to recover his strength, so he continued to sit on the ground, then took out the books about the characteristics of the wind from the storage ring, and began to continue to experience the characteristics of the wind. The high-level body skill of Xia Cheng state has reached its peak, and it is possible to enter Dasheng state at any time, so he wants to use this rare free time to strive to break through the body skill in a short time. The wind represents freedom and can swim proudly in the sky. The wind represents unrestrained and free access to any place in the world. Wind represents passion and unrestrained, not bound by the laws of the world. The records about the characteristics of wind in the books in hand are very detailed and comprehensive. Through careful reading and experience, Chu Zhongshan obviously feels that he has a deeper understanding of the attribute of wind, and the martial arts of high-level body methods are also improving. Half an hour later, the martial arts of high-level body method has been improved to a higher level, which is only 1 step away from breaking through the realm of Dasheng. An hour passed. Chu Zhongshan, sitting on the hill, was surrounded by a clear wind for no reason. The clear wind drove the dust on the hill and made him gradually in the sand. An hour and 10 minutes pass. The original clear wind has turned into a strong wind, and the dust has formed all over the sky. At this time, the figure of Chu Zhongshan cannot be seen. An hour and 20 minutes pass. The wind has turned into a tornado, and the soil wrapped up makes the whole tornado look like a gray dragon that keeps climbing. An hour and a half passed. The gray dragon that was trying to climb stopped instantly. 3 seconds later, the whole dragon burst open, and countless dust fell freely like snowflakes. Chu Zhongshan, sitting on the mountain bag, just moved his upper body slightly without getting up, and the whole person disappeared on the mountain bag. Then he appeared in an open space 30 meters away from the mountain bag. Without the slightest pause, the Chu Zhongshan in the open space disappeared in place and appeared on the mountain bag. It took less than half a second to go back and forth, which made Chu Zhongshan sitting on the mountain bag seem not to have moved at all. "Who?" spit out the turbid air in his chest. Chu Zhongshan slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of happiness that could not be concealed flashed on his face. Although he knew very well that with the higher grade of body martial arts, the speed increased at least 3 times, 5 times, or even more than 10 times for each small stage of breakthrough, what he didn't expect was that the speed of high-level body martial arts entering the state of great success increased at least nearly 8 times. As for the power of the high-level body method, which can increase the speed by 8 times, you can't deeply understand it only by your own experiment. At this moment, he missed the first emperor of Morxinzong very much. If Yewang is here at this time, he can use Yewang to really test the speed of breaking through the back body method and see if the speed after breaking through has increased at least 8 times as estimated by himself. Looking at the dust floating all over the sky, Chu Zhongshan planned to get up and leave the mountain bag to avoid the annoying dust for the time being. But just then, the super sixth sense suddenly sent a warning that the enemy was approaching quickly, which made him stand up directly and cast his eyes behind him. 30 seconds later, Chu Zhongshan vaguely saw the figure coming quickly. It was a disciple in the clothes of the demon Xinzong. 10 seconds later, Chu Zhongshan was able to judge from the other party's unintentional breath that the other party was an expert whose cultivation reached the half-step Qi transformation period, and whose real strength reached the peak of the Qi transformation period. Through the judgment of strength, Chu Zhongshan guessed that the master who quickly attacked in front of him was likely to be one of the first emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of Morxinzong. Who are you, boy? The master of the evil heart sect who rushed to the mountain bag asked proudly when he saw Chu Zhongshan standing on the mountain bag. His cultivation level was only 9 peaks in the body training period. Seeing the master of the evil heart sect who rushed to his eyes, Chu Zhongshan's eyes flashed an excited look. This is a response to the old saying, "Give pillows when you're sleepy." It's time. After the martial arts of high-level body method broke through the state of great success, I wanted to find someone to test the speed of the rear. Although the opponent in front of him is not a king, the peak strength during the Qi transformation period can also enable him to roughly test the speed of high-level body methods and martial arts in the Dasheng realm. Boy, are you deaf? Don't you hear me asking you? Chu Zhongshan's silent response made the master of the evil heart sect very angry, and the tone of questioning was full of murderous spirit. Which of the 3 kings and 9 princes are you? The anger of the master of the evil heart sect disappeared from the sky in Chu. He was only interested in his identity. Oh, I'm the Iron Fist Marquis among the 3 kings and 9 princes. Is your boy the young expert who specializes in hunting and killing my disciples of the evil heart sect? Iron Fist who asked solemnly. Since this area was completely unsealed half a day ago, many young experts from the southern region have entered this area, so Taekwon who thought Chu Zhongshan was a young expert from the southern region at first. However, when Chu Zhongshan was interrogated just now, the excitement in his eyes made Taekwon Hu realize that the person who can guess his identity, and whose eyes are full of excitement, is likely to be the mysterious master who entered this area by mistake after being tracked by their magic heart sect for 2 days. Yes, I'm the murderer who killed Feng Hu, Zhu Hu and hundreds of disciples of the evil heart sect. Without concealing his identity, Chu Zhongshan readily admitted what he had done. Chu Zhongshan's undisguised admission surprised Taekwon Hu. However, he still pretended to threaten with a tough posture and said, "Boy, if you dare to kill the disciples of our magic heart sect, you are against our magic heart sect, and none of the enemies against our magic heart sect can leave the secret territory alive." Oh, so I'm in danger now. Chu Zhongshan pretended to be very afraid and joked. Yes, it's your boy's misfortune to meet my Iron Fist Hu. Because you're about to die under my Iron Fist Hu's Iron Fist. The arrogant Iron Fist who tried his best to mobilize the spiritual power in the Danshan and made a gesture of killing Chu Zhongshan. Seeing the posture of Taekwon Hu, Chu Zhongshan dared not take it lightly. Although it's easy to kill the Iron Fist Hu with his strength, everyone has a card that others don't know. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, he also needs to be vigilant. Boy, take my fist and hit the top of Mount Tai. After getting ready, the Iron Fist Hu directly cast a move to reach the medium-level fist technique of the entry-level realm, and rushed over with the momentum of Mount Tai. Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to despise the fist technique of Iron Fist Hu. With a move containing attribute power, he directly met the roaring Iron Fist. When Benaming Lingdao met the Iron Fist, Chu Zhongshan suddenly felt something wrong, because the medium-level boxing in the entry-level realm has no power. It's like an empty move, but no power. Chu Zhongshan looked up and saw that the Iron Fist Hu was going to kill himself, turned and fled directly, which made him stunned. Looking at his empty move, Chu Zhongshan was seriously deceived. While trying his best to escape, Taekwon Hu couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Why he didn't really fight with Chu Zhongshan is because he was too clear about the strength of Chu Zhongshan. because the disciples of the Evil Heart sect accidentally caught a martial artist who reached the 6th-level peak of the body cultivation period when chasing ordinary martial artists. In order to survive, the warrior not only explained the murderer who killed the disciples of the Evil Heart sect, but even described the murderer's appearance and strength in detail. Among the 9 princes of 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes, the Iron Fist who ranks 12th in strength, only 1 line stronger than the Rain who is good at leg technique. Compared with the 7th-ranking Wind Hu and the 6th-ranking Blood Hu, his strength is much weaker. Feng Hu and Zhu Hu, who are stronger than him, are not enemies of Chu Zhongshan. He knows that he is not an opponent of Chu Zhongshan at all, so he uses tricks to deceive Chu Zhongshan, so as to give himself enough time to escape. Looking at the Iron Fist who fled quickly, Chu Zhongshan, who came back to his senses, couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly, laughing that he attached too much importance to the Iron Fist so that he was fooled by him. However, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sneering at the Iron Fist who tried to escape by using the medium-level body method and martial arts. With the high-level body method and martial arts entering the Dasheng state, Chu Zhongshan takes a gentle step on his left leg, and the whole person appears 30 meters away. With a gentle step on his right leg, he appears 30 meters away. It's like walking. Chu Zhongshan gradually approaches the Iron Fist who tries to escape. Gradually approaching the Iron Fist Chu Zhongshan also took down the life-saving jade pendant left by Jiao Enjun from his neck. When he first met the wind, he took advantage of his opponent's contempt and his strong strength to make the other party have no chance to use his life-saving cards at all. In the face of Blood Hu, he also takes advantage of the contempt of the other party, directly uses the power of potential, imprisons the other party's thinking and body, and makes the other party unable to use life-saving cards. However, the Iron Fist can cheat himself by using tricks, which means that he is likely to know his identity and strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan is worried that he may use his life-saving card when he has no hope of escape. The high-level body method and martial arts with a speed of more than 8 times made Chu Zhongshan easily catch up with the Iron Fist who tried to escape. However, he didn't start in a hurry, but wanted to see if the Iron Fist finally fled to meet the 1 emperor, 3 kings and others of the Magic Heart sect. 5 minutes after the Iron Fist Chu Zhongshan gradually found that something was wrong. Because the direction of Iron Fist whose desperate advance is to the mountain range from which he desperately fled. Remembering the peak strength of the Overlord of the Blood Lake in the Qihai period, and its descendants relying on the corpses of martial artists, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to face the Overlord of the Blood Lake. What's more, he accidentally got a sphere that can improve his state of mind and cultivation, and he didn't want to face the Overlord of Blood Lake in case of uncontrollable accidents. Therefore, he directly increased his speed. After 2 or 3 dodges, he directly intercepted in front of the Iron Fist Chu Zhongshan didn't have the slightest nonsense. He directly used the first-class saber technique of entering the peak state, combined with the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng state. When the Iron Fist didn't respond at all, he cut off the other party's head with a knife. Looking at the Iron Fist who fell to the ground and showed an unbelievable expression on his face, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. When the opponent is on guard, it can use the body martial arts skills that have entered the territory of Dasheng, so that the opponent has no time to use the life-saving cards, which is enough to show the horror of the body martial arts skills. Then he took away the storage bag hanging around his waist, and Chu Zhongshan went away from the mountains without any delay. Just 30 seconds after he left, he suddenly felt a very violent shaking on the 2nd floor of the secret place. With the shaking of the secret place, there was a roar that made his scalp numb. The extremely familiar roar made Chu Zhongshan clearly realize that the Overlord of the Blood Lake, whose strength reached the peak of the Qihai period, finally left the cave and appeared on the 2nd floor of the Shura secret land. At this moment, the masters of the 2nd level of cultivation in Shura secret place are not considering how to kill each other, but trying to avoid the Overlord of the Blood Lake who lives on the corpse of the warrior. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan spared no effort to display his high-level body method and martial arts, and desperately stayed away from the mountains to prevent himself from being targeted by the Overlord of the Blood Lake. In fact, When Chu Zhongshan improved his body method and martial arts with the help of the secret script of wind characteristics, some experts of Morxinzong rushed to the mountains according to the induced shaking. After discovering the 9 masters of the Evil Heart sect who were killed by Chu Zhongshan, these disciples of the Evil Heart sect sent a gathering signal to guide the real strong of the Evil Heart sect to gather in the mountains. When the body method and martial arts of Chu Zhongshan broke through the state of great success, nearly half of the experts of the Magic Heart sect gathered in front of the mountain, including 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 waiting, 2 kings and 3 waiting. As for the more powerful emperor and king, they did not appear in front of the mountains. When the mountains shook for the first time, it was when this area was really unsealed. Experts who feel the shaking of the mountains include not only disciples of the Evil Heart sect, but also young experts from different forces in the southern region. These young masters gathered at the foot of the mountain, all looking excited and looking forward to seeing the shaking mountain in front of them. In the Shura secret realm, there are no living creatures except human warriors who have entered the secret realm to practice. However, this does not mean that there are no other treasures in the Shura secret realm. According to thousands of explorations and excavations of the Shura secret place by the Magic Heart sect, it is found that there is a very special treasure in the Shura secret place. This treasure can not only enhance the potential of the martial arts, but also significantly improve their understanding. The treasure produced in the Shura secret realm is called Blood Core by the experts of the Magic Heart sect. It is a treasure that can improve the potential and understanding of martial artists. Its shape is very similar to that of a kind of spiritual fruit, but its color is unusually bright red. Therefore, it is called Blood Core by the experts of Magic Heart sect. The Blood Core can not only enhance the potential of martial artists, but also improve some of their understanding. It is definitely the most precious treasure in Shura secret realm, and its value is far more than the non-attribute blood essence rewarded by the secret realm. However, the number of blood nuclei is very rare. The lower the level, the fewer blood nuclei appear. According to the calculation of the Evil Heart sect for thousands of years, the maximum number of blood nuclei in the second layer of Shura secret territory is only 18. Therefore, the experts who enter the Shura secret place fight each other desperately. In addition to the reward of non-attribute blood essence before the secret place is closed, they also want to reduce the opponents who fight for blood core. No one can know where the blood nucleus appears in the secret place. Even if the cultivation of the Demon Heart sect is beyond the power of the Divine Soul period, it cannot accurately judge the location of the blood nucleus. However, the more changes occur in the secret place, the more likely the blood nucleus will appear. This is why so many experts will be attracted after the mountains shake. The goal of these people is a blood core that can improve their potential and understanding. Why didn't elder martial brother Xuanwang, the younger martial brothers of the Evil Heart sect, come here? Among the many southern experts who rushed to the mountains, there was a young man with gorgeous clothes and abnormal temperament. The young man with evil temperament looked around the disciples gathered by the Evil Heart sect, but he didn't find the person he expected, so he asked with a warm gesture, "Junior brother Chu, senior brother Xuanwang has something to deal with. He won't come here for the time being." The Sword King of the Three Kings responded with dissatisfaction. Although the young master surnamed Chu pretended a warm gesture on his face just now, from the perspective of honoring the title, he obviously looked down on the disciples of the Evil Heart sect at the scene, which made him ranked third. How satisfied the Sword King who became a famous Sword King with a sword, his response tone was not very polite. What a pity! Hearing that the Sword King said that Emperor Xuan would not come, the young man surnamed Chu showed a very sorry expression on his face. You. Among the 3 kings and 9 princes, the Jade Marquis with the most handsome appearance and outstanding temperament immediately changed his face when he saw the contempt of the young man surnamed Chu for himself and others. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Younger martial brother Yu, don't be impulsive. Seeing that Yu Hu wanted to teach the young man surnamed Chu a lesson, the Blood King standing next to him quickly made a voice to stop him. Elder martial brother Blood, what's the origin of this man? Seeing that it was the Blood King who stopped it himself, Yu Hu asked reluctantly. Although there is only one word difference between the Blood King and the Blood Hu, their strength and style are completely different. Blood Hu is a cultivation in the half-step Qi transformation period, and its strength reaches a peak in the Qi transformation period. The Blood King is also a cultivation in the half-step Qi transformation period, but his strength has reached the second peak in the Qi transformation period. Zuhu is grumpy, reckless, and ruthless. He likes to torture his opponents. The Blood King has a peaceful temperament, follows the logic and morality, and pays attention to killing with one blow. He doesn't look like a disciple of the demon sect. At the same time, the Blood King is quite easygoing and has a good relationship with his martial brothers, which is deeply respected by many disciples of the Magic Heart sect. According to his daily behavior style, he shouldn't have received the title of Blood King, but because most of his mental skills and martial arts are related to blood, he will be crowned with the title of Blood King. Looking at the young man surnamed Chu who turned and left, the Blood King explained in a dignified tone, "This man's surname is Chu and his name is He. He comes from the Chu family, one of the 9 forces. Younger martial brother Yu, although his accomplishments have only half a step of Qi melting period, his real strength has reached 3 levels of Qi melting period. I'm afraid only senior brother Xuanwang and senior brother Zhanwang are his opponents. Senior brother Jian and I are not necessarily his opponents." So powerful. Hearing that the Blood King thought he was not the opponent of Chu River, the reluctance on Yu Hu's face disappeared in an instant, and there was a trace of awe in his eyes towards Chu River. As more and more experts arrived at the mountains, the strength of the experts became stronger and stronger. Some young experts with strong self-sustaining strength began to venture into the mountains to see what happened in the mountains, look for the reasons for the changes and the possible treasures in the mountains. There was the first expert who took the lead in entering the mountains. The remaining experts gradually relaxed their vigilance and entered the mountains in an orderly manner at the beginning. However, when more and more experts entered the mountains, the people left under the mountains began to worry. Then these young masters burst out with strong strength and rushed into the mountains. "Elder Martial Brother, do we also enter the mountains?" Seeing that at least thousands of people entered the mountains at the scene, the Jade Marquis, who was not calm, asked the Blood King around him. "No hurry." The Blood King shook his head and said with a steady posture, "Elder Martial Brother, don't worry, I'm afraid the treasures in the mountains will be taken away by those people." Seeing the stable posture of the Blood King, Yu began to worry. "Younger Martial Brother you and I don't have to worry if the strongest expert at the scene hasn't been dispatched." With a slight lift of his chin, the Blood King motioned to the Jade Marquis to look at the direction of the Chu River, and explained calmly. Alas, although he also knew that the Blood King did this out of insurance, Yu was still unwilling to wait in place. Not good. Just after Yu gave up the idea of entering the mountain immediately, the strongest Sword King, Blood King and Chu River whispered bad at the same time. Then, the lonely Chu River turned directly. The high-level body method and martial arts of Xia Cheng made him like a high wind and away from the mountains in an instant. The Sword King and the Blood King shouted at the same door and warned, "There is an unexpected danger in the mountains. Hurry to disperse around and leave here for the time being." After reminding the fellow disciples, the Sword King turned directly into a sword light and left the mountain quickly. The Blood King reached out and grabbed the Jade Marquis, and another Marquis also left the mountain quickly. Just when the Blood King started to leave the mountains, a loud roar of jade attack suddenly came from the mountains. With the roar, it was a huge shaking on the second floor of the whole secret territory. "Ah, what kind of monster is this? Help! Damn monster, die!" "Elder Martial Brother, help me!" Accompanied by the fierce shaking of the secret place, there are the voices of help, begging, and desperately tearing from the mountains. However, these sounds did not last long. Only 3 minutes later, the human warrior voice in the mountains completely disappeared, followed by a continuous roar. 30 seconds later, a strange-looking creature with a length of nearly kilometers appeared outside the mountains. The eyes of strange creatures, like rubies, gave a cold look at the many human warriors who desperately fled. However, instead of chasing these scattered human masters, it kept observing the surroundings. At the same time, the thick nostrils at the mouth of the bowl kept smelling the residual smell at the scene. Finally, it suddenly raised its head and stared at the secret place with an abnormal expression of anger. Then, the body quickly took off and flew to the depths of the secret land. The second shaking of the secret place forced Chu Zhongshan to slow down temporarily to maintain a balanced figure. When the deafening roar sounded, he immediately improved the power of his body method and martial arts skills to deviate from the mountains and continue to go deep into the secret land. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan, who was trying to escape the mountains, suddenly felt a little cold behind him, as if he had been stared at by the hunter. And this feeling of being stared at makes him have a smell of death. In the second layer of Shura secret territory, the only one who can pose a death threat to himself is the Overlord of the Blood Lake of Dong. Chu Zhongshan knew that he had been watched by the Overlord of Blood Lake through the shaking and familiar roar in the secret place just now, so he had to continue to increase his speed and try his best to stay away from the mountains. "Boy in front, stop. I have something to ask you." Just as Chu Zhongshan desperately went deep into the secret realm, 5 experts dressed in the same clothes suddenly appeared in front of him, all of whom reached the half-step Qi transformation period. Through the costumes of these people, Chu Zhongshan knew that they were not disciples of the Evil Heart sect, but experts from the southern region who entered here after the area was unsealed. Therefore, in the face of each other's obstruction, Chu Zhongshan was unhappy, but he didn't want to kill them. With the help of the speed of high-level body method and martial arts in Dasheng territory, one dodges past the master who blocks his progress, and then continues to go deep into the secret territory desperately. "Damn, you dare to look down on me, child Charlotte. It seems that you are impatient." Seeing Chu Zhongshan not only didn't stop, but directly avoided himself and others with the help of body method and martial arts, the young man who claimed to be child Xia Luo said angrily, "Chase me." Then, he ordered several men around him who were obviously servants but were very powerful. "Yes, child." Seeing several people who had just avoided, Chu Zhongshan pursued himself angrily, and an unknown anger rose in his heart. "I have a good intention to avoid you, so as to avoid unnecessary conflict, but I didn't expect to be despised by you and others." If it were not for the threat of the Overlord of the Blood Lake at this time, Chu Zhongshan would stop and kill several people who came after him with one knife and one life. Suppressing his inner unhappiness, Chu Zhongshan continued to hurry desperately. Because of his strong sixth sense, he was warned more and more frequently, so he had to mobilize all the spiritual power in the Danshan to penetrate into his legs, so as to continue to improve his speed. Ow. Just after Chu Zhongshan once increased his speed, there was a very familiar roar behind him. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan came to the distant sky, and a black spot approached quickly. "Spell it!" Feeling the Blood Lake Overlord getting closer and closer, Chu Zhongshan clenched his teeth and finally decided to work hard. The mind enters the elixir field and directly colludes with the Millennium Spirit Milk floating on the elixir field and temporarily imprisoned by Jiao Sijun. He uses the energy of the Millennium Spirit Milk to improve his speed. However, he didn't immediately use the Millennium Spirit Milk. He wanted to see how the group of people behind him dealt with the Overlord of the Blood Lake. Although he deliberately bypassed those people just now by using the speed of body method and martial arts, he saw clearly that among them, the young people with the most gorgeous clothes and many energy treasures on their bodies were. He wanted to see how the young people with many cards dealt with the Overlord of the Blood Lake. When the shadow was tens of thousands of meters away from them, Charlotte found that the flying shadow was a monster with a length of nearly kilometers and an unusually ugly appearance. She couldn't help exclaiming, "Mom, what monster is this?" "Young master, the monster attacked is very powerful. Please leave here quickly." One of the most powerful experts in the crowd stared at the Overlord of the Blood Lake and told him with an unusually dignified look. Then he said to the 3 people around him, "Cat 7, Cat 8, you 2 follow me to stop the monster. Cat 9, you're responsible for taking the young master out of here." "Yes, Brother 6. After hearing the instructions of the strongest experts, the 3 experts who reached the peak of half-step Qi transformation period responded neatly. They acted very quickly and orderly. At first glance, they were specially trained experts. "Cat 6, don't worry. I have a life-saving card given to me by my grandfather. He is a powerful man whose cultivation exceeds the soul period. The life-saving card left by his old man is enough to deal with the immediate crisis." Cat 6's instructions and orders made Charlotte aware of the critical situation on the scene, but he was not very worried. Because he has a lot of cards to protect his life, which is one of the reasons why he dared to sneak into the Shura secret place as a young master of the direct children of the Xia family. "Young master, didn't you know the special rules of Shura secret place before entering the secret place?" Looking at the strange creatures getting closer and closer, and listening to his young master's idiot-like problems, Cat 6 couldn't help turning his eyes and asked, "Is there any special rule in Shura secret place?" Xia Luo asked a question in doubt. At the beginning, when he secretly left his family and went out to play, he was surprised to hear the Shura secret place that would be opened and the wonderful and harvest of entering the secret place. He knew that he had many treasures to protect himself, so he would secretly enter the Shura secret place. Young master, you can't use a treasure with more power than your own realm in Shura secret realm. Otherwise, the rules of the secret realm will suppress the treasure and make it unusable. Oh no! Hearing Cat 6's explanation, Charlotte's face turned pale for a moment. If you can't use the life-saving card, his strength is only a little stronger than the ordinary half-step chi-changing period master. The cruel reality is not only unable to resist the incoming monster, even if he can escape this robbery, then in the next experience, he should guard against other high hands in the southern region at any time. Cat 9, what are you doing? Don't hurry to take the young master away. Seeing that Charlotte already knew his situation, the strongest Cat 6 sternly scolded. Yes, Brother 6. Being scolded by the Cat 6 fiercely, Cat 9 shivered all over and immediately responded to his life. Then, he grabbed Charlotte directly, followed the monster quickly attacking in mid-air, chose the opposite direction, and tried his best to escape. The conversation between Zialuo and Cat 6 just now was a little loud, so it was not too far away from them. Chu Zhongshan, who had excellent hearing, heard it clearly. Cat 6's explanation made Chu Zhongshan clearly understand that in the Shura secret realm, except for their own strength, any treasure whose power exceeds the body refining period can't be used, so I'm afraid the life-saving card given to him by Zhao Enjun can't be used. Although Zhao Enjun's strength is very strong, the Shura secret place rules that form a circle are stronger. With his strength retained in the Jade Pendant, I'm afraid it's difficult to get rid of the restrictions of the secret place rules. No wonder he slaughtered hundreds of disciples of the Evil Heart sect. Among them, there is no lack of talent who can reach the first level of Qi transformation period. However, before they die, none of them used their life-saving cards. It seems that they have long understood the rules of the Shura secret place. Looking up at the approaching Overlord of Blood Lake, without any counterattack ability, he can only hope that the life-saving card can play a role, hoping that Zhao Enjun's supreme strength can break away from the restrictions of Shura secret place. The Lingli inspires the Jade Pendant. The Jade Pendant instantly becomes a white gas. The white gas slowly condenses while taking off, and finally condenses into Zhao Enjun's form. Seeing that the life-saving card can still be used, Chu Zhongshan cheered secretly as he watched the white gas condense into Zhao Enjun's body in the air. With Zhao Enjun's supreme level of strength, even if only one power is retained in the Jade Pendant, the strength has reached the peak of the Divine Soul period. It's a piece of cake to deal with the Blood Lake Overlord at the peak of the Spirit period. Boy, what trouble are you in? You should use the life-saving card I left you. The white gas condensed into Zhao Enjun's body, just like the real Zhao Enjun, with a confident look. He didn't speak, just raised his chin slightly and looked directly into the distance. Because Zhao Enjun was facing Chu Zhongshan, he didn't notice the Overlord of the Blood Lake attacking quickly behind him. When he turned around and saw that the attacking opponent was just a strange creature whose strength reached the peak of the Gas C period, he looked very disdainful. Even he turned his head and said in a relaxed tone, "Look, Chu boy, see how the teacher killed this animal." With his left hand raised slowly, his 5 fingers opened. The power of his mind cooperated with the power of Zhenyuan and communicated with the laws in the void. Zhao Enjun planned to use a move he was very proud of and often used to tie the dragon rope to directly capture the Overlord of the Blood Lake alive. However, when he wanted to stimulate the spirit Zhenyuan retained in the Jade Pendant, he unexpectedly found that there was a special law in the void that limited him to use the power retained in the Jade Pendant. Damn it! As the existence of the supreme level, although the Jade Pendant is only a residual thought left at will, the transformed body can exert the power of the law mastered by the Numenon. In other words, although the power of Zhenyuan and Divine Soul retained in the Jade Pendant is only the peak of the Divine Soul period, it can play the power beyond the Divine Soul period. At this time, in the face of the suppression of Shura's own laws, he was not only unable to exert the power of laws he could master, but also unable to use the spirit and true yuan in Yupei. Fortunately, Zhao Enjun's momentum was too strong when competing for the power of law with Shura secret place, which made the Overlord of Blood Lake feel very scared. It not only stopped flying, but also turned and fled to the mountain directly. A minute later, Zhao Enjun, who tried his best to compete with Shura's secret place for the power of the law, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly put down his raised left palm. Chu Zhongshan wanted to cheer loudly when he was able to frighten the overlord of the Blood Lake, but when he saw Zhao Enjun's dignified look and his gradually fading body, a trace of something bad suddenly rose in his heart. Chu Zhongshan's worried look, Zhao Enjun floating in the air of course found it. He was upright and did not hide his true situation. He explained the situation in detail. Chu boy, the life-saving jade pendant I gave you contains too little power of genuine and divine soul. Only the power of the peak of divine soul period makes my mind unable to play the power of law, so now I'm not the opponent of Shura's secret realm rules. Master, what should I do next? Zhao Enjun truthfully admitted that Chu Zhongshan was aware of his dangerous situation. The Shura secret place has been open for less than 4 days, and there are 6 days left before it is closed. How can I deal with the constant threat of the Overlord when my strength reaches the peak of the gas sea period without any means to protect my life? Don't worry, disciple. I have a way to make you delay until the moment when the secret place is closed. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun looked up at the escape direction of the Overlord of Blood Lake. Then he whispered, Disciple, just now when I was fighting for control with Shura's secret territory, I deliberately showed the breath of the power of law, which made the animal mistakenly think I can use the power of law, so it didn't dare to come after you in a short time. Master, is there an accurate number of days in this short time, 1 day or 6 days? Zhao Sijin's explanation did not reassure Chu Zhongshan, because he needs to know the exact number of safe hours he has. 1 day, the breath of the power of law can only frighten the animal for 1 day, so you only have 1 day to run for your life. Although he didn't want to disappoint Chu Zhongshan, he didn't want him to lose his life, so Zhao Enjun told the truth. 1 day, Chu Zhongshan was very disappointed to hear Zhao Enjun buy himself a day to run for his life, but he didn't complain. With the brain running fast, Chu Zhongshan began to think about how to make use of the precious time of the day to give himself a chance to save his life. Zhao Enjun saw the reaction of Chu Zhongshan clearly. He was quite satisfied with it. He was not afraid in the face of danger. It was still a mature performance of martial arts, and it was also one of the key factors for whether he could become the supreme power in the future. Zhao Enjun looked satisfied. Chu Zhongshan didn't notice it, or he didn't have the leisure to pay attention at all, because he is trying his best to think about how to use his day. Although the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory are fast, compared with the Blood Lake Overlord who can fly, the speed gap is like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, if you want to use speed to avoid the Blood Lake Overlord, it is tantamount to looking for a dead end. The cultivation at the peak of the 9th floor in the body training period, and the strength at the 3rd floor in the chi transformation period, will undoubtedly fight against the cultivation and strength at the peak of the Kihai period. It will undoubtedly kill yourself by holding an egg against a stone. Since the use of speed cannot persist to the moment when the secret territory is closed, and its own strength is not enough to resist the overlord of Hengsu Lake, is the crowd tactics feasible? Every time the Shura secret place is opened, the number of martial arts practitioners entering the secret place may reach tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. If you can gather all these experts, even if the strength of the overlord of the Blood Lake reaches the peak of the gas sea period, I'm afraid you have to think about it in the face of so many experts. The only thing that makes him more difficult is how to make all the experts who enter the Shura secret realm gather together to fight against the overlord of the Blood Lake. Chu boy, since I have arranged for you to enter the Shura secret place to practice, of course I am responsible for your safety. Looking at Chu Zhongshan with slightly wrinkled eyebrows, Zhao Enjun knew that the countermeasures he had just thought about were not enough to deal with the monster whose strength reached the peak of the gas sea period. He loved his apprentice and directly said the countermeasures he had already considered. Oh, so the master has a way to deal with that monster. Zhao Enjun's responsible words made Chu Zhongshan, who was considering how to gather all the experts in the secret place, raise his head and look forward to him. Shook his head, Zhao Enjun didn't immediately give the answer he expected, but began to introduce some secrets of Shura secret land. Chu boy, the power of rules contained in Shura secret place can limit the strength of all martial arts practitioners below the supreme cultivation. This alone can prove it's extraordinary. Such an extraordinary secret place, how can there be only the reward of non-attribute blood essence before the secret place is closed? Chew boy, in fact, Shura secret place is very similar to the blood demon secret place. Extraordinary treasures are bred in the cruel environment. Chew boy, you must also know that the blood devil secret place has 3 treasures that can improve strength and cultivation. In the face of Jiao Enjun's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan recalled a little and talked about the 3 treasures that may appear in the blood demon's secret territory. The first treasure in the blood devil's secret realm is the Hongyao stone, which can help the soul to upgrade independently. The second treasure is the blood ginseng, which can absorb the blood color energy traveling in the air and transform the non-attribute essence blood independently. The third treasure is the blood essence fruit, which can directly break through the realm. Yes, these 3 treasures are in the blood demon secret place, and in the Shura secret place, there are also 3 treasures. The origin of these 3 treasures. Then, Jiao Enjun introduced in detail the origin and efficacy of the treasures in the Shura secret realm. With Jiao Enjun's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan's originally clear eyes gradually showed a glimmer of light, a glimmer of longing. According to Jiao Enjun, the 3 treasures in Shura secret place, if in terms of value, are far more than the 3 treasures produced by the blood demon secret place. The first treasure in Shura secret place is called blood essence. It is a treasure that can instantly restore the essence, qi and spirit of martial arts, and its shape is similar to that of crystal stone. With the help of the special rules of Shura secret place, the Demon Heart sect uses the corpse of the martial artist to refine the blood essence pill. In fact, it is based on the idea of blood essence, and it can be regarded as reluctantly refining the pill of blood essence pill through thousands and tens of thousands of experiments. Different from Jingsu pill. Because the blood essence pill is based on the rules of Shura secret realm, it can only be used in Shura secret realm. Once it leaves the secret realm, the blood essence pill will turn into blood and lose its due effect. However, the blood essence pill can be taken away from the secret realm and can still quickly replenish essence, qi and spirit outside the secret realm. Blood essence is also one of the 3 treasures with the largest number. Try your best to get it. There are at least hundreds of blood essence in the second layer of the secret territory. Therefore, as long as you are lucky and work hard enough to find it, you can basically get 1 or 2 blood essence. The second treasure in Shura's secret realm is a kind of fruit core whose shape is similar to the spirit fruit. Because the color of the fruit core is extremely bright red, it is called blood core. According to the size and age, the special energy contained in the blood nucleus has different effects on the promotion of martial arts. The 10-year-old blood core is only the size of a cherry core, which can improve 1/3 of the potential and 1/11 of the savvy of the warrior. The centennial blood nucleus, which is equivalent to the size of the apricot nucleus, can double the potential of the warrior and 1/3 of his understanding. The 1,000-year-old Zuyu is equivalent to the nectarine kernel. It can enhance the martial artist's potential 3 times and his understanding twice. Potential is good, but understanding is difficult to mention. There are many ways to improve potential in this world. Improving cultivation talent, pill to enhance potential, top spiritual cultivation, and martial arts can all improve potential. However, it is even more difficult to improve the understanding. In addition to some rare pills and some special environments, which can get the understanding of those who rise to martial arts, the rest is given by God at the beginning. It can be said that the value of the blood core to improve understanding is 10 times or even more than 100 times that of blood essence. It is precisely because blood nuclei are too precious that the number of blood nuclei in Shura secret realm is very rare. According to Jiao Enjun, the number of blood nuclei is divided according to the secret environment rules. On the first floor of Shura secret place, there are only 9 blood nuclei, 7 of which are 10 years old, 100 years old, and 1,000 years old. On the second floor of Shura secret place, there will only be 18 blood nuclei, including 10 10-year-old, 700-year-old, and 1,000-year-old. On the third floor of Shura secret territory, there will only be 36 blood nuclei, of which 30 are 10 years old, 15 are 100 years old, and 1 is 1,000 years old. On the fourth floor of Shura secret territory, only 72 blood nuclei will appear, including 50 of 10 years, 22 of 100 years, and 1 of 1,000 years. No matter which level of the secret place, only 1 blood core will appear in the millennium, and the time of appearance will only be on the day when the secret place is closed. Therefore, the emergence of the blood nucleus in the millennium represents the climax of the practice of Shura secret place, and it is also the year when the martial arts have suffered the most deaths and injuries since the secret place was opened over the years. The treasure that can improve the potential and understanding is also an urgent treasure for Chu Zhongshan. The reason why he has the strength of fighting over the rank largely comes from his potential. It is precisely because every time he breaks through every small realm, he will raise his potential to the limit, which makes him have the combat power to surpass his 4 to 5 small realms. The reason why he was favored by Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun from Zhangzhufeng was mainly because of his amazing understanding. Master, what is the third treasure? When Zhao Enjun just introduced the possible treasures in Shura secret place, he only introduced the blood essence and blood core in detail, and didn't mention the third treasure, which made Chu Zhongshan more eager to know what the third treasure was. The third treasure belongs to the legendary treasure. No one has encountered it for thousands of years since the Shura secret place was opened, so whether it really exists is still unknown. Shook his head, Zhao Enjun did not explain the specific information of the third treasure. Lao Jiao, if you keep shivering like this, I'll turn my face. Seeing Zhao Enjun pretending to be mysterious, Chu Zhongshan threatened in an unhappy tone. You, shook his head, Zhao Enjun couldn't help laughing bitterly. I'm afraid he and Chu Zhongshan are the only ones who can treat the master. In fact, except me, I'm afraid only some elders and patriarchs of the Magic Heart sect know about the third treasure in the Shura secret realm. 100 years ago, in order to find a special treasure, I once sneaked into the secret storehouse at the core of the Magic Heart sect. In the secret storehouse, I found a turtle shell with an age of more than 1 million years. On the turtle shell, 3 treasures about the existence of Shura secret place were recorded in detail. The third treasure is a ball shaped like a ball, which can independently emit dazzling light. Master, what's the use of this treasure? What Zhao Enjun said just now made Chu Zhongshan couldn't help clenching his fist, because the third treasure he just mentioned, both in shape and characteristics, is very similar to the sphere in his danshan. Even he was sure that the sphere in the danshan was the third treasure in the Shura secret realm. After a little consideration, Zhao Enjun tried to introduce it in words that Chu Zhongshan could understand. According to the records of turtle shells and my own speculation, the treasure similar to the sphere should be the power of law in the legend. The power of law, Chu Zhongshan repeated a sentence. Yes, the power of law is a special rule. Only when you achieve a certain degree of cultivation can you contact and master the power of law. Chu boy, did you record the supreme throne in the mainland's secret information book I gave you at the beginning? Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who still didn't quite understand what is the power of law, Zhao Enjun had to use a simpler way to let him know what is the power of law in advance. Yes, the book records 100 of the strongest people on the mainland, including 18 of the most powerful. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan responded. Chu boy, the 100 strongest people in the mainland are the same. Why only 18 people can be called the supreme strong? That is because they have mastered the power of law. Master, if you get the power of the law of Shura secret realm according to what you just said, you will be able to master the power of the law in the future. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva, Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. More than that, the problem of Chu Zhongshan made Zhao Enjun sigh uncontrollably. According to the records I saw from that turtle shell, the power of laws in Shura secret realm belongs to the top space laws in the world. Among all laws, space laws rank second only to the law of time. Chu boy, if you can master the power of space laws, then there is no desperate situation in the world that can trap you. You can tear the void freely and roam proudly among the stars. At that time, no one can catch up with you, and no one can escape your pursuit, and you can definitely become the strongest in the eternal continent. Master, is there any other characteristic of the power of law in Shura secret place, except that it is similar to a sphere in shape and can emit dazzling light? Zhao Enjun's sigh just now made Chu Zhongshan take a breath of air conditioning. At the same time, a trace of uncontrollable excitement also rose in his heart. Mastering the laws of space and being able to become the strongest in the eternal continent can only excite Chu Zhongshan, but not enough to excite him. He was excited because Zhao Enjun just said that mastering the power of space laws can tear the void and roam proudly among the stars. Because as long as he can have this ability, he can return to the earth to see his elderly parents and fulfill his biggest wish in his heart. The power of the law of space gives people a refreshing and soft feeling, which can quickly improve the state of mind and cultivation. After a little recall, Zhao Enjun introduced in detail the characteristics of the force of law. Master, does the eternal continent have the supreme power to master the power of space law? The treasure with the power of law will certainly master the power of law in the future. This is what Zhao Enjun mentioned just now, but Chu Zhongshan understands a truth, that is, pi will not fall from the sky. He doesn't know what the force of the law of space is. He doesn't know how to master the power of the laws of space. He has no 100% confidence in whether he can successfully master the power of space laws in the future. Therefore, if he wants to understand and master the power of space laws, he must understand the principle of the power of space laws and the means to master the power of space laws in advance. If you want to achieve what you want, you must know whether there is a supreme power in this world who master the power of space laws. As far as I know, no one in the eternal continent has the power to master the laws of space. Shook his head, Zhao Enjun said with a little regret. Chu Zhongshan was slightly disappointed that none of the countless strong men in the eternal continent had the power to master the laws of space. However, in the twinkling of an eye, if you master the power of the laws of space, you may really become the strongest in the eternal continent, as Zhao Enjun said. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongshan forcibly suppressed his inner ecstasy, but also secretly made a decision. That is, the power of law, like copy and paste programs, has become their core secret. It is absolutely not to reveal a secret to anyone, unless they have the ability to keep it. Chu boy, the reason why I just told you about the 3 treasures that will appear in Shura's secret place is not rashly thought of, but because the blood core in the 3 treasures is related to whether you can avoid the pursuit of that livestock next. Chu Zhongshan's deep breathing just now did not arouse Zhao Enjun's doubt. He just thought that Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the reputation of the power of space law, so he continued to speak according to his own ideas. Please make it clear. Chu Zhongshan rarely respectfully asked for instructions. The blood core of the 3 treasures was the key to avoiding the pursuit of the overlord of the Blood Lake, which was the first surprise of Chu Zhongshan. In the deepest part of each layer of Shura secret place, there is a group of riprap floating in the air. The riprap group is composed of countless large and small red rocks. The large rocks are as big as a mountain peak, and the small rocks are only like sand. Moreover, these red rocks are not completely fixed there, and they change all the time. Chu boy, you have amazing understanding and a little understanding of the array. The unstable riprap group is not only a favorable environment for you to avoid the pursuit of monsters, but also an opportunity for you to harvest a lot of blood nuclei and blood essence. Master, I'm afraid it's not as simple as what you just said, that there can be a group of stones with blood essence and blood nucleus. Zhao Enjun just mentioned the benefits that the riprap group can bring to himself, which didn't make Chu Zhongshan ecstatic or make him hot-headed. He still looked at it calmly. Of course, everything in the world abides by the principle of coexistence of advantages and disadvantages. Shura secret territory is the only secret territory of the Magic Heart sect. The rocks are not a secret in their eyes. The real experts of the Magic Heart sect will know this secret territory before they enter the secret territory. Like people who don't belong to the Magic Heart sect, they all know the existence of the riprap group, so several other forces also know the existence of the riprap group. Therefore, you need to face the challenge of countless top experts in the southern region. Chu Zhongshan calmly looked at the riprap group he just mentioned, which made Zhao Enjun very satisfied with his performance, and he looked forward to his brilliance in the riprap group. Continue, Chu Zhongshan indicated. Zhao Enjun's explanation just now, in Chu Zhongshan's view, is not the reason why the riprap group is really dangerous. He arranged himself to enter the Shura secret realm in order to fight with the top experts in the southern region, and hope to improve his strength through them. Therefore, their existence cannot explain why the riprap group has become his life and opportunity. Chu Zhongshan can quickly think of the key to the problem. Zhao Enjun can't describe it with satisfaction. He continues to explain with satisfaction. Shura secret place is not what ordinary people know. In addition to the martial arts practitioners, there are unique creatures in the secret place, that is Shura. When talking about Shura, Zhao Enjun's original indifferent expression gradually became dignified, and his words showed a trace of admiration. Shura is a kind of creatures born to be good at fighting. Their skin is similar to the red rocks in the secret realm, and they naturally have strong defensibility. Their super long limbs are their most favorable weapon. Their natural desire for blood keeps them strong desire to fight. Chu boy, you are also a genius who can challenge beyond the level. Your combat effectiveness can surpass 4 to 5 small realms. However, compared with Shura, you are still a little inferior. Shura is the nation that is best at fighting in the world. Their shortcomings. The Shura mentioned by Zhao Enjun just now, and the praise for Shura in his tone, did not make Chu Zhongshan feel the slightest fear and retreat. Because in his eyes, no matter how strong the opponent is, his first reaction is to find the opponent's shortcomings and flaws, and then decide his way of shooting according to the opponent's shortcomings and flaws. For example, the Blood Lake creature he met in cave. At the beginning, the Blood Lake creatures appeared with average strength, but they were good at speed, so he used the power of potential to limit the speed of Blood Lake creatures and kill them easily. After the Blood Lake Overlord appeared, he immediately made a temporary withdrawal channel and ventured to break through the realm to deal with the current crisis according to the comparison between himself and the other party. Chu Zhongshan was too cold to treat the Shura he had just mentioned, which made Zhao Enjun suddenly feel a little timid, for as like as 2 peas in the middle of Chu, he looked at things as if they were in the sky. The disadvantage is that the number of Shuras in the secret realm is too rare. There are only 15 Shuras in the whole Shura secret realm, and the number of Shuras varies according to the level of the secret realm. Only the same number of Shuras can appear at each level. Under the influence of this fear, he talked about the shortcomings of Shura. For example, you are now in the second layer of the secret realm, so there will only be 2 Shuras at most in this layer of the secret realm, so you need to be vigilant at all times to avoid meeting them too early. And, according to Zhao Enjun's explanation just now, Chu Zhongshan didn't express any opinions, indicating that he continued to talk. The skin of Shura is red because their defense and attack completely use their own blood, so they are afraid of injury and bleeding. Injury and bleeding represent the retrogression of their strength, and may even affect their grade. So if you meet Shura, you can either turn around and run away, or try your best at the beginning to fight for a blow to make them hurt and bleed. After being injured, they usually take the initiative to evacuate in order to avoid excessive blood loss and lead to the decline of their own grade. And Zhao Enjun's explanation of Shura's shortcomings just now brightened Chu Zhongshan's eyes. Not afraid of the opponent's strong strength, just afraid that the opponent has no fatal shortcomings. As long as the opponent has shortcomings, even if it is only a weak one, he can take advantage of this disadvantage to achieve the purpose of defeating the opponent. No, I saw the above information in the records on the turtle shell in the secret place of the evil heart sect. Shook his head, Zhao Enjun said. At the same time, he also began to adjust his emotions and forcibly disperse the fear just generated in his heart. Master, how far is my current position from the riprap group? The conversation just now took almost an hour, which is 1 hour less than the time he left for himself. If you want to successfully avoid the pursuit of the Overlord of Blood Lake, he must rush to the rebel group as soon as possible. If he wants to gain a foothold in the riprap group, he must know the basic situation of the riprap group in advance. This place is 3,000 kilometers away from the rocks. At the same time, there are still 11 hours left for the monster to eliminate the shock of the power of law, so you must go all out to the rocks. After slightly calculating the distance and time, Zhao Enjun gave a very accurate figure. 3,000 kilometers, 11 hours. Chu Zhongshan said in his mouth, and his brain began to calculate quickly. The high-level body method of entering the realm of Dasheng, the martial art Thunder Windleg, can make your speed reach 300 kilometers per hour, and the distance of 3,000 kilometers will take 10 hours. It seems that time is enough, but it's not the same thing in practice. If the car wants to start, it still needs constant refueling. Exerting high-level body method and martial arts with all strength will consume a lot of spiritual power. During the 3,000-kilometer journey, you need at least 1 or 2 times to restore your spiritual power, and each time it takes half an hour to restore your spiritual power. In other words, if everything goes well in the next journey, we can just get to the rebel group in 11 hours. However, considering that on the way to the secret land, he may encounter the obstruction of Li Lion's opponent at any time, and he may break out in fierce battle with the other party at any time, so 11 hours may not be able to get him to the rebel group smoothly. At this moment, he must seize every minute and every second. Only in this way can he get to the rebel before the Overlord of the Blood Lake officially chases him. Master, do you have any other orders? Time was pressing, and Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to delay anymore, so he quickly interrogated Zhao Enjun and asked him if he had anything important to do. If so, you can tell me quickly. If not, then quickly spread the energy and disappear automatically. Chu boy, don't worry. I'll use my remaining strength to help you. The urgency in Chu Zhongshan's tone made Zhao Enjun know that he wanted to start immediately and rush to the rubble, but he was not so anxious. Thank you, master. It doesn't mean that he can't use this power to do other things. If he could help with the power of the peak of the Divine Soul period, he could save at least a large part of his time. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan was also patient and continued to obey his orders. Chu boy, this time when I compete with the secret realm for the power of rules, I have written down my breath in the secret realm, so in the next time, no matter what crisis, don't use the jade pendant I gave you. Zhao Enjun also knew that time was pressing, so he didn't tremble too much and said anything directly. I see. Without Zhao Enjun's special advice, Chu Zhongshan knew that he could not use the life-saving jade pendant after experiencing the changes just now. Chu boy, although Shura's strength is very strong, they are not the most dangerous enemies in the Riprap group. The most dangerous enemies in the Riprap group are your companions, and those who want to get blood essence and blood core, so you should guard against these people at all times. I see. The danger of the same kind had been known to him as early as when he was practicing in the Endless Forest, so he quickly nodded and accepted it. Chu boy, among the 3 kinds of blood nuclei, although the blood check of 10 years is of little use to you, you can use the blood nuclei of 10 years to exchange exotic treasures to improve your cultivation talents with the sect, so you can collect as many blood nuclei of 10 years as possible. Chu boy, the blood essence can quickly restore the spirit of the warrior, but its real function is to enhance the warrior's mind. It has unimaginable assistance for breaking through the Divine Soul period in the future, so you must collect enough blood essence. I see, Chu Zhongshan responded fiercely. Zhao Enjun just told me, didn't he force himself to kill those masters with blood essence and blood core? It seems that when I arrived at the Riprap group, it was also when I opened the bloody means. Chu boy, in the sect comparison, you once exerted a power that can affect your own environment. That power is called potential. I originally planned to use a special technique to improve the power of rising potential with the help of realm breakthrough when you break through the 10 layers of perfection in the body refining period. If you encounter a crisis that is difficult to deal with in the Riprap group, you can choose to break through the realm and improve your strength. After all, strength is not as important as your life. Zhao Enjun's advice just now made Chu Zhongshan accumulate doubts for a period of time, and finally get a perfect answer. At the beginning, before the Valley of the Palace appeared on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil secret land, Dongfeng Yangping once said that Zhao Enjun was also a person in charge of power. Therefore, after his initial apprenticeship, he very much expected Zhao Enjun to explain in detail the origin of potential and how he should improve the power of potential next. However, Zhao Enjun never mentioned it, which made him a little dissatisfied. It was precisely because of this trace of dissatisfaction that he insisted on not taking the initiative to interrogate Zhao Enjun. Unexpectedly, Zhao Enjun, as a master, not only forgot about it but was already prepared. At this time, Chu Zhongshan's heart flashed a trace of warmth, and his eyes to Zhao Enjun contained a trace of respect. Go! A powerful force rose from Zhao Enjun's slightly dim body. At the same time, the blood-red sky gradually became gloomy, making the color of the whole secret land sky more gorgeous. At the same time, a majestic breath gradually approached Zhao Enjun, trying to prevent him from using his strength beyond the physical training period. Mobilize the spiritual power in the Danshan into his legs and cooperate with Zhao Enjun's fingerprints. Chu Zhongshan directly turns into a white light and disappears in place by flying at a high speed. Who? Watching Chu Zhongshan disappear in the sky and Zhao Enjun disperse his strength, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he looked up at the blood-red sky and the slowly dispersed dignity, and threatened in a cruel tone. Sure, a secret place, others just think you are a dead thing without any consciousness, but don't try to hide Zhao Enjun's thoughts from me. I've written down today's humiliation. When the power of the law is complete in the future, I will return today's humiliation. After leaving a naked threat, Zhao Enjun, who had been completely virtualized, exploded with a bang and turned into a mass of white gas again. The white gas then began to virtualize, and then disappeared completely into the secret place. With the white gas containing the power of genuine and divine soul, and Zhao Enjun's mind disappearing into the secret realm, a helpless sigh came from the Shura secret realm. Above the Shura secret land, a building like another courtyard stands high in the sky. In the other courtyard, Zhao and Jun, sitting on the stone chair in the pavilion, looked at the Shura secret place below, and clenched the left hand of the teacup, which was enough to explain his inner tension and anger at this time. As early as Chu Zhongshan used the life-saving jade pendant, Zhao and Jun in other hospitals had already felt it. However, due to the strong rules and restrictions of Shura secret territory, he could not contact the spirit retained in the jade pendant, so he could not know what happened in the secret territory. Zhao and Jun knows Chu Zhongshan's character and means very well. He knows that he is a person who is deeply hidden and can never see the bottom card. It can force him to use the final life-saving card, which is enough to show that he encountered irresistible danger in the secret realm. Just like the time in Purgatory City, he encountered irresistible mysterious forces. Worried about the safety of Chu Zhongshan, he was so anxious that he even wanted to use all means to enter the secret realm with his own body to see what kind of crisis Chu Zhongshan encountered. Just when he wanted to tear the void and enter the Shura secret realm, he accidentally felt that an unborn strong man of the Magic Heart sect was quietly hidden in the void above the secret realm, which made Zhao and Jun, who had offended the Magic Heart sect, dare not take it easy. Because with his supreme level of strength, if you want to forcibly enter the Shura secret realm, you need to consume nearly 7 layers of strength at least. If an opponent of the same level makes a sneak attack at this time, it is likely to cause him to be seriously injured and lose his life. Therefore, he can only stay in other hospitals in a hurry and wait for the return of God. An hour later, Zhao and Jun, who was already anxious and about to go crazy, finally felt the idea of staying in the jade pendant. Through the memory left by the divine mind, he soon learned about the changes that took place in the Shura secret realm, and his original inner worries slowed down a lot. Although the cultivation of the 9th floor peak during the body refining period in the middle of Chu, and the strength of the 3rd floor during the Qi transformation period, are not enough to resist the monster at the peak of the Qihai period, it is not difficult to avoid the monster with the special environment of the Riprap group and his resourceful plan. At this time, Zhao and Jun was not very worried about the safety of Chu Zhongshan. He even had a feeling in his heart that this experience of Shura secret realm would bring unimaginable opportunities to Chu Zhongshan. After knowing the details of the incident, Zhao and Jun stood up and went straight out of the stone pavilion and out of the other courtyard. The mind that can change the color of heaven and earth directly envelops the Shura secret realm. Just as the mind left a threat before it disappeared, Zhao and Jun also left a naked threat. Shura secret place, through the memory of the mind just now, I know that you now have an independent consciousness and dare to hinder my mind to rescue my disciples. That is the person who is against me Zhao and Jun, but against me Zhao Sijun. I will never show mercy. Shura secret place, if you don't want me to destroy your hard-earned consciousness in the future, then you can protect Chu Zhongshan well and never have any accidents with him in the Riprap group. Otherwise, the day when the power of my law is perfect will be the day when you're scared. Zhao and Jun's naked threat made the consciousness of Shura secret place feel very wronged, because it just pursues the rules of the secret territory itself and prevents uncontrollable forces in the secret territory, so as not to destroy the rules of the secret territory for millions of years. Chu Zhongshan used Zhao and Jun's power retained in the jade pendant and burst out the power beyond the peak of the divine soul period, which has violated the rules of Shura secret place. According to the law, he should be killed directly. The consciousness of Shura secret place has given Zhao and Jun face by letting him live. What's more, Chu Zhongshan is not satisfied with the power of space law, the most precious treasure that has been treasured in Shura secret place for millions of years. However, feeling the power of law emanating from Zhao and Jun's ontological mind, the consciousness of Shura secret realm knows that his threat is not a joke, and he will definitely be able to do this in the future. As a secret place that has been inherited for millions of years, the consciousness of Shura secret place has witnessed many strong people, among which there is no lack of the power of law. The strong people who are perfect understand the breadth of their power of law. Because of this, it can judge that within 100 years, the man who just threatened himself will have the power of law perfected. The person who has the power of perfection really has the ability to eliminate the consciousness that he has not easily formed. So the consciousness of Shura's secret realm quickly took back his mind and began to stare closely at the Chu Zhongshan, who is on his way to prevent him from any damage. Although the consciousness of Shura's secret place did not give any answer, Zhao Enjun knew that his threat had been learned by the consciousness of Shura's secret place. It would certainly keep its threat in mind and always protect the safety of Chu Zhongshan. Since the beloved is not in danger for the time being, then he has to deal with the hidden dangers in the void. First, in case Chu Zhongshan has an accident, he can't rescue with all his strength. Second, it is also to vent the anger and depression accumulated in your heart. Third, it is also for some people to see. Let them see themselves who have been silent for 100 years. Not only have they not been worn off, but they are more clear. With the help of the last power of Zhao and Jun's mental power, Chu Zhongshan flew 1,000 kilometers in a straight line in 10 minutes. 1,000 kilometers, according to the speed of high-level body method and martial arts, it is almost equivalent to 2.5 hours. That is to give yourself 2.5 hours more time to travel. Although there was a little plenty of time, Chu Zhongshan did not dare to delay at all, because he doesn't know whether there will be trouble waiting for him in the journey ahead. After slightly adjusting his state and identifying the direction, he directly displayed the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng realm and set out towards the depths of the secret realm with all his strength. Where the jade pendant and the secret place fought for the power of rules, Charlotte looked at the Chu Zhongshan disappearing in the sky and said subconsciously, "Mom, what kind of existence have I provoked? And there is such a strong backing behind me." Young master, if you meet the young master just now, the first thing you need to do is to apologize and pray that the other party can forgive your impoliteness. As the most powerful Cat 6 and the fastest person to wake up, he took a look at Chu Zhongshan, who had disappeared, turned his head and looked behind him. His vision finally stayed on his young master. Cat 6 felt a little cold on his back when he thought that they were desperately chasing the young master, and there was such a strong man standing behind him. Cat 6, I am neither a child of 2 or 3 years old nor a fool. I know how to do some things. I don't need your orders. Being ordered by his subordinates in the tone of command, young Master Charlotte's temper suddenly rose, and his tone of voice became impatient. Then, he took off a delicate pendant from his neck, mobilized the spiritual power of Danshan to penetrate the pendant, and then looked at the pendant in his hand with a very expectant look. Unfortunately, the pendant penetrated into the spiritual power did not respond, nor did it burst out the spirit of the owner of the jade pendant, like Chu Zhongshan's life-saving jade pendant. Until now, he finally knew that the life-saving card that the young man had just now was so powerful that the owner who made it was so powerful. 5 hours later, Chu Zhongshan slowed down at full speed and finally stopped in front of a mountain bag about 67 meters high. After 5 hours of full speed, Tianzu in central Chu traveled more than 1,500 kilometers. At the beginning, with the help of Zhao Enjun, there are only 500 kilometers left from the final target. However, the consumption of spiritual power is huge when the high-level body method and martial arts are continuously displayed at full speed. At this time, his spiritual power in the elixir field is less than 1 level, so he must find a safe place and seize the time to restore his spiritual power. With a slight leap, Chu Zhongshan jumped directly onto the mountain bag, took a general look at the area and environment of the mountain bag, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out 16 6-grade medium-level spirit stones and 1984 7-grade medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag, and then arranged a simplified version of the gathering array. This is the first time he has arranged the spirit gathering array with 6-grade medium-level spirit stones, and 16 6-grade medium-level spirit stones are used as the array eyes of the spirit gathering array. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan is looking forward to the formation of the spirit concentration of the spirit gathering array. After the simplified version of the spirit gathering array was arranged, Chu Zhongshan sat directly in the spirit gathering array and carefully felt the richness of the aura. Then, his face showed the color of joy. If we compare the aura contained in the 7-grade medium-level spirit stone to a stream, the amount of aura contained in the 6-grade medium-level spirit stone is equivalent to a mountain spring. 16 mountain springs gather in the amount of aura that has been formed. It is very terrible. It can basically be distinguished by the naked eye. Take the upper-level 8-product Qi tonifying pill from the storage bag and cooperate with the rich aura. Chu Zhongshan began to fully recover the consumed aura. The aura that can be recognized by the naked eye, combined with the chi tonifying pill of the upper grade 8, has recovered 7 layers of aura in just 10 minutes, which he never thought of at the beginning. According to his estimation, it would take at least half an hour to restore the 9 layers of Reiki. However, with sufficient Reiki, the time to restore Reiki has been reduced by half. After taking a look, he didn't consume much aura. Chu Zhongshan once missed Huang Lao. If I could stay with old Huang during this period, I'm afraid I would have pulled out a complete version of the jeweling array from his mouth, with my excellent eloquence. If there is a complete version of the spirit gathering array to assist, I'm afraid the spiritual power in the Danshan will be restored long ago. Even the complete version of the spirit gathering array can also improve the speed of cultivation. The idea is beautiful, and Huang Lao is not in his mind, which is also pure nonsense. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan quickly shook his head, drove the idea out of his mind just now, and began to continue to restore his spiritual power. 5 minutes later, the spiritual power in the heaven elixir field in the middle of Chu has recovered 9 layers, and it only takes 1 or 2 minutes to fully recover. But at this time, he had to stop absorbing the aura in the spirit gathering array. Because the strong sixth sense gave him a strong warning that danger was approaching quickly, put away the spirit stone that doesn't consume too much, and take out the life spirit knife and chi tonifying pill. Chu Zhongshan continues to restore the spirit power with the help of the power of the pill while waiting for the arrival of his opponent. The waiting time is not very long. The power of the upper level 8 product chi tonifying pill has not been fully consumed. The opponent warned by the sixth sense rushed quickly. What a coincidence! Looking at the fast-attacking opponent, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help talking to himself. Because the opponent who attacked quickly was an expert in the clothes of the disciples of the enchanted Xinzang. Since he entered the Shura secret realm, all the enemies he killed were disciples of the Devil Heart sect, which made him sigh that he was really predestined with the Devil Heart sect. Who are you, boy? Seeing Chu Zhongshan standing on the mountain bag, and the master of the Magic Heart sect who rushed to the bottom of the mountain bag, he asked with an abnormal look of displeasure. Look unhappy because the way of dialogue is wrong. Chu Zhongshan's mountain is about 67 meters high, which makes him look up at each other when he talks with Chu Zhongshan, while the other party looks down at himself from a high position. Oh. I don't know which of the first emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect are you? Chu Zhongshan asked, slightly surprised. Among the 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect, 3 died under their own hands. He had a deep feeling about the breath of the princes of the Magic Heart sect. The master of the Evil Heart sect who came under the mountain bag was very close to the princes he had killed, so Chu Zhongshan guessed that the other party was likely to be one of the 9 princes. I'm the Dao Marquis among the 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect. Have you heard of my reputation? Dao Hu asked excitedly. The originally unhappy mood was immediately relieved, and the attitude towards Chu Zhongshan was also polite. Among the 9 princes of the Evil Heart sect, Dao Hu and Yu Hu have similar personalities. They are all those who are very narcissistic and have excessive arrogance and confidence in their own strength. They are not people who easily listen to others' opinions. Different from Yu Hu, Dao Hu is not only powerful, but also proficient in pills. He is a genius with the talent of Dan Dao. It is also because of this that he is too arrogant, likes to act arbitrarily, and has a bad relationship with his fellow disciples. After entering the Shura secret place, he began to hunt and kill ordinary martial artists alone, and then refine the blood essence pill by himself with the help of the special rules of the Shura secret place. After the area where the disciples of the Evil Heart sect were located was unsealed, he left the area directly, looking for different opponents to kill, and rushed to the Riprap group. Because of this, he didn't know that Feng Hu, Blood Hu and Iron Fist Hu, who were as famous as him, had died under the spirit knife of the young master in front of him. Dao Hu, so you are better at using DAO technique. Hearing that the other party claimed to be Dao Hu, Chu Zhongshan, who was originally lack of interest, suddenly came to the spirit. After leaving the Chu family, Chu Zhongshan found that most of the martial artists in the outside world are good at using swords, and few martial artists use weapons such as knives and sticks, which led him to rarely compete with the masters who use swords. Therefore, after hearing that his opponent claims to be Dao Hu, he will raise a strong interest. At the same time, it also denies the idea of solving the opponent with one knife. Jumping down from the mountain bag, he walked slowly to Dao Hu and said jokingly, Dao Hu, you just said that. Zhu Hu also interrogated me. At that time, I replied to him that the cultivation in the half-step Qi period dared to describe himself with the title of prince. It's really a group of waste people who don't know the greatness of heaven and earth. Boy, you want to die. Chu Zhongshan's ridicule, sarcasm, and contemptuous attitude made Dao Hu's originally good mood angry, and he threatened fiercely. However, he immediately thought of the blood marquee mentioned in Chu Zhongshan's mouth just now and hurriedly asked, "Boy, the monster of blood, who will let you live? It's not like him." Cut. Seeing the Dao Hu who couldn't see the situation clearly, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help humming coldly. At the same time, I also feel ridiculous about the practice of the Devil Heart sect. Idiots such as Blood Hu and Dao Hu dare to speak loudly and are honored as princes. Seeing that the senior level who made this decision is also a kind of hot-headed fool. Boy, what's your attitude? Chu Zhongshan disdained the cold hum, which made Dao Hu feel insulted. At the same time, there was a trace of bad in his heart. Chu Zhongshan is standing here intact now. I'm afraid it's not the kindness of the blood marquee. It's likely that he was killed by the boy who has only the top 9 levels of cultivation in the body training period. Alas! Seeing Dao Hu still couldn't figure out the reason, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. Originally, after hearing the title of Dao Hu, he was still happy and wanted to communicate with him about Dao skills, but Dao Hu's reaction just now disappointed him. I'm afraid he can't cultivate 2 advanced Dao skills with this IQ, so he was too lazy to want to compete with each other. In the scorching sun of reaching the peak, combined with the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng, you can easily cut off the head of Dao Hu with one knife. You must be modest and prudent in your next life. Watching Dao Hu die with his eyes open, Chu Zhongshan prayed by feeling. Then he put away the storage bag hanging around the waist of Dao Hu. Chu Zhongshan didn't mean to stop at all. He directly exercised his body method and martial arts skills and planned to continue to go deep into the secret territory and continue to rush to the Riprap group. At this time, it is only more than 500 kilometers away from the Riprap group. At the current speed, it only takes more than an hour to arrive, so Chu Zhongshan is not as anxious as he just started. Reserve 3 layers of strength to prevent accidents on the way, and then use it as 2 purposes. While on the way, check the collection in the Dao Hu storage bag. After the idea entered the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but stop, and his face showed a look of shock. Because he found 4 amazing and incredible treasures in Dao Hu's storage bag. Return the same way and return to the mountain bag that has just restored its spiritual power. Chu Zhongshan reserved half of his energy to pay attention to the situation around him at any time, and then began to take out the 4 treasures in the Dao Hu storage bag. The first treasure was 8 bottles of pills containing blood essence pills. After opening them one by one, Chu Zhongshan found that all the pills contained 10 blood essence pills, which made him wonder whether Dao Hu mastered the pill and could refine blood essence pills alone. Otherwise, how did he collect so many blood essence pills in such a short time? The blood essence pill is only a fake product specially refined by the Demon Heart sect according to the treasure of blood essence. It can only be used in the Shura secret realm, so the 8 bottles of blood essence pills just make him feel a little excited. What really excited him was the second treasure. The second treasure is a crystal with a shape similar to that of a pentagonal prism. The crystal is red, giving people a feeling of monstrosity. Holding the crystal in the palm of your hand, an exhilarating breath filled Chu Zhongshan with the spiritual power of the 9th floor. Without too much observation, Chu Zhongshan can determine that this red pentagonal prism crystal must be one of the 3 treasures of Shura secret territory. What made Chu Zhongshan more excited was that the number of blood essence in Dao Hu's storage bag reached 3, which was beyond his expectation. You know, although blood essence is not as precious as blood core, the number of blood essence appearing in the second layer of the secret territory is only 108, and the strength is only the peak of the first layer of Qi transformation period. He even harvested 3 blood essence in the first half of the secret territory, which shows that he is a man of excellent luck. Unfortunately, he was very lucky and met himself with stronger luck, which turned his harvest into his booty. Who? Take a deep breath and Chu Zhongshan tries to calm his excited mood, because the value of the next treasure is several times or even 10 times more precious than blood essence. Yes, the third treasure in the Dao Hu storage bag is a blood core that emits a strong smell of blood, is more crimson in color, and is somewhat similar to the shape of cherry peach stone. According to the size of the blood nucleus, and the energy contained inside, Chu Zhongshan knew that the blood nucleus in his hand belonged to 10 years. Although the blood core of 10 years does not help Chu Zhongshan's potential to exceed several limits and amazing understanding, according to the explanation before Zhao Enjun disappeared, the blood core containing special energy has unimaginable help for the top force of Lian sect. Therefore, as long as we can gather 5 10-year-old blood nuclei, we can exchange with the sect for a strange treasure to improve the cultivation talent, or a 7-grade pill of 1 or 2 grade. If you can get the exotic treasure and elixir to improve your cultivation talent, and then cooperate with the upper-level 7-grade Hunshan pill that Zhao Enjun once gave to you when he worshipped, your cultivation talent is likely to break through the limit of 6 grades and reach 5 grades. The cultivation talent of 5 grades has barely entered the upper quality talent of the southern region. After thinking of his cultivation talent, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help falling into deep thought. After being able to practice again, the cultivation talent of the top 8 grades is the most top cultivation talent in the state of Qi. It can almost be called the first cultivation talent in the state of Qi. I am secretly happy because of my superior cultivation talent. However, after contact with Chu Zhengxuan, the old ancestor of the Chu family, I learned how rubbish the cultivation talent of the top 8 grades is in the southern region. It was at that time that he was determined to improve his cultivation talent. The elder of the Chu family helped him find the medium-level Kippen unborn pill and promoted his cultivation talent to the lower-level Kippen pill, which gave him hope to break through the Sea of Qi in the future and made him enter Liyan sect smoothly and become an elite disciple of Liyan sect. The secret place of Purgatory City, the cave left by the peerless strong man, with the help of old Huang, has obtained the human spirit root that can make people reborn and improve their cultivation talent. With the change of human spirit root, his cultivation talent was directly promoted from the lower level 7 grades to the lower level 6 grades, making his cultivation talent enter the middle level of the southern region in one fell swoop. After the sect contest, Zhao Enjun gave him an upper-level 7-level Hunshan pill, which can be upgraded by 1 to 2 levels, when fulfilling his gambling contract, so that he had the opportunity to upgrade his cultivation talent to the upper-level 6 levels. If you can get the exotic treasure and pill that can improve the cultivation talent of the sect, it is not a fantasy to break through the 6th grade and reach the 5th grade of the cultivation talent, so this temptation is not inferior to the harvest of blood essence. Very solemnly put 3 blood essence and a 10-year blood nucleus into the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan's eyes focused on the last treasure. The 4th treasure is a spirit knife with dark color and a few drops of blood on the handle. Yes, it's a spirit knife. It's a spirit knife whose grade really reaches the spirit tool level. Reach out and hold the bloody hilt, mobilize the spiritual power in the elixir field into the spirit knife, and then a strong breath rises from the spirit knife. Cut. Aim at a piece of red rock standing on the hill, and Chu Zhongshan will use the chopping move in the basic saber technique. A red light was emitted from the spirit knife and accurately cut on the red rock, while the red rock cut by the knife gas turned into powder in an instant. Only 3 layers of spiritual power was used, and only the basic saber technique was used, but the power was far more than the strongest means he could master now. You know, when he was trapped in an endless cave, in order to get through the way out, he once used his strongest part to attack the wall formed by the red rock. As a result, he only left a white mark on the wall and could not break the red rock at all. And now, with 3 layers of spiritual power and simple basic knife technique, he can easily break hard red rocks. He has the most profound feeling about the power of spiritual tools. The 3-tier spirit power can shoot the power of the spirit knife. In terms of grade, this spirit power belongs to the lower grade spirit knife, which is just suitable for his current state. Instead of putting the spirit knife into the storage ring, he happily put it into the storage bag. Because in a short time, this spirit knife is not only his bottom card that can enhance his strength, but also his strongest means to deal with Shura. In Dao Hu's storage bag, except for blood essence pill, blood essence, blood core and inferior spirit knife, the remaining things are far less precious than these 4 treasures. So after he simply sorted them out, the items that should be put into the storage bag will be put into the storage bag, and those that should be put into the storage ring will be put into the storage ring. After finishing all this, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath, then showed his high-level body method and martial arts, continued to go deep into the secret realm, and continue to rush to his goal. There will be a large number of blood essence and blood nucleus in the riprap group in Shura secret territory. For ordinary martial arts, it is a secret that can never be contacted. However, for the disciples and clansmen of the top forces in the southern region, the existence of riprap group is not a secret, but the first choice for them to practice after entering Shura secret territory. Therefore, after the Shura secret place was opened, many experts from the top forces in the southern region gradually approached the random stones from different directions of the Shura secret place. Because of this, in the next nearly 2 hours of travel, Chu Zhongshan met experts who rushed to the random stones more than once. Fortunately, everyone's goal is to find the blood essence and blood nucleus in the riprap group. Both of them temporarily suppress the impulse to hand, which makes Chu Zhongshan reach the riprap group smoothly. Looking up at the rubble floating in the air, Chu Zhongshan felt deeply about the origin of this name. Countless red rocks in front of us wander in the air without any rules. The large rocks in the red rocks are like the Qianlong Peak. Small rocks, like a grain of sand, are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. It's still some time before the pursuit of the Overlord of Blood Lake, so Chu Zhongshan didn't rush into the riprap group, but stood under the riprap group, observed the moving red rocks in the riprap group, looked for the rules, and watched how other experts entered the riprap group. Staring at the chaotic stone group of Chu Zhongshan, his face showed a dignified look. Because through the observation just now, he found that the riprap group was floating in the air, more than 50 meters from the ground, so after entering the riprap group, he had to choose the red rock for the next step. At the same time, we should also choose the right time to get out of the leg. Otherwise, the whole person will fall directly from the riprap group after stepping empty. For martial arts practitioners who are in the training period, falling from a height of 50 meters will not kill them immediately, but the double blow of gravity and gravity must be unavoidable. Under the riprap group, there are already a group of little people waiting for the rabbit. As long as they see the martial artists who fall from the riprap group, they will immediately rush up and try their best to kill the hard-hit martial artists, and then divide the treasures in the killed martial artists' storage bag equally. In an hour, staring at the riprap group and Chu Zhongshan, the master of the riprap group, his face was gloomy, as if he could drop water. Because he found that after entering the riprap group, the most dangerous thing is not to choose the red rock for the next step, but to be hit by the floating red rock at any time before landing. The red rock floating in the riprap group does not move very fast, but the hardness of the red rock itself and the special rules of the riprap group will kill everyone who is hit by the red rock immediately. In just half an hour, at least more than 20 masters who reached the peak of half-step Qi transformation period were forcibly crushed by the moving red rock. Chu Zhongshan's originally gloomy face eased a little, because after more than an hour's observation, he found that the red rocks floating around the random rocks did not move irregularly, and there were still certain rules to find. As long as you grasp the opportunity to get out of your legs every time you move, you can basically avoid the moving red rock. In half an hour, he divided the red rocks, large and small, into 9 grades according to their size and moving speed. Among them, the first-class red rocks are the largest, each of which is almost equivalent to the Qianlong Peak, and the first-class red rocks have the least risk. Although they are the largest, they move the slowest. Moreover, because they are too large, they are easy to be found and can be avoided in time. The 9-grade red rocks are the smallest, each equivalent to almost a drop of sand. Although the 9-level red rocks are the smallest, they move the fastest. Moreover, because they are too small to be detected, they can only be found when they are about to hit the body every time. Therefore, when choosing the next rock to settle in, the most important thing to pay attention to is the red rocks of grade 9, 8, and 7. 2 hours later, Chu Zhongshan's originally slightly soothing face has completely returned to normal, and even his eyes show a trace of essence. After half an hour's observation, he found that it was best to choose red rocks of 4, 5, and 6 grades. First, the 3 grades of red rocks are the 3 kinds of rocks with the largest number of riprap groups and regular running tracks. Selecting these 3 kinds of rocks can ensure the safety factor. Second, on the 3 grades of red rocks, there is the greatest chance of blood essence and blood nucleus. Just a short half an hour ago, Chu Zhongshan found a blood essence hidden on a 6 magenta rock, 2 blood essence hidden on 3 5 magenta rocks, and a 10-year blood nucleus the size of a cherry kernel. Whether you can save your life in the rubble, Chu Zhongshan has 8 layers of confidence at this time. However, there were still 5 days before the Shura secret place was closed. He wanted to continue to observe to see if there were still places to pay attention to in the rubble, so as to ensure his 100% safety. However, just when he wanted to continue his observation, he suddenly heard a familiar roar in Shura's secret land. The roar made Chu Zhongshan know that he had to enter the riprap group immediately. Although the mountain range where the Overlord of Blood Lake lives is more than 3,000 kilometers away from the random stones, it is more than 3,000 kilometers away, which is more than half an hour for it to reach the peak of the gas sea period and fly with its own strength. Before that, Chu Zhongshan not only had to enter the riprap group, but also had to go deep into the riprap group. Only in this way could he safely avoid the pursuit of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Chu Zhongshan seized the opportunity to display high-level body skills and officially entered the riprap group by using the rock steps leading to the riprap group. Standing under the rubble is totally different from standing in front of the rubble. Standing under the riprap, you just see the moving red rocks of different levels. It gives you the feeling of grandeur. Standing in front of the riprap, feel it close. It gives you the feeling of danger, stimulation, and loss. Spit out the deep breath just now, choose a red rock with an area about the size of a football field, and grasp the best time. Chu Zhongshan stepped up without hesitation. Under the rubble, as the Shura secret place opened for a longer time, more and more experts gathered in front of the riprap group. However, in the face of the irregular and dangerous riprap group, the martial artists who rushed to the riprap group dare not enter the riprap group easily. They didn't dare to enter, but they didn't want to leave the riprap group containing blood essence and blood core, so they looked for the rules in the riprap group through the people who entered the riprap group, and commented on every martial artist who entered the riprap group. Just after Chu Zhongshan stepped into the riprap group, a group of people who like to criticize the most began what they are best at, that is, self-righteous evaluation of Chu Zhongshan's performance. Dizzy, I dare to enter the riprap group with the cultivation of the top of the 9th floor during the training period. I don't think this boy is impatient. A martial artist who reached the top of the 10 levels of physical training satirized. I can't say that. The boy's performance when he climbed the rock steps and stepped into the first red rock is enough to show that he is not an ordinary martial artist. He is likely to be a genius with the challenge of stepping up the steps. A martial artist whose cultivation reached the stage of half-step transforming chi retorted with appreciation. No, you're wrong. In my opinion, the boy's apparent calmness is pretended. You see, the first rock he chose when he entered the riprap group has an area of more than 7,000 square meters. It takes at least 1 minute to walk from one side of the rock to the other, so I judge him to be absolutely pretending to be calm. No, it's your fault. This young warrior's calmness is not pretended. He must have enough chest. A careful and observant warrior retorted. Why? Many fighters at the scene didn't believe his judgment just now. In this regard, the expert who is good at observation was not worried, but introduced in detail the truth he got through observation. Because 5 hours ago, the Xuanhuang, who is known as the first emperor of the Magic Heart sect, Lu Yuan, who is known as the sword maniac of the Huashan sword sect, Aoyang Heiyu, who is the third successor of the Aoyang family, and Yan Ruyu, who is known as the first beauty of the Yan family, all chose red rocks with an area of 5,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters when they entered the riprap group. Really? The refuted warrior was not angry, but immediately looked up and carefully observed several young masters such as Xuanhuang, who had already entered the rubble group to see their choices now. After observing for a while, they were surprised to find that the rocks chosen by several young masters led by Xuanhuang were mostly red rocks between 5,000 and 10,000. In Shura's secret territory, in the riprap group. Chu Zhongshan didn't know that he stepped into the random stone group because he rashly entered the random stone group, which aroused the evaluation of the people below. Of course, even if he knew the evaluation of these people, he would scoff, because he is not a person who cares too much about what others think of him. Standing outside the riprap group and looking at countless moving red rocks, the brain may be in a state of spinning halo for a short time, but when you really step into the riprap group, you simply can't feel the red rocks moving under your feet. If it weren't for the red rocks floating around, you might think you were just standing on a stationary boulder. Without too much delay, Chu Zhongshan showed his first-order body method and martial arts, and then moved quickly along the edge of the red rock under his legs. While moving forward, he observed the red rock passing by. Seeing Chu Zhongshan stepping on the red rock, without too much observation of the situation in the riprap group, he directly stepped on a red rock with an area of more than 3,000 square meters. Just now, he praised Chu Zhongshan for his excellent martial arts and couldn't help criticizing him. Alas, it's too rash. Why don't you observe more and choose the most favorable time to continue to go deep into the rubble? Cut, didn't I say it long ago? The boy just pretended to be calm. In fact, he is a straw bag. At the beginning, the martial artist who saw Chu Zhongshan's displeasure quickly humiliated him by seizing this opportunity. Alas, maybe my judgment is wrong. That young man is not as smart as I thought. In the rubble, around the edge of the first red rock, he only traveled less than 50 meters. Chu Zhongshan jumped directly onto another red rock with an area of about 3,000 square meters. The reason why we don't stay on the first red rock to continue our observation is that we are forced to have no choice. For one thing, the Blood Lake Overlord at the peak of the Gas Sea period will soon arrive at the riprap group. He must quickly go deep into the riprap group. Only in this way can he ensure that he will not be attacked by the crazy Blood Lake Overlord. Second, there are basically no blood essence and blood nucleus around the riprap group. If you want to harvest blood essence and blood nucleus, you can only continue to go deep. Based on the above two reasons, the genius in Chu had to seize the time to jump on the second rock. Of course, it's helpless, but Chu Zhongshan didn't choose to settle down rashly. Because before entering the rubble, he had already planned everything. The area of the second red rock is slightly smaller than that of the first one. According to Chu Zhongshan's division of the volume of the red rock, the second red rock is barely a kippen rock, so he is not rashly going deep into the rubble group. Less than 20 meters around the edge of the second red rock, Chu Zhongshan chose a huge stone with an area of about 7,000 square meters and grade 5, and jumped up without hesitation. The fourth red rock chosen to settle down is a huge stone with an area of about 5,000 square meters. The fifth red rock chosen to settle down is a huge stone with an area of 9,000 square meters. The sixth red rock chosen to settle down is a small stone with an area of only more than 1,000 square meters. There were 15 red rocks in succession, and there was no rest in the middle. Chu Zhongshan's amazing performance made some martial artists who had been criticizing him under the riprap group suddenly stand there speechless. How can it be? It's only 10 minutes. This young man looks only 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation is only the peak of the 9th floor of the body training period. How can he travel so fast? One of them reached the half-step chi transformation period. A young man about 20 years old said to himself with a dull look. Yes, every time he chooses to change his foothold, the timing of his foot is right. Is it difficult that he has been to the riprap group before? A young warrior standing next to the young man is also an unbelievable Fu He Tao. The foothold has been changed 15 times in succession, and it has gone deep into the rubble group for almost more than 10 kilometers. Until this time, Chu Zhong genius stopped and planned to take a temporary rest and recover the energy and physical strength he had just consumed. Just now, we have changed 15 footholds in succession. The consumption of spiritual power is not very large, but the consumption of energy and physical strength is very large. Because every time you choose the next foothold, you not only need to calculate which red rock you should choose as your foothold, but also observe the stones below 3 grades flying around. At the same time, every time you jump to another red rock, your body and attention must be highly coordinated without any error. Otherwise, it may be attacked by red rocks below grade III at any time. Ow. Just when Chu Zhongshan planned to stay on the 16th red rock to have a rest, a deafening roar sounded, which greatly changed the look of thousands of martial artists under the riprap group and those who entered the riprap group. In the first half of the Shura secret territory, those who can reach the riprap group are basically martial artists from major forces in the southern region. They may have high strength and bottom, but everyone has rich knowledge. The power contained in the roar just now made many martial artists on the scene realize that the strength of the monster making the roar must exceed the 2 levels of body refining period and chi transforming period, and maybe the strength to reach the chi C period. How can monsters with strength reaching the sea of chi, appear in the second layer of Shura secret territory. This is the first reaction in the minds of all martial artists on the scene. And the next second reaction, thousands of fighters on the scene are different. Nearly 2/3 of the fighters directly chose to leave the rebel group and not put themselves in danger for the time being. Among the remaining 1/3 of the martial arts, 1/3 of the martial arts directly choose to enter the riprap group. They intend to use the special environment of the riprap group to avoid the monster, whose strength reaches the gas C stage. At the same time, they also hope to enter the riprap group to find blood essence and blood core. As for the remaining 1/3, 2/3 of the warriors choose to believe that the monster that just roared will not brutally attack them. Chu Zhongshan, standing on the 15th red rock, changed his face when he heard the roar coming closer and closer. Then he took out a blood essence pill directly from the storage bag and swallowed it without hesitation. The blood essence pill refined from the corpse of the warrior is not very delicious, but the effect is very obvious. Knowing that in a short time of 3 seconds, the energy, physical strength, and spiritual power he had just consumed suddenly returned to his peak state, which made him have to sigh and lament the means of the strong man of the evil heart sect. With the help of the robbed blood essence pill, Chu Zhongshan, whose essence, chi, and spirit have all recovered to their peak state, shows his body skills and martial arts to the edge of the rock. While walking along the edge of the red rock, he looks for giant stones that can settle down. However, after searching for 5 minutes, Chu Zhongshan didn't find any red rock below grade 6, which made him very anxious. If there is no threat from the overlord of Blood Lake, he can continue to wait for the red rock below grade 6. Because according to the track of the riprap group, there will be less than 6 red rocks passing by sooner or later, but now the time is tight, he can't wait any longer. In desperation, he had to choose the stone of grade 7 or grade 8 as his next goal. 30 seconds later, a red rock with an area about the size of a basketball court and a grade of barely 7 crossed from his eyes. Chu Zhongshan clenched his teeth and risked to choose it as his foothold for the 16th time. Chu Zhongshan's luck was good. When he chose the 16th red rock, there were no other stones around, so he set foot on the 16th red rock smoothly. When he stepped on the 16th red rock color, he felt different immediately. Because standing on a boulder with an area of only 500 square meters, you can vaguely feel the shaking in the floating process of the boulder. The red rock shaking under his feet is very unfavorable for him to choose the foothold next. However, since he has made a choice, Chu Zhongshan will not regret it at all, nor will he think about it because of his risky choice. Staring at the stones of different grades, Chu Zhongshan continued to choose his next foothold. Ow. When he chose the 17th foothold, the roar of the overlord of the Blood Lake sounded together. The roar this time could not be described as deafening. It could be said that it rang through the sky and tore the red blood cloud over the secret place. The second roar of the overlord of Blood Lake made many martial artists under the riprap group have a new choice. Among the more than 300 fighters left at the scene, more than 100 of them chose the same choice as the first batch of fighters, that is to temporarily escape from the rubble in case of accidents beyond their control. Among the remaining more than 200 fighters, more than 40 chose to enter the rubble group ahead of time. The remaining 160 warriors naively thought that the upcoming monster would not attack them. The target of the monster is also likely to be the blood essence and blood core hidden in the rubble group. The second roar of the overlord of Blood Lake not only made the martial artists under the riprap group make a choice, but also made Chu Zhongshan standing on the 16th rock have to make a choice. Through the roar just now, Chu Zhongshan estimated that the overlord of Blood Lake would arrive in front of the riprap in 5 minutes at most, so he must immediately choose the giant rock with large area and high grade as his temporary stay. Otherwise, the crazy Blood Lake overlord is likely to take the initiative to attack the riprap group. The attack of the peak strength in the air C period can easily stimulate the energy turbulence of the random stone group. The energy turbulence is a destructive force for red rocks with more than 7 grades. If you want to ensure your safety before the occurrence of accidents in the riprap group, the safest of the 9 grades of red rocks is the first-class boulder. Spell it. After 3 minutes of observation, Chu Zhongshan found a stone with an area of only more than 30 square meters, which can briefly become his foothold for the 18th time. However, this is only a very short temporary foothold. because his ultimate goal is to move slowly from a distance and reach the first grade, which is equivalent to the super large boulder of Qianlong Peak. He silently recited the countdown in his heart. When he was silent for a while, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng, ventured to try the way of fast jump, and crossed 2 footholds in succession. Right leg of the martial arts player just stepped on the 18th foothold, and the left foot immediately jumped up and landed on the 19th foothold with an extremely dangerous process, that is, the super large stone he had selected to reach the first grade. After standing firm, Chu Zhongshan simply observed the super large boulder he chose. When he found that there was nothing on the boulder, he quickly turned his head to look out of the riprap group and the direction of the overlord of Blood Lake. 30 seconds later, a dark shadow appeared in his sight. A minute later, you can almost see the body of the overlord of Blood Lake, which is nearly kilometers long. A minute and a half later, the Blood Lake overlord's face like a mouse clearly came into his eyes. 2 minutes later, like a huge figure covering the sky and the earth, lightning appeared over the rubble. Ow! With ruby-like eyes, staring at Chu Zhongshan standing in the rubble, the overlord of Blood Lake made a loud roar for the 3rd time. The 3rd roar of the overlord of the Blood Lake has used its strength at the peak of its gas sea period, so its roar is like a thunder on a sunny day. It not only makes Chu Zhongshan and others feel numb in their scalp, but more than 160 martial artists under the random stones will have nearly 130 people bleeding in their facial features and directly suffered heavy losses. Finally, he found the person who took away the treasure that belonged to him. Instead, the overlord of the Blood Lake was not in a hurry to attack Chu Zhongshan, but looked cold and saw more than 160 martial artists below, and then roared at more than 160 martial artists who had suffered heavy losses below. Ow! However, the 4th roar of the overlord of Blood Lake was far less loud than the first 3, but the shock brought by the 4th roar was more shocking than the first 3. Because the 4th roar of the overlord of the Blood Lake is a special means it has. Through the roar, it forms a strong suction, and the goal of the suction is to stand among more than 160 warriors in the riprap group. Among the more than 160 martial artists under the riprap group, the one with the highest cultivation is only half-step Qi transformation period, and the one with the strongest strength is only the peak of Qi transformation period. They are not the opponent of the overlord of Blood Lake at all. What's more, the 3rd roar of the Blood Lake overlord has made them suffer heavy losses. Therefore, in the face of the strong suction of the Blood Lake overlord, more than 160 martial artists under the riprap group didn't last long and were absorbed into the blood of the Blood Lake overlord one by one. After swallowing more than 160 martial artists, the overlord of Blood Lake looked at the random stones with cold eyes, which made the martial artists who had just entered the random stones and chose only the 1st and 2nd footholds feel very scared. Even a martial artist with a little poor psychological quality directly complained about the rules of Shura Secret Place. Well, the rules of Shura Secret Place are only for treasures whose energy exceeds the body training period, not for creatures whose strength exceeds the body training period. Otherwise, you and I are all geniuses with the strength of the Qi transformation period. Aren't we killed by the rules of the secret place? Moreover, I doubt that the monster in front of us is likely to be a living creature in the secret place, so the rules of the secret place won't deal with it. Another martial artist with strong strength and good psychological quality comforted his partner who just lost his temper and had a good relationship. Chu Zhongshan, standing on the 19th giant stone, knew that the cold eyes of the overlord of the Blood Lake were not looking at other warriors, but staring at himself. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan can also guess why the overlord of the Bleeding Lake chases him closely. I'm afraid he has adult human wisdom and guarded the sphere for many years. He has guessed what the glowing sphere is. Therefore, it will not hesitate to leave the Blood Lake where it has lived for many years and desperately pursue and kill itself in order to get the power of space law in its own body. The power of space law in his body is the foundation of whether he can return to the Earth and visit his elderly parents in the future. Even if he loses his life, Chu Zhongshan will not hesitate, so he is not afraid to meet the cold eyes of the overlord of the Blood Lake. As if he could not prove that he was not afraid of the momentum of the other party by using his eyes, Chu Zhongshan then took out the Benaming spirit knife from the storage bag and falsely cut the overlord of the Blood Lake. Ow! Chu Zhongshan's provocative move completely angered the overlord of Blood Lake. He roared up to the sky, and then rushed directly into the rubble with the strength of flying. Looking at the overlord of the Blood Lake who rushed into the rubble, Chu Zhongshan flashed a smile of successful conspiracy on his face. A stone the size of a grain of rice in the riprap group can directly smash a warrior wearing a defensive spirit weapon. Can your Blood Lake overlord's body surpass the defensive spirit weapon? The human warrior can avoid the moving red rocks through accurate judgment. Your Blood Lake overlord is nearly kilometers long. See how you avoid the moving red rocks in the riprap group. The overlord of Blood Lake, angered by Chu Zhongshan's active provocation, didn't see the red rocks moving around in the riprap group at all. At the beginning, in order to see who attacked him secretly, it used its huge tail to directly smash the wall formed by red rocks. Therefore, in its view, it only needs to wave its tail gently to fly these moving stones in front of it. However, it didn't know it was wrong until it really flew into the rubble. At first, it could easily smash the wall formed by the red rock. That's because the red rock is still there. Let it take the initiative to attack. However, the red rocks in the riprap group move all the time. Although the moving speed of red rocks in the riprap group is not fast, there seems to be a special rule in the riprap group, which makes these red rocks with very slow moving speed have strong penetration when running at high speed. 10 seconds. 10 seconds after breaking into the rocks, the overlord of Blood Lake was hit by the moving red rock for dozens of times. Each hit can easily break its defense and make it have wounds equal to the red rock. For the overlord of Blood Lake with a length of nearly kilometers, the damage caused by some small red rocks is not a great threat, but it can't afford the impact of some oversized boulders. No, just now a huge stone with an area of more than 3,000 square meters directly knocked it away, causing it unimaginable heavy damage. If it hadn't been for its strong defense, and its strength reached the peak of the gas sea period, I'm afraid the blow just now would have killed it directly. At this moment, it is afraid, because this is the first time that it has suffered such a serious injury since it became the overlord of the Blood Lake. If he continues to stay in the rubble, I'm afraid he will really die here today, so he wants to leave here temporarily. It's easy to get in and difficult to get out. There are rules to find when breaking into the riprap group. As long as we find the right foothold every time we move forward, there's basically no problem in safety. However, it is very difficult to leave the riprap group. Basically, there is no law to find. If you want to leave the riprap group safely, you basically rely on luck. So everyone who breaks into the riprap group either continues to go deep and look for the possible serum and blood nucleus in the riprap group, or choose a red rock of 1 grade and wait for 10 days. When the secret place is closed, it will automatically send you out of the secret place, which means sending you out of the riprap group. Ow. The Blood Lake overlord, who wanted to leave the riprap group, just turned its huge body. There were 3 red rocks of hundreds of square meters, which hit it hard and hurt its body at one time. At the same time, it suffered a heavy blow and couldn't help roaring. Ow! When the huge body turned completely and wanted to fly away from the rubble, 5 huge stones with an area of 1,000 square meters beat it hard. The strong impact force made it spit a few mouthfuls of blood from its big mouth. At the same time, the pain in the wound made it howl uncontrollably. Ow! Supporting the badly injured body and enduring the pain at the wound, the overlord of Blood Lake tried his best to leave the rubble group. 10 giant stones with an area of 3,000 meters knocked it away at one time. And just a bump let its strong vitality directly drop 90%. The instant loss of vitality let it can't help but cry sadly. Now, the smell from the Blood Lake overlord has obviously dropped to the body training period, and even to the middle and high level of the body training period. At this time, the Blood Lake overlord dare not continue to run rampant with his strong strength. He wants to find a safe place to recover his injury temporarily. If the injury continues to deteriorate, its strength and grade are really likely to be downgraded. At that time, when the Shura secret place is closed and all human warriors leave the secret place, it must return to the Blood Lake. If its strength and grade are really downgraded, its subordinates who are only a little worse in strength and grade in the Blood Lake will be tempted to replace them. At that time, they will be really dangerous. Although it is impossible for it to find out the law of the random stone group in a short time, it can determine where it is safe, and where it lives by the performance of human fighters who enter the random stone group. After determining a red rock suitable for their temporary shelter, the overlord of the blood lake opened his mouth and directly spit out a ball of blood essence about the size of a football, emitting extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Then, the blood essence exploded and turned into a rich blood gas. The blood gas wrapped the whole body of the overlord of the blood lake, and then rushed to the giant rock nearest to it, with an area equivalent to a mountain peak. The life breath of the overlord of the blood lake after using the essence of blood drops once, and his momentum drops directly to the early stage of the body refining period. However, the power of benaming blood essence is also strong enough to enable the overlord of blood lake to reach the peak smoothly. After the huge body landed safely on the huge rock, the overlord of blood lake looked very cold at Chu Zhongshan, then closed his eyes and completely entered the realm of self-healing. Seeing that the overlord of blood lake chose to find a giant rock to heal, Chu Zhongshan was relieved. The heavy damage it suffered just now can't be fully recovered in 3 or 5 months, so Chu Zhongshan is no longer worried that the overlord of blood lake will continue to chase and kill himself and continue to compete for the power of space law in his body. Now that the biggest threat in the Shura secret realm has been eliminated, then I just need to guard against the possible Shura at any time, and I can spare no effort to find blood essence and blood nucleus in the rest of the time. In fact, what Chu Zhongshan doesn't know is that even if the overlord of blood lake doesn't suffer heavy damage after entering the rubble group, he will not be in any danger if he can continue to chase him with his strong strength. Because in the sky over the riprap, a pair of illusory eyes are staring at it all the time, for fear of a slight accident in the middle of Chu. Before entering the riprap group, after nearly 2 hours of observation, Chu Zhongshan found that blood essence and blood ginseng could appear. There were only 4, 5, and 6 grades of red rocks. The probability of blood essence and blood nucleus in the remaining grades of red rocks was very small, so he took the next step to wait for patience. Only when the stones of 4, 5, and 6 grades appear and are suitable for his next step will he choose to leave. Otherwise, he would rather choose to wait in place. Now, after choosing 35 red rocks as his foothold, Chu Zhongshan finally found a red rock with blood essence and suitable for his next landing. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was silently recited in his heart. When the meditation reached a moment, Chu Zhongshan used medium-level body method and martial arts, walked quickly with his left and right feet, and climbed the 36th red rock with an area of about 5,000 square meters safely and smoothly. He looked up at the red rock. After confirming that there was nothing different, Chu Zhongshan suppressed the power of high-level body method martial arts in the entry-level realm, and then rushed directly to the place where the blood essence was hidden. There was no accident on the way. Chu Zhongshan got the blood essence that can quickly replenish the essence. If you count the blood essence obtained from Dao Hu, he already has 4 precious blood ginseng at this time. Since there is blood essence on this red rock, Chu Zhongshan greedily searched the whole red rock, expecting to gain something, but he got nothing. There was no harvest. Although he was disappointed, it did not affect Chu Zhongshan's mood. He stood on the edge of the 36th red rock and began to calculate his foothold. When Chu Zhongshan calculated his next foothold, he was completely opposite to him. A dignified and majestic young master in a magical Xinzang costume, aged about 18 or 19, was staring excitedly at a huge rock with an area of more than 8,000 square meters. On this huge red rock, there are not only 2 blood essence, but also a 10-year-old blood core. Blood essence and blood core can be found on a red rock at the same time, which is rare in the riprap group. Therefore, this master in the clothing of the enchanted Xinzang looks like a must. Just got a blood ginseng from the 36th red rock. When looking for the next foothold, Chu Zhongshan accidentally found a huge red rock with an area of more than 8,000 square meters suitable for his own foothold. Luck. When luck comes, I can't stop it. On this huge red rock, there are 2 blood essence and a 10-year blood core, which makes Chu Zhongshan have to sigh his luck. If you get the blood core on this huge red rock, the goal of distance in exchange for the sex improved cultivation talent, exotic treasure and pill will go further. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Chu Zhongshan remembers the time silently in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The masters of the evil heart sect also recite the countdown time in their hearts. Rush. After a moment of meditation, Chu Zhongshan showed his initial body method and martial arts according to the running track of the red rock, and landed on the red rock smoothly and safely. Rush. After a moment of meditation, the master of the magic heart sect showed his medium-level body skills and quickly stepped on the huge red rock. After more than 30 times of searching for different levels of footholds, Chu Zhongshan knew that there was no danger on each red rock suitable for falling corners, so after stepping on the red rock, he directly improved his body method and martial arts skills and rushed to the hiding place of blood essence and blood core. However, just when he was 100 meters away from the hiding place of blood essence and blood core, he found that a person also rushed across from him. Slowing down the sprint, Chu Zhongshan began to look at his opponent who stepped on the red rock at the same time. It's good not to observe carefully. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan had to sigh that the Shura secret place was really small, so small that every opponent he met was a disciple from the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongshan found the Master of Magic Heart sect, who also stepped on the red rock. The Master of Magic Heart sect also found Chu Zhongshan, who stepped on the giant stone. After finding out that Chu Zhongshan had only the top cultivation of the 9th floor during the body training period, the Master of the Magic Heart sect shouted, "The blood essence and blood core are mine. You can choose the next foothold." Chu Zhongshan was stunned by the other party's words and style. Because since he entered the Shura secret realm, the disciples of the Devil Heart sect he met either attacked himself directly or were arrogant and conceited, a gesture of lazy being the first in the world. Of course, different views belong to different views. Blood essence and blood core are also things he will seize. How can he give up automatically because of the opponent's word? Blood essence and blood nucleus are mine. You can choose the next foothold. With the same words and tone, Chu Zhongshan responded to each other's hegemony. "Boy, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. You'd better get out of here before I get angry." Chu Zhongshan used the same words and tone to respond to himself, which made the Masters of the Magic Heart sect a little unhappy. However, at this time, his most important goal is to get blood essence and blood nucleus, so he forcibly suppressed his inner anger, made use of verbal threats and exuded his strong momentum, so as to force Chu Zhongshan to take the initiative to leave this red rock. "Boy, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. You'd better get out of here before I get angry." The naked threat of the Master of the Evil Heart sect has no effect on Chu Zhongshan. He is also too lazy to think about some powerful words to threaten the other party, so he simply repeats the other party's words directly. "You want to die?" Chu Zhongshan repeated his words twice in a row, which made the Master of the Magic Heart sect very angry. He temporarily gave up his move to put away the blood essence and blood core. When he used his body method to rush to Chu Zhongshan, he took out his very good weapon, a pair of heavy hammers. Which one of the first emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect? When the Master of the Evil Heart sect rushed over, his strong momentum made Chu Zhongshan suddenly think of the 13 famous Masters of the Evil Heart sect, and immediately wanted to know the identity of the opponent who was about to be killed by himself. "I am still the king of war among 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes." Chu Zhongshan suddenly questioned his identity, which made the Master of Morxinzong stunned at first, then immediately stopped and admitted his identity with a puzzled look. "Oh, it's the ranking Xuanglong attack." Seeing Chu Zhongshan take out his weapon, the King of War knew that his opponent was going to fight with him. The King of War didn't continue his nonsense. He directly waved a pair of hammers in his hand and used the medium-level hammer method to attack Chu Zhongshan. Since this is the first time he has fought with an opponent who uses double hammers, he doesn't know the opponent's attack routine and the opponent's hammer method, so he didn't fight, but used his body skills to avoid and feel the power of the opponent's hammer method. Double dragons playing with beads. After the first move of Xuanglong attack was easily hidden by Chu Zhongshan, with the help of a pair of hammers, Wang Zhan directly turned his whole body in a circle with 360 degrees, and then performed the second move of hammer. Looking at the hammer from the left and right, Chu Zhongshan still didn't take the initiative to attack, but used Benaming's spirit knife to block the hammer from the left and right. At the same time, we can also feel the power of the War King to use the hammer method through the collision between the life spiritual power and the hammer. Double dragon fight back. After Chu Zhongshan blocked the hammer with his own life spirit knife, Zhan Wang took advantage of the situation to show a move of hammer backward attack, which surprised Chu Zhongshan a little. He was surprised at the subtlety of Zhan Wang's hammer method and his control over the war situation. The surprise returned to surprise. Chu Zhongshan was not surprised at all. Xia Cheng's body method and martial arts drove his body and avoided his move in a semi-distorted way. Double dragon hanging. the King of War was surprised that Chu Zhongshan's high-level body method and martial arts had entered the realm of Xia Cheng, and was surprised at Chu Zhongshan's progress in body method and martial arts. Just as Chu Zhongshan was surprised, Zhan Wang's attack did not stop at all. A pair of heavy hammers swung up and down 180 degrees to form a killing trend and directly twisted to Chu Zhongshan's head. In the face of Zhan Wang's move, Chu Zhongshan's mind flashed 3 evasion methods, but these 3 methods were quickly rejected by him and finally decided to make a defensive counterattack. The one-on-one duel, taking millet from the fire when entering the peak, is just suitable for breaking the move of the King of War. Therefore, when the wrist of Chu Zhongshan turns, the Benaming spirit knife in his hand turns into a fox line, which contains the primary saber skill of attribute power. Combined with the body skill of Xia Cheng, it directly meets the double dragon strangle of the King of War. Boom! Benaming Lingli and a pair of heavy hammers hit each other hard and made a deafening roar. Accompanied by the roar, the red rock with an area of about 8,000 square meters shook violently. Boy, the strength is good. It's worth our war king to use all his strength. After the inevitable blow was easily cracked by Chu Zhongshan, Zhan Wang was shocked and had to praise Chu Zhongshan's strength. After all, the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan now has only the 9-level peak in the physical training period, but the combat power has reached the 2-level peak in the Qi transformation period. With such outstanding talent and strong strength, I'm afraid only Xuanwang, one of the 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect, can barely beat him. King Zhan, to tell you the truth, your strength is very careless. It's not worth it. I'll use all my strength. After dozens of moves just now, Chu Zhongshan has basically found out the strength of Zhan Wang. The cultivation of half-step Qi melting period has reached the 2nd peak of Qi melting period, and the talent is also very outstanding in the southern region. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan guessed that he was able to rank first among the 3 kings because of his extraordinary combat experience and accurate grasp of the war situation. Boy, you can have pride, but you can't have pride. Because excessive arrogance equals arrogance, and excessive arrogance equals suicide. Chu Zhongshan's arrogant provocation made Zhan Wang's face gloomy. King Zhan admitted that the evaluation of Chu Zhongshan just now had given him a lot of face. Moreover, Chu Zhongshan was the first of his peers who could be praised by King Zhan sincerely, except the Xuanwang of Morxin's sect. Therefore, in his opinion, in the face of his sincere praise, Chu Zhongshan should feel honored and even return some praise. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongshan didn't know how lofty and generous his response was, which made him very angry. War King, am I arrogant? You will know the next fight. Facing the ridicule of the War King, Chu Zhongshan had no ups and downs in his heart. In the battle, Chu Zhongshan will fall into an unusually calm state. At this time, he sees only the difference between the enemy and his friends, and only the difference between the enemy's weak strength and weak strength. As for what the opponent says, he won't pay attention to it at all. The scorching sun, now that he knows his opponent's strength and is familiar with his opponent's fighting style, Chu Zhongshan plans to end the battle as soon as possible, then take away the blood essence and blood core on the red rock and continue to go deep into the rubble group. The primary sword skill of the peak state is as powerful as the high-level body skill of the entry state. Then, combined with the high-level body skill of the Dasheng state, the combat effectiveness of Chu Zhongshan at this time has reached the initial stage of the 3rd level of the Qi transformation period. In the face of the 3-tier combat effectiveness of Chu Zhongshan in the Qi transformation period, the War King soon fell into the disadvantage. If it wasn't for his precise control of the war situation, I'm afraid he would be killed by the spirit knife within 3 or 5 moves. Even so, his current situation is also in jeopardy, and he can be killed anytime, anywhere. Using his accurate control of the war situation, the War King reluctantly avoided Chu Zhongshan's move to take millet from the fire, and then used a pair of hammers in his hand to blast away Chu Zhongshan's Benaming spirit knife and temporarily open a distance. Then, he pleaded softly, "This little brother, the blood essence and blood nucleus belong to you. How about I take the initiative to leave here?" It's late. In the face of Zhan Wang's active supplication for mercy, Chu Zhongshan didn't show any mercy and responded in a cold tone. Cutting the grass and uprooting the roots is a technique that Chu Zhongshan has always used. Moreover, he is now in an immortal situation with the Devil Heart sect. Killing each other may become a hidden danger of the peerless strong in the future, which must be considered in advance by any strong person. Boy, what I just said is not that I am afraid of you, but that I don't want to fight with you to avoid being taken advantage of by other people in the riprap group, so I advise you to accept it when it's good. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's ruthless attitude, Zhan Wang threatened angrily. As one of the 9 forces, the Devil Heart Sect, the second most powerful war king among the 3 kings and 9 princes, can take the initiative to subdue, which is the second time in the war king's life. For the first time, the object of active obedience is Xuanwang, one of the 3 kings and 9 princes. In the face of his active obedience, Xuanwang's behavior is to accept it as soon as possible and immediately offer sweet words to relieve his inner depression. The object of the second active obedience is Chu Zhongshan. King Zhan thought that Chu Zhongshan would give himself a great face like Xuanwang. He not only took the initiative to persuade each other, but also reasonably distributed blood essence and blood core. However, Chu Zhongshan's response surprised him and made him angry. Zhan Wang's confident threat made Chu Zhongshan frown slightly. He didn't know where Zhan Wang came from. He thought he must have good words and sent him away. In order to completely extinguish Zhan Wang's unrealistic self-confidence and solve the battle as soon as possible, Chu Zhongshan directly used his first card, Potential, a momentum that can change the color of heaven and earth and solidify the surrounding environment. Directly enveloped the King of War, so that the King of War, who wanted to continue to talk, directly shut up and cut off the king's head with the cutting style in the basic saber technique and the body technique. Ignoring the war king's head, Chu Zhongshan put away the storage bag hanging around his waist and went straight to the hiding place of blood essence and blood core. Carefully put away 2 blood essence and 1 blood core. Looking at the blood core in his hand for 10 years, Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of joy. Taking into account that I got a 10-year blood nucleus from Dao Hu, now I have 2 10-year blood nuclei, which is 1 step closer to the goal of 5 10-year blood nuclei. The battle with King Zhan took a lot of time. Chu Zhongshan didn't check the collection in the Crown Prince Zhan's bag for the time being, but immediately rushed to the edge of the red rock and began to look for the next red rock. Maybe it was luck, maybe it was the right time. Just when he arrived at the edge of the red rock, he just found a red rock with a surface of about 7,000 square meters and a grade of 5, which is suitable for his next step. What makes Chu Zhongshan more excited is that there is a blood essence hidden on the red rock suitable for his next step. How can he not feel extremely excited? After calculating the time, Chu Zhongshan showed his medium-level body method and martial arts and successfully set foot on the 38th landing place. He rushed to the hiding place of the blood essence, picked up the blood essence in ecstasy, took back the storage ring, and Chu Zhongshan returned to the edge of the red rock again. Bend your knees and sit down. Half of your energy focuses on the moving red rock and continues to look for the next stone that can fall to the ground. The other half of your attention is to hook up the storage bag and check the collection in the storage bag. Because as the second strongest person in the body refining stage of the Magic Heart Sect, the War King, who has the 2-layer peak combat effectiveness in the Qi transformation stage, uses a storage bag area of 100 cubic meters, which is basically the top storage bag. Chu Zhongshan was shocked by the amazing area of the storage bag. He also had to lament the wealth of Zhan Wang and the importance of the Devil Heart Sect to genius. If you put aside the evil disciples deliberately cultivated by those great people, Chu Zhongshan can now be regarded as the first person in the body refining stage of Li Yun sect, with strength and status comparable to the Xuanwang of Morxin sect. Even with such strength, the area of the storage bag he now uses is less than 70 cubic meters, and this is his own effort, which has nothing to do with the sect. From this point of view alone, I am far from the King of War. Li Yun sect is not a little different from Magic Heart sect. The King of War's large storage bag is only a small part of Chu Zhongshan's shock. What really shocked him was the amazing collection in the King of War's storage bag. Not counting other precious treasures, but only the number of spirit stones, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath. Because in the storage bag of the King of War, the number of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones has reached an amazing more than 7 million. The number of 6-grade middle-level spirit stones is also more than 100,000, and there are even 500 more crystal-colored spirit stones. Take out one of the glittering and translucent spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan carefully felt the storage capacity of spirit qi in the spirit stone, and can immediately determine that this spirit stone is a 5-grade medium-level spirit stone. According to the practice of using different spirit stones in different realms of the southern region of the Eternal Continent, the 6-grade medium-grade spirit stones belong to the exclusive spirit stones of realm experts in the period of transforming Qi, and the 5-grade medium-grade spirit stones belong to the exclusive spirit stones of top experts in the period of Qi Si. The King of War, who barely reached the peak of the second floor during the half-step gasification period, has 5-grade medium-level spirit stones with a number of 500. How can Chu Zhongshan not be shocked? You know, the spirit stone he uses in his daily practice is only the 7-grade medium-grade spirit stone. For example, the 6-grade medium-grade spirit stone is only used in advance in order to quickly restore his aura. The War King himself has begun to own the 5-grade medium-level spirit stone, which has to make Chu Zhongshan lament the injustice of God. Shocked by forcibly suppressing the spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan began to check other treasures in the storage bag. Compared with Dao Hu, who is proficient in Dan Dao and can refine Dan medicine by himself, the number of blood essence pills in the Crown Prince Zhan's bag is not much, only 2 bottles, and there are only 6 blood essence pills in 1 bottle. As for the quantity of blood essence, one of the 3 treasures of the secret land, it is far less than that of Dao Hu's collection. There is only 1 in the Crown Prince Zhan's bag. Fortunately, there is also a 10-year blood core in the Crown Prince Zhan's bag, which makes Chu Zhongshan, who has just calmed down the ecstasy caused by the huge spirit stone, glow with joy again. Put the blood essence and blood nucleus in the storage bag into the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan didn't use the rest for the time being, because he wants to wait until the end of the secret place and specially refine the storage bag of the King of Chemical Warfare as his treasure for the next period of time. Put away the storage bag and stand up. Chu Zhongshan began to calculate the next stone with all his energy. I don't know whether he ran out of luck or chose the wrong route. In the next 3 days, he didn't get a blood essence or a blood core for 30 yuan in a row, which made him a little anxious. Because the Shura secret place has been opened for 8 days, and there are still 2 days to close. At this time, he collected only 3 blood nuclei in 10 years, 2 short of the target of 5. If he can't collect 5 10-year-old blood nuclei before the Shura secret place is closed, his desire to raise his cultivation talent to 5 grades in one fell swoop will be defeated. After 60 times of moving forward and 60 red rocks of different areas, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had entered the depths of the random stone group. Although the probability of blood essence and blood nucleus in the depths of the riprap group is very high, the probability of meeting the most dangerous Shura of the riprap group is also the highest. Take a deep breath and suppress the irritability caused by the lack of blood essence and blood nucleus. Chu Zhongshan starts looking for the next foothold again. The deeper you go into the riprap group, the more red rocks of different grades move around. You must be very careful in your choice every time, and there must be no mistake. Otherwise, a small mistake may lead to burial. Half an hour later, Chu Zhongshan finally found a red rock with an area of more than 10,000 square meters that can serve as a temporary foothold. Meditate the countdown in his heart. When the meditation reaches a moment, Chu Zhongshan directly uses the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory to rush directly to the 66th red rock at a lightning speed. Dominate the world. Just as Chu Zhongshan had just stepped on the 66th red rock and had not come to observe the state of the red rock in front of him, he heard familiar and strange shouts in his ears. The familiar voice is very much like Lu Yuan, his good friend in Purgatory City. So Chu Zhongshan looked up and found that Lu Yuan, dressed in light blue strong clothes and holding a spirit sword of semi-spirit level, was fighting a dignified young man wearing a dark purple robe and holding a spirit sword of semi-spirit level in the middle of the red rock. Through the fight of more than 10 moves between the two people just now, Chu Zhongshan found that there was little difference in their strength, and it was difficult to distinguish the victory and defeat in a short time, so he didn't hurry to greet Lu Yuan for the time being, but planned to observe the strength of the two people. Take a look at the level of cultivation and strength of Lu Yuan, a sword maniac worshipped by many sword masters in less than 2 months. The red rock with an area of more than 10,000 square meters is a little larger than the 2 football fields. Both Lu Yuan and the young man who fought with him are the elite of young disciples. When fighting, he will set aside a trace of energy to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Soon after Chu Zhongshan appeared on the red rock, the two soon noticed that there was one more person on the scene. I don't know whether the suddenly appeared person is an enemy or a friend, whether the strength is strong or weak, whether the purpose is the treasure on the red rock, or the two of them, so they have a tacit understanding and use a move that is not very powerful at the same time. With the help of this move, they pass by each other and look at the person appearing on the red rock at the same time. After seeing the visitor's face, Lu Yuan showed a smile of joy on his face, while the young man in a dark purple robe frowned. Younger martial brother Lu, if you are a national beauty, I will be very happy to hear what you just said. Unfortunately, you are a big man, so I will automatically block what you just said as if you didn't hear it. Chu Zhongshan responded jokingly and greeted him. The smile on Lu Yuan's face makes Chu Zhongshan feel that he is happy from his heart. Chu Zhongshan is deeply relieved. At the same time, he is also glad that he saved his life with the help of Huang Lao and the Dongfu token and made Lu Yuan such a valuable and deep friend. Brother Chu, I left Purgatory City at the beginning. After I returned to the sect, I tried my best to practice. I thought I could catch up with my brother. Now it seems that compared with my brother's progress, my brother is not a little different. When the two came together, Lu Yuan felt Chu Zhongshan's current cultivation and couldn't help sighing. When the Purgatory City was separated at the beginning, it was the cultivation of the three-tier peak in the period of body cultivation, while Chu Zhongshan was the cultivation of the four-tier peak in the period of body cultivation. If less than 2 months have passed, with the help of the huge cultivation resources of the sect, the personal guidance of the elders in the family spirit period, and their hard-working cultivation, their cultivation will break through the 8 peaks in the body refining period and reach the 1 peak in the chi transforming period. As a young man who came out of a remote kingdom, in the rootless Liyan sect, with his own efforts, the realm has been promoted at the same speed as himself. In less than 2 months, he has directly promoted 5 small realms, which has to be admired by Lu Yuan. Younger martial brother Lu, don't belittle yourself. I admire your accomplishments when you enter the country. Lu Yuan admired the speed of his realm improvement, and Chu Zhongshan also admired the speed of Lu Yuan's cultivation. In less than 2 months, he can directly improve his cultivation to 5 small levels. In addition to the help of Zhao Enjun, a noble man, he doesn't know how many times he has experienced danger, several of which almost lost his life, which makes his cultivation reach the 9-level peak of the cultivation period. Lu Yuan, from him, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel a strong murderous spirit, that is to say, he basically used closed practice to improve his accomplishments. In this case, the speed of realm improvement caught up with himself. How can Chu Zhongshan not admire it? At the same time, Lu Yuan is also the first opponent who can break through the speed of the realm and cannot match him. Compared with elder martial brother, my accomplishments can be improved. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's praise, although Lu Yuan knew that the other party was praising from the heart, he didn't accept it very well. Younger martial brother Lu, in my impression, you are a decisive person. How can you become a mother now? Seeing Lu Yuan's modest courtesy, Chu Zhongshan interrupted directly. All right, Chu Zhongshan's impatience made Lu Yuan shut up. Younger martial brother Lu, I don't mean to underestimate you in the next words. With your current cultivation accomplishments and strength, how can you choose to enter the dangerous Shura secret realm for training? Chu Zhongshan asked puzzled. Chu Zhongshan also has a deep understanding of Lu Yuan's potential. He knows that he is a peerless genius whose talent, potential, and understanding are not much worse than himself, but his current cultivation limits his strength. With his current cultivation and strength, it is a very risky move to enter the Shura secret land known as the Slaughterhouse. Moreover, with his body and status in Huashan Sword Sect, there is no need to take risks. Thanks for the kindness of elder martial brother Chu. Choosing Shura secret place is a deliberate decision. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Lu Yuan didn't explain too much. He just showed that he had considered the decision. Originally, according to Lu Yuan's identity and status in Huashan sect, there was no need to practice in Shura secret place, but he ventured into Shura secret place in order to find the blood core in Shura secret place and further improve his understanding with the help of blood core. At the same time, I also hope to further improve my strength with the help of the cruel environment of Shura secret place. In fact, Lu Yuan already has a detailed plan. That is, with the help of this experience of Shura secret realm, let him break through the 9 layers of the body refining period, and with the help of the power of Dan medicine to reach the peak, and then personally go to Ligun's sect to complete the original engagement with Chu Zhongshan. Now he saw Chu Zhongshan in advance. After discovering that Chu Zhongshan's cultivation still suppressed himself, Lu Yuan changed his mind and temporarily postponed the battle between the two people. Younger martial brother Lu, who is this? Chu Zhongshan asked, pointing to a proud young man standing not far away, dressed in dark purple. If you continue to praise each other because of the improvement of each other's realm, I'm afraid it won't end in an hour or two. Chu Zhongshan doesn't like this meaningless mutual praise, so he directly changes the topic. Elder martial brother Chu, let me introduce you. Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention the young man not far away, Lu Yunkai suddenly remembered that there was another person on the scene and immediately introduced him enthusiastically. Elder martial brother Chu, his name is Aoyang Heiyu. His realm and cultivation are the same as me. He is from the Aoyang family, one of the 9 forces and the 3rd successor of the Aoyang family. Pointing to the proud young man, Lu Yuan said. Later, Lu Yuan pointed to Chu Zhongshan and introduced Aoyang Heiyu. Aoyang Heiyu, this elder martial brother's name is Chu Zhongshan. He is from Ligun's sect, one of the 9 forces. Chu Zhongshan has seen younger martial brother Aoyang. With both hands clasping fists, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to say hello. Aoyang Heiyu's accomplishments are the same as those of Lu Yuan. They are also the top accomplishments of the 8th floor during the physical training period. According to the practice of the Eternal Continent, Aoyang Heiyu should not only respect Chu Zhongshan as a senior brother, but also take the initiative to say hello. However, seeing Aoyang Heiyu's undisguised pride on his face and considering Lu Yuangang's attitude when he was just introduced, Chu Zhongshan lowered his identity and took the initiative to greet him. Among the disciples in the same realm of Ligun's sect, I have only heard of LV Kong, He Wang and Xia Luoxing. Chu Zhongshan, I'm sorry, I haven't heard of them. Facing the greeting of Chu Zhongshan's self-descending attitude, Aoyang Heiyu took a contemptuous look at Chu Zhongshan and did not hide his contempt for Chu Zhongshan. Aoyang Heiyu, pay attention to your tone. Aoyang Heiyu's undisguised contempt made Lu Yuan suddenly change his face and directly shouted at him. Aoyang Heiyu, elder martial brother Chu is the most respected person of Lu Yuan, the life-saving benefactor of Lu Yuan, and the goal I have to catch up with all my life. I hope you can show more respect to elder martial brother Chu. Although he appears to be very easygoing, can get along well with everyone, and has no arrogance of peerless genius, he is a very arrogant person in his bones. He is a person who respects me 1 foot, I return you 1 foot, you deceive me 1 foot, and I return you 10 feet. At the beginning, when facing his 3rd uncle Lu Feng, a peerless strong man in the half-soul period, his respect from the beginning to the end proved that Chu Zhongshan was tough. Aoyang Heiyu's contempt will certainly arouse Chu Zhongshan's disgust. If Aoyang Heiyu continues to say something ugly, Lu Yuan can't guarantee whether Chu Zhongshan will directly kill Aoyang Heiyu under the stimulation of anger. After all, in the cave left by the peerless strong man in Purgatory City, Chu Zhongshan's toughness in the face of wolf clouds that are much stronger than him, and in the face of his master brother Lin Aoquen, has made Lu Yuan realize the ruthlessness in Chu Zhongshan's bones. He believed that Chu Zhongshan, who really started, would never show mercy. Moreover, Aoyang Heiyu was definitely not the opponent of Chu Zhongshan. The final result of the fight between the two people must be the fall of Aoyang Heiyu. Cut, he is a person respected by Lu Yuan, not by Aoyang Heiyu. Why should I be polite to him? Facing Lu Yuan's loud rebuke, Aoyang Heiyu still retorted unconvinced. Younger martial brother Lu, don't be angry. I'm a poor boy who came out of a remote gully. How can I be compared with the young master of the noble Aoyang family? Seeing that Lu Yuan wanted to continue to scold Aoyang Heiyu, Chu Zhongshan said something to stop him. At the same time, he didn't forget to fight back sarcastically. Elder martial brother Chu, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Aoyang Heiyu to be so arrogant. I'll explain to him later and ask him to apologize to you. Chu Zhongshan responded sarcastically, letting Lu Yuan know that he was really angry. Although he wanted to resolve the contradiction between the two just now, considering the pride of Aoyang Heiyu and the pride of Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan knew that he couldn't worry about it. Only after the two separated, he was trying to resolve it. Younger martial brother Lu, don't bother, I won't have any intersection with the young master of Aoyang family in the future. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refused Lu Yuan's kindness. Lu Yuan's understanding of Chu Zhongshan's character is indeed very accurate. He is indeed a very proud person. He is a person who respects me a foot, I return you a foot, you deceive me a foot, and I return you 10 feet, or even 100 feet. Ouyang Heiyu's contemptuous attitude aroused the disgust of Chu Zhongshan. Since Ouyang Heiyu looked down on others, of course, Chu Zhongshan won't see Pai Lai's face flattering him, and he doesn't want to embarrass Lu Yuan. Chu Zhongshan temporarily suppresses his inner disgust. Otherwise, with Chu Zhongshan's temper and Ouyang Heiyu's arrogant attitude just now, he would have slapped 2 rounds to let him know that some people are not easily insulted by him. By the way, younger martial brother Lu, why do you fight with that man here if you don't continue to go deep into the rubble? There is an uncomfortable guy around. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to stay here, so he wants to quickly understand the reasons for Lu Yuan's fight with Ouyang Heiyu and quickly choose the next landing place. Why else, for the distribution of blood essence and blood nucleus? Shrugging his shoulders, Lu Yuan said helplessly, blood essence and blood nucleus. Hearing Lu Yuan mention blood essence and blood nucleus, Chu Zhongshan's eyes flashed a trace of essence. For blood essence, Chu Zhongshan's desire is not strong. If you have it, you will be happy, and if you don't, it doesn't matter. However, he has a very strong desire for blood nuclei, especially those of 10 years. Because there was no harvest for 3 days and nights, he was very eager to collect 5 10-year-old blood nuclei. Yes, Ouyang Heiyu and I found the blood essence and blood nucleus on this rock. Because of the uneven distribution, we finally decided to decide the final distribution through competition. Nodded, Lu Yuan said helplessly. Where are the blood essence and blood nucleus? Chu Zhongshan asked. If the blood core on this red rock is 10 years old, Chu Zhongshan will take out enough treasures to exchange blood core with Lu Yuan. Even if he takes out a few blood essence or a short sword that has just obtained a medium-grade spirit sword, he will not hesitate. Over there. Chu Zhongshan's direct interrogation of the location of blood essence and blood nucleus was actually a little too much, but Lu Yuan didn't notice it at all, and directly pointed out the location of blood essence and blood nucleus, which made Chu Zhongshan feel better about him. After 110 steps, Chu Zhongshan soon saw the blood essence and blood nucleus hidden on the ground. After seeing the number of blood essence and blood nucleus, he couldn't help admiring the luck of Lu Yuan and Ouyang Heiyu. Because there are 3 blood essence and 2 blood nuclei hidden on this red rock. Of the 2 blood nuclei, one is 10 years old, and the other is 100 years old. The special energy contained in the centennial blood nucleus has improved Chu Zhongshan's potential and understanding to a certain extent, but his goal at this time is the centennial blood nucleus. Younger martial brother Lu, normally, the blood essence and blood nucleus in front of you were discovered by you and that person at the same time, and should be distributed by you too. But I urgently need blood nucleus now, so I beg younger martial brother Lu, can you give me the blood nucleus? Chu Zhongshan asked sincerely. At the same time, he also knew that it was too much to let Lu Yuan let the bleeding core, so Chu Zhongshan quickly added, of course, I can't let younger martial brother Lu let the bleeding core in vain. I will take out treasures of the same value and exchange them. Elder martial brother Chu is too outspoken. Without mentioning the deep friendship between you and me, he said that your saving kindness to me in the secret realm of Purgatory City, 10 or 8 blood cores are not enough to repay your kindness. Chu Zhongshan directly asked for the blood core. Although Lu Yuan was reluctant, he nodded and agreed without worry. In addition to the reasons he just mentioned, it also lies in his sincere respect for Chu Zhongshan and his sincere use of Chu Zhongshan as a friend. Thank you, younger martial brother Lu. Lu Yuan agreed to give blood cores without worry, which made Chu Zhongshan happy. At the same time, Lu Yuan was more valued in his heart. If you want to get the blood core, I think you are really a toad wanting to eat swan meat, delusional. After obtaining Lu Yuan's approval, Chu Zhongshan planned to take away the blood nucleus of 10 years at this time. Ouyang Heiyu's disdain for ridicule came from behind. Along with the ridicule, it was a sharp sword chi, which directly cut off the left hand stretched out to Chu Zhongshan. Ouyang Heiyu, what are you doing? Seeing Ouyang Heiyu who took the initiative to attack Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan shouted with a sudden look. Then he quickly turned his eyes to Chu Zhongshan.